shouldn't have bought that clown doll. That's what I keep telling myself at 3 a.m. when I hear the music start. But let me back up and tell you exactly what happened, because I need someone to understand this isn't just in my head. It started 3 weeks ago. I needed a birthday gift for my niece Emma's 8th birthday. She collects dolls, and I wanted to get her something unique. Not another mass-produced Barbie from Target. I was walking down Madison Street when I saw this antique shop I'd never noticed before. The window display had this old Victorian dollhouse that caught my eye. The shop bell rang when I pushed open the door. Dust floated in the sunlight. The place smelled like old books and furniture polish. An old man sat behind the counter reading a newspaper. He didn't look up. I walked through narrow aisles of shelves packed with old stuff. Glass cases held jewelry. Chairs were stacked on tables. Then I saw it. Sitting on a shelf between some brass candlesticks and a porcelain vase. A vintage clown doll, about 12 inches tall. It wore a blue and white striped costume with red pom-poms down the front. The face was hand-painted porcelain, with rosy cheeks and a red nose. The smile wasn't creepy like most clown dolls. It looked genuinely happy. The hair was real auburn mohair styled into 2 little tufts on either side of its head. I picked it up. The body was soft cloth stuffed with sawdust. I could feel the graininess. The hands and feet were porcelain too, painted with white gloves and black shoes. No cracks or chips anywhere. The craftsmanship was incredible. "How much for the clown?" I called out. The old man finally looked up. $40. "Any history on it?" He shrugged. "European, probably German, late 1800s, good condition." I examined it closer. No wind-up key or speaker holes. Just a simple, well-made doll. Emma would love it. I handed over 2 20s and the man wrapped it in brown paper. That first night I put the clown on my dresser. I planned to wrap it for Emma's party that weekend. I fell asleep around 11. At 3:17 a.m. I woke up to music, a tinkling melody like a music box playing Pop Goes the Weasel. I thought I was dreaming at first. Then I opened my eyes and heard it clearly, coming from the dresser. I turned on the lamp. The music stopped instantly. The clown sat exactly where I'd left it, that same cheerful smile on its face. I got up and examined it again. No music box mechanism, no batteries, no speakers, nothing. I put it back and went to bed. Must have been dreaming, or maybe it was coming from a neighbor's apartment. The next night, same thing. 3:17 a.m. Pop goes the weasel. This time I jumped up faster and hit the lights. Silence. The clown hadn't moved. I picked it up and really inspected it. Turned it over, felt every inch of the cloth body. Nothing mechanical inside, just sawdust filling. The porcelain parts were solid. No hidden compartments. That's when I noticed something odd about the smile. In the daylight at the shop it had looked cheerful, but now in my bedroom at 3 a.m., the painted lips seemed to curl up slightly higher at the corners. The expression wasn't quite the same. I put it in the hall closet and shut the door. Went back to bed. At 3:17, the music started again. Muffled now, but still audible through the closet door. The next day I took it to a doll repair shop. The woman there had been fixing antique dolls for 30 years. She examined every inch of it. "Beautiful piece," she said. "German, late Victorian era. Hand-painted porcelain, mohair, original costume. No music box or mechanical parts of any kind. Worth a lot more than $40. You're sure there's no way it could play music?" She shook her head. "Impossible. It's just porcelain and cloth and sawdust." That night, I put it in the trunk of my car. At 3:17 a.m., I woke up to the music. Fainter, but still there, drifting up from the parking lot 3 stories below. I didn't sleep much the next few days. The music came every night at exactly 3:17 a.m. Sometimes loud, sometimes soft, depending where I put the clown. I tried the basement storage unit, the building roof, a friend's house across town. It didn't matter. The music found me. I started taking photos of the clown's face several times a day. After a week, I compared them side by side. The smile was definitely changing, getting wider. The eyes seemed to be shifting too, the painted pupils gradually moving to track my position in the room. Emma's birthday party was in 2 days. No way I could give this thing to my niece now. I had to get rid of it. I drove to the antique shop. Closed. A for lease sign in the window. The whole place emptied out like it had never existed. I tried destroying it. Hit the porcelain head with a hammer. Not a scratch. Tried burning it. The flames wouldn't touch it. Threw it in a dumpster. It was back on my dresser the next morning. That's when the music started coming at random times. Not just 3:17 anymore. I'd be in the shower and hear it through the wall. Driving to work and it would play through my car speakers. Sitting at my desk and it would come from my computer, my phone, random people's phones around me. The facial changes accelerated too. The smile now stretches literally from ear to ear. The eyes follow me constantly. Sometimes when I look quickly, I catch the head turned at an angle it wasn't at before. Last night, I woke up to the music at midnight. The clown was sitting on my chest, face inches from mine. The porcelain hands were pressed against my cheeks. The stuff inside didn't feel like sawdust anymore. It felt like muscle and bone shifting under the cloth. I threw it across the room. It bounced off the wall and landed upright, still smiling. The music got louder. The painted mouth began to move. I ran out and checked into a hotel. The music started at 2 a.m. coming from somewhere in the walls. I could hear soft footsteps in the hallway, getting closer to my door. A scratching sound like porcelain fingers on wood. I'm in my car now, driving. Just driving, no destination. The music follows. It's playing through the radio no matter what station I tune to. Even when I turn the radio off, it keeps playing. The clown is sitting in my back seat. I don't know how it got there. I can see it in the rearview mirror. The smile now wraps completely around its head. The eyes are solid black. The fingers are longer, jointed in too many places. The music is getting louder. The clown is moving. I can hear the soft scrape of porcelain on fabric as it crawls between the seats. The smell of sawdust fills the car. Cold fingers brush the back of my neck. I'm writing this on my phone while I drive. The music is deafening now, I can barely think. The clown is right behind my seat. I can feel its breath on my ear. Porcelain fingers are wrapping around my throat. I need someone to know what happened. Why they'll find my car wrapped around a tree or at the bottom of a lake. Why they'll find me with a porcelain-toothed smile stretched too wide across my face. Why they'll hear the faint notes of "Pop Goes the Weasel" at my funeral. Don't buy antique dolls. Don't trust kind smiles. And if you hear music box music at 3:17 a.m., don't open your eyes. The clown is up on my shoulder now. Its mouth is opening. The music is screaming in my head. I can't. Message ends. Found on a phone recovered from a fatal single-car accident on Highway 16. The driver's body was never located. The only other item in the vehicle was an antique clown doll, in perfect condition despite the crash. The doll was logged into evidence but disappeared from the police storage facility 3 days later. Multiple officers reported hearing music box music in the evidence room at 3:17 a.m. the night it vanished. The case remains unsolved. Personal note: if you're reading this and you find a vintage clown doll in an antique shop on Madison Street, walk away. No matter how good the price is, no matter how kind its smile looks, just walk away. And if you happen to know my niece Emma, never tell her about any of this. Let her keep collecting her Barbies. Let her stay innocent about what dolls can do in the dark. The music is starting again. I have to go now. The first time I saw the light flicker in the sealed-off basement, I told myself it was just faulty wiring. Old hospitals have their quirks, even after renovations. But now, 3 weeks later, I'm sitting in my car outside Memorial General at 10:45 p.m., gripping my flashlight so hard my knuckles hurt. I don't want to go in, but I need this job, and the night shift pays better than anything else I could get with my record. My name's Mike Reeves. I'm the night janitor here at Memorial General, working the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. Been doing it for about 2 months now, ever since they finished the big renovation. The hospital needed a complete overhaul after 40 years of use. They gutted most of the old wings, modernized everything, put in those fancy automated systems. But they left the basement alone. Said it wasn't worth the cost to dig down there. Just sealed it off instead. I pull myself out of the car. The November wind hits my face. My work boots crunch on the gravel of the employee lot. Security camera above the service entrance tracks my movement as I badge in. The lock clicks. I'm inside. The night shift is always quiet up here on the ground floor. Just the hum of vending machines and the occasional squeak of nurses' shoes on the polished floor. I check in at the security desk, wave to Bill, who's half asleep behind his monitors. He barely looks up from his crossword puzzle. "All yours, Mike," he says. Same thing he says every night. I grab my cart from the supply closet. The wheels need oil. They squeak all the way down the hall. I start my usual routine. Empty trash bins, mop floors, clean bathrooms, check supply levels. I do the first floor first, then the second, everything normal, everything quiet. But I can't stop thinking about the basement. It started 3 weeks ago. I was doing my rounds on the ground floor when I saw it through the small window in the basement access door. Just a quick flash of light from somewhere down the stairs. Like someone turning on a flashlight for a second. But that's impossible. The basement's sealed off. Has been since the renovation. The door's always locked, and I'm the only one with a key besides management. I ignored it that first night. Told myself I was seeing things. But then it happened again 2 nights later. And again. Always around 2 a.m. Always just a quick flash, like someone moving around down there with a light. Last night was different. I saw something else. Someone else. I was mopping near the basement door when I saw the light again. But this time, I looked through the window long enough to see a figure in a white coat. Just for a second. They walked right through the wall where the old operating room used to be. Just walked through it like it was nothing. The mop handle feels slick in my sweaty hands as I work my way through the second floor. My watch says 1:45 a.m. Almost time. I finish the floor early tonight. Stand there in the empty hallway, staring at my cart. I could just skip the basement door check. Nobody would know. It's not even really part of my rounds anymore since the area's sealed. But I have to know. The service stairs are quiet, except for my footsteps. Each floor down, the air gets colder. The renovations didn't reach this far. The walls still have that old institutional green paint peeling in places. My flashlight beam bounces off the concrete walls. 1:55 a.m. I'm standing in front of the basement door. The small safety window shows only darkness beyond. I pull out my keys with shaking hands. The lock turns smoothly. The basement stairs stretch down into blackness. My flashlight beam seems weaker here, like the darkness is thicker somehow. The air smells wrong, not just musty but chemical, like old disinfectant and something else I can't place. The steps creak under my weight. 17 stairs. I count them every time. At the bottom, the beam of my flashlight sweeps across the basement. It's a huge space, mostly empty now. Support pillars cast long shadows. Old pipes run along the ceiling. The floor is bare concrete, stained dark in places. The sealed operating room would have been on the far wall. I can still see where they bricked it up during the renovation. Newer bricks, different color. A sign hanging crooked above reads, Operating Theater 3. My watch says 1:59 a.m. I wait. The temperature drops suddenly. I can see my breath now. The fluorescent light fixture above me flickers once, which is impossible because the power down here was cut months ago. 2 a.m. A light appears behind the bricked-up wall. Not bright, but clear, like sunshine through frosted glass. A shadow moves across it. My throat closes up. I should run. Every instinct screams at me to get out, but my feet won't move. The figure steps through the wall. White coat, surgical mask. Dark eyes above it. They look right at me. I recognize that face. I've seen it before in the old photos in the hospital lobby. Dr. Sarah Chen, head of surgery, 1982 to 1985. Died during a procedure when a patient coded and grabbed a scalpel. The story was hospital legend. She takes a step toward me. Her feet don't quite touch the floor. I run. My flashlight hits the ground, rolls away. I slam into a pillar in the darkness, keep going. Find the stairs somehow. Take them 3 at a time. My lungs burn. I hit the door at full speed, crash through it. Sprawl on the floor of the ground floor hallway. The door slams behind me. For a long time, I just lay there, gasping. Eventually, I get up, lock the door. My hands won't stop shaking. I finish my shift somehow, clean the 3rd floor, restock supplies, normal things, real things. But I know I'll be back tomorrow night, and the night after that. Because now, I've seen her, and I have questions. The next few nights, I stay upstairs, do my regular rounds. But I can't stop thinking about what I saw. I spend my days off at the library, researching old newspaper articles, hospital records, anything I can find about Dr. Chen. The official story was simple. Patient went into cardiac arrest during routine surgery. In his panic, he grabbed a scalpel from the tray and slashed wildly. Cut Dr. Chen's carotid artery. She bled out before they could save her. But there were rumors, whispers about experimental procedures, missing patients, things that happened in Operating Theater 3 late at night off the books. A week after I saw her, I go back down. Same time, same place. This time I bring a digital recorder, a camera. I need proof. 4 a.m. The temperature drops right on schedule. The light appears behind the wall. She steps through again, looks at me with those dark eyes above the mask. My hand shakes as I raise the camera. Dr. Chen? My voice sounds small in the huge space. She tilts her head, takes another step forward. The camera dies, just powers off completely. The recorder too. Even my flashlight flickers and goes dark. In the darkness, I hear footsteps, getting closer. Something cold brushes my arm. You shouldn't be here. Her voice is like static, like a bad phone connection. No one should be here. What happened? I managed to ask. What really happened that night? Silence. Then, some doors should stay closed. The temperature drops even more. Ice crystals form on my jacket. I can't feel my fingers. He didn't kill me, she says. I killed him. Had to. He knew too much. About the others. About what we did down here. What did you do? Progress requires sacrifice. Her voice comes from right beside me now. The administration knew. They covered it up. Said he killed me. Easier that way. But the truth doesn't stay buried. Something cold presses against my throat, like steel. You should run now, she whispers. Run, and don't come back, or you'll join the others, behind the wall. I run. Faster than last time. Don't stop until I'm in my car, engine running, tires squealing out of the parking lot. I call in sick the next day, and the next. On the 3rd day, I go in to quit. The hospital administrator listens to my story without expression. When I finish, he opens his desk drawer, pulls out a stack of papers. You're not the first night janitor to see things in the basement, he says. Sign these. Non-disclosure agreement, 3 months severance pay. How many others? He doesn't answer, just slides the papers across the desk. I signed, take the money, walk out of Memorial General for the last time. But sometimes late at night I think about that basement, about what's behind that bricked up wall, about progress and sacrifice and doors that should stay closed. And I wonder about the lights that still flicker down there every night at 2 a.m. Wonder who else might see them. Wonder what happens when they don't run away. Because the truth doesn't stay buried, not forever. And some hospitals have more than one kind of patient. I have a new job now, day shift at a warehouse across town. The pay's worse, but the only things in our basement are boxes and rats. But I keep the newspaper clippings, the photos, the research. Somewhere in there is the truth about what really happened in Operating Theater 3, about Dr. Chen and her experiments, about the others behind the wall. Maybe someday I'll be ready to look for it, to go back down those 17 steps and face what waits in the darkness. But not yet. For now I stay in the light, where the doors stay open and the only footsteps I hear are my own. Sometimes, though, when I drive past Memorial General at night, I look at the basement windows. And sometimes, just sometimes, I see a light flicker, see a shadow move past, and I drive faster. Because some stories don't end just because you stop telling them. Some doors don't stay closed, no matter how many bricks you use. And somewhere in the basement of Memorial General, at 2 a.m. every night, Dr. Chen is still making her rounds, still seeking progress, still requiring sacrifice, still waiting for someone else to count those 17 steps down into the darkness. I just pray it won't be me. The first knock came at exactly 3:27 a.m. I know because I checked my phone when the sound jolted me awake. 3 hard pounds on my apartment door, like someone using their fist instead of knuckles. I waited in bed, listening. Nothing. Just the hum of the ancient radiator and distant traffic from the cobblestone streets of Old Town. I'd only moved into 44 Blackwood Street 2 days ago. The rent was suspiciously cheap for a historic district apartment, but I didn't ask questions. After my divorce, I needed a fresh start and couldn't afford to be picky. The building was a narrow 4-story brownstone from the 1880s, with high ceilings and creaky wooden floors. My unit was on the 3rd floor, a small 1-bedroom with warped windows and peeling wallpaper. The next night, the knocking started again. Same time, 3:27 a.m. This time I got up. The floorboards groaned under my feet as I approached the door. My hand shook as I reached for the handle. I looked through the peephole. The dim hallway was empty. I opened the door. Nobody there. Just the flickering fluorescent light and the musty smell of old carpet. I asked Mrs. Chen from across the hall about it the next morning. She was watering the sad-looking plants by her door when I left for work. "Oh, you're hearing it already?" She didn't seem surprised. "That's why the rent is so low. Nobody stays in that unit very long." "What do you mean?" She lowered her voice. "Bad things happened there back in the 1950s. A woman killed herself. Slit her wrist in the bathtub after her husband left her. They say she still knocks, looking for him." I laughed it off. Ghost stories didn't scare me. I'd grown up in an old house that made plenty of strange noises. Buildings settle, pipes knock. There's always a logical explanation. But the knocking continued every night. Always 3 pounds. Always at 3:27 a.m. Always when I checked the hallway, there was no one there. After a week, dark circles formed under my eyes from lack of sleep. I started dreading sunset, knowing what was coming. I met other tenants. They all had stories. Mr. Rodriguez on the 2nd floor said he saw a woman in a white dress walking through his living room wall. The college kids in the basement unit heard crying in their bathroom at night. Old Mr. Peterson on the 4th floor refused to talk about what he'd seen, just shook his head and hurried inside when I asked. I installed a security camera facing my door. The footage showed nothing when the knocking happened, just an empty hallway. I checked the building's history at the local library. In 1952, Margaret Collins, age 32, was found dead in apartment 3B, my unit. Her husband had run off with his secretary. She left a note. "I'll wait for you to come home, James. I'll wait forever." The knocking got louder. Sometimes it was accompanied by scratching sounds like fingernails dragging across the wood. I tried sleeping with earplugs. They didn't help. I could feel the vibrations in my chest when the pounding started. One night, about 3 weeks after moving in, something changed. The knocking came as usual at 3:27 a.m., but this time, when I looked through the peephole, I saw her. A woman in a faded blue dress, her dark hair hanging in her face. Her skin was gray, almost translucent. She raised her head and looked directly at the peephole. Her eyes were black holes. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering. The door handle started turning on its own. I watched, paralyzed, as it slowly rotated. The door remained locked, but I could hear her voice now, muffled through the wood. "James? Why did you leave me, James? Please come home." My name isn't James. I tried to say this. but my throat was too dry. The temperature in the apartment dropped. I could see my breath. The lights flickered. I've been so lonely, James. So cold. Let me in. The door shuddered in its frame. The knocking became a furious pounding that echoed through my skull. Pictures fell off the walls. A glass of water on my nightstand shattered. I ran to the bathroom and locked myself inside. The pounding followed me. It was coming from all directions now. The walls, the ceiling, the floor. The mirror cracked. Water began pouring from the faucet and tub spout on its own, steaming hot. In seconds, the room filled with fog. Through the steam, I saw writing appear on the mirror. "I'll never let you leave again." The shower curtain whipped back. There she was, standing in my tub. Her wrists were slashed open, dark liquid dripping onto the white porcelain. She reached for me with gray fingers. I broke through the bathroom door and ran. Down 3 flights of stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Out into the street in just my t-shirt and boxers. The cold night air hit my lungs like needles. I didn't stop running until I reached the 24-hour diner 6 blocks away. I never went back to the apartment, left all my stuff there. The landlord kept my security deposit, but I didn't care. I moved to a modern building across town with key card entry and security cameras. No history, no ghosts. But sometimes, when I wake up at night, I check my phone. If it's 3:27 a.m., I hold my breath and listen. So far, there's been no knocking, but I know she's still there in that old brownstone waiting. Not for me, for James. She'll wait forever, just like she promised. A week after I moved out, I ran into Mrs. Chen at the grocery store. She told me someone new had already rented my old unit. A middle-aged man, recently divorced. His name was James. I thought about warning him, but what would I say? That his dead namesake's wife was waiting for him? That she'd mistake him for her long-lost husband? That she'd never let him leave? I said nothing, just nodded and walked away. That night at 3:27 a.m., I lay awake in my new apartment, wondering if she'd found what she was looking for, if she'd finally stopped knocking. I never found out what happened to the new James. I drove by the building once, months later. His name wasn't on the mailbox anymore. The unit was empty again. The rent sign was back in the window, still suspiciously cheap. Sometimes I think about Margaret Collins trapped in that loop of abandonment and desperate longing, knocking on doors for 70 years, searching for a man who never came home. I wonder if she knows he's long dead, if she cares, or if in her endless vigil time has lost all meaning. I don't believe in ghosts, not really. But I believe in grief, in loss, in the way pain can echo through decades like knocking in an empty hallway. I believe in the things we leave behind, the promises we break, the holes we tear in other people's lives. And I believe that at 3:27 a.m., in an old brownstone on Blackwood Street, a woman still waits for her husband to return, still knocks on doors that never open, still searches for a love that abandoned her. Just don't make the mistake I did. Don't open that door. Don't answer that knock. Some stories don't have happy endings. Some residents never leave, and some apartments stay vacant for a reason. The rent is cheap on Blackwood Street. But the cost? That's another matter entirely. Something is wrong with this house. I know that now. What I found in that chest changed everything. The footsteps I hear at night aren't my imagination. They're real, and they're getting closer. But I should start at the beginning. I moved in 3 weeks ago. The rent was cheap. Too cheap for a 3-bedroom Victorian in this neighborhood. The realtor gave me some story about the previous tenant breaking the lease early and the owner wanting to fill it quickly. I didn't ask questions. I should have. The first week was normal. I unpacked my stuff, started my remote work routine, ordered furniture online, standard moving stuff. The house had some quirks, creaky floorboards, drafty windows, that musty smell old houses get. Nothing I couldn't handle. Then last Saturday, I decided to tackle the attic. The realtor mentioned I could use it for storage, but warned it needed cleaning. She wasn't kidding. The space was a mess, dust everywhere, cobwebs in every corner, old newspapers scattered around. The afternoon sun came through a small round window, lighting up the dust particles floating in the air. I found the chest pushed against the far wall, half hidden behind some old cardboard boxes. It was made of dark wood, about 2 feet wide and maybe 18 inches tall. Brass fittings on the corners. Heavy. A sturdy padlock held it shut. The lock looked old, covered in rust. I tried picking it with a paperclip, a skill I learned during my misspent youth. No luck. I went downstairs, grabbed my toolbox, and came back with a hammer and crowbar. The lock broke after a few solid hits. The chest's hinges creaked when I opened it. Inside, I found 2 bundles. The first was a stack of black and white photographs tied with twine. The second was a collection of letters, yellowed with age, held together with a rubber band that had gone brittle. I sat cross-legged on the dusty floor and started with the photos. The first showed the house. My house, but newer. The paint looked fresh, the garden well-maintained. A woman stood on the porch wearing a dress that looked like it was from the 1950s. She wasn't smiling. The next photo showed the same woman inside, standing at the bottom of the main staircase, still not smiling. Something about her eyes bothered me. They were too dark, too intense. More photos of the woman. In the kitchen, in the living room, always alone, never smiling. In each picture, she seemed to be staring directly at the camera with those unsettling eyes. The last photo made my stomach turn. The woman again, but this time in the attic. The same attic I was sitting in. She was standing in the exact spot where I'd found the chest. Her expression was different in this one. She was smiling. It wasn't a pleasant smile. I set the photos aside and picked up the letters. The rubber band crumbled when I touched it. The first letter was dated June 15, 1956. The handwriting was neat but rushed, like someone writing in a hurry. Dear Elizabeth, I know you're still in the house. I can hear you at night. The police don't believe me, but I know the truth. You didn't leave. You'll never leave. But this is my home now, and I won't let you drive me away like you did the others. Margaret. My hands were sweating as I read the next letter. Dear Elizabeth, the footsteps are getting closer each night. I hear the doors opening and closing. I've started sleeping with the lights on, but it doesn't matter, does it? You don't need doors. You never did. Margaret. The third letter was dated 2 weeks later. Dear Elizabeth, I saw you last night, standing at the foot of my bed. I won't write any more letters after this. I know now what you want. God help me. Margaret. That was the last letter. My hands were shaking as I put them back in the chest. The sun had set while I was reading, leaving the attic in shadows. The air felt colder. I closed the chest and went downstairs, made myself a strong drink, tried to rationalize what I'd read. Old houses always have stories. People make up ghost tales. Previous tenants play pranks. I told myself all the logical explanations. Then night came. I was in bed scrolling through my phone when I heard it. A floorboard creaked in the hallway outside my bedroom. I froze, holding my breath. Another creak, closer this time. I told myself it was just the house settling. Old houses make noise. But then I heard the distinctive sound of a door opening downstairs. The hinges on the guest bathroom door have a specific squeak. I'd been meaning to oil them. More footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming up the stairs. Each step distinct, purposeful. I lay there, perfectly still, phone forgotten in my hand. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, started down the hallway, the floorboards protesting under each step. They stopped outside my door. The handle turned. Slowly. I could hear the mechanism clicking. I threw myself out of bed, grabbed my keys and phone, and ran. Didn't even put on shoes. The footsteps followed me down the stairs. I fumbled with the front door lock, got it open, and sprinted to my car. I spent the night in a motel. The next morning, feeling foolish in the bright sunlight, I went back. Everything looked normal. No signs of disturbance. All the doors were shut. I checked every room, telling myself I had imagined it all. Then I saw the chest. It was in the middle of my bedroom floor, open. The photos were arranged in a perfect circle around it. In the center lay a new letter, the paper bright white and fresh. Dear James, welcome home. Elizabeth. I should have left then. Should have broken the lease, packed my stuff, and never looked back. But I didn't. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe curiosity. Maybe something else was keeping me here. The next few nights were quiet. Too quiet. No house sounds at all, just silence. Heavy silence that pressed against my ears. I researched the house's history online. Found old newspaper articles. Elizabeth Morton disappeared in 1955. The police suspected her husband but could never prove anything. He moved away shortly after. Then Margaret Chen moved in. She disappeared in 1956. No body was ever found. Just a series of letters she'd written to her sister describing strange sounds in the house at night. More tenants came and left quickly after that. None stayed longer than 6 months. The house stood empty for long stretches between renters. Last night, the footsteps came back. I was in the kitchen making dinner. The first step creaked above my head. In the attic. I stopped chopping vegetables, knife frozen in my hand. More footsteps, crossing the attic floor. Then on the stairs leading down. Slow, regular, getting closer. I gripped the knife tighter. My palms were sweaty. The steps reached the second floor, started down the main stairs. I could hear each individual board groan under the weight. I should have run. Should have dropped the knife and bolted for the door. But I didn't. I stood there, waiting. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, turned toward the kitchen. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The steps entered the kitchen behind me. I could feel the presence. The air got colder. I turned around. She looked exactly like the photos. The dress, the dark eyes, that smile. "Hello, James," she said. Her voice was like dry leaves scraping across concrete. "I've been waiting for you." I'm writing this now from my car parked outside a coffee shop. My hands are still shaking. I can't go back to the house, but I know I have to. My things are there. My life is there. And somehow, I know she's waiting. She's always been waiting. The chest, the photos, the letters, they weren't a warning. They were an invitation. I check my phone. The sun is setting. It's time to go home. She's calling, and I'm going to answer. I should have left when I found the first footprints. That's what any sane person would have done, but I had a deadline, and the advance from the publisher was already spent. So I stayed. Now I'm recording this on my phone because someone needs to know what happened here. It started 3 weeks ago. I'd rented this cabin in northern Maine to finish my book. No Wi-Fi, no distractions, just me, my laptop, and enough supplies for 2 months. The cabin sits alone on 50 acres of dense forest. The nearest neighbor is 5 miles away, and the dirt road to get here turns into mud when it rains. The first week was perfect. I wrote more in 7 days than I had in the previous month. The silence helped. No traffic noise, no people, no notifications. Just the wind in the pines and occasional bird calls. Then I saw the footprints. I developed a routine of walking the perimeter each morning, coffee in hand, clearing my head before writing. The ground was soft from recent rain that Tuesday morning. The prints circled the entire cabin. They weren't animal tracks. They were clearly human shoes, about a size 11, the treads sharp and clear in the mud. They hadn't been there the night before. I'd have noticed them during my evening smoke on the porch. I checked all the windows and doors. Everything was locked, untouched. Nothing was missing inside. I told myself it was probably a hunter who got lost and was looking for help. But why not knock? And why circle the cabin multiple times? The prints were gone the next morning, washed away by overnight rain. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined them. Almost. But they came back 2 days later. Same pattern, circling the cabin. This time they stopped at each window, like someone had stood there looking in. I called the property manager, Bill, on the satellite phone. Reception was awful, but I got enough signal to ask if anyone else had access to the property. "Just me and you got the keys," he said. "Something wrong?" I told him about the footprints. There was a long pause. "Probably just hikers," he said finally. "Property backs up to state forest. They get lost sometimes. At night, the prints weren't there when I went to bed." Another pause. "Want me to send the sheriff out?" I almost said yes, but what would I tell them? Someone walked around my cabin but didn't do anything. I'd sound paranoid. "No," I said. "You're probably right about hikers. I'll put up some no trespassing signs." I hung up and immediately regretted it. The signs didn't help. The prints kept appearing every couple of days, always at night, always circling, always stopping at the windows. I started sleeping with a kitchen knife by the bed. I checked the locks obsessively. I kept the outside lights on all night, but they just created deep shadows in the trees where someone could hide. Then the whispering started. The first time, I thought it was just the wind. A sound like my name, barely audible, coming through the bedroom window. But the air was dead still that night. No wind at all. I sat up in bed, straining to hear. Nothing. Then it came again. "Michael." A whisper, right outside the window. I grabbed the knife and flipped on the lights. Nothing there. Just darkness beyond the glass. I didn't sleep that night. Or the next. The whispering came back every night after that. Sometimes just my name. Sometimes longer phrases I couldn't quite make out. Always in the dead of night. Always outside my window. I started recording on my phone, trying to capture the voice. The recordings picked up nothing but static. I was losing my mind. Had to be. Isolation playing tricks on me. But the footprints were real. I took pictures of those. A week after the whispering started, I found something new. Scratches on the window glass, like someone had been trying to get in. Fresh ones, the exposed glass catching the morning light. They were at every window now. I called Bill again. "I'm leaving," I told him. "Something's not right here." "The sheriff can be there in an hour," he said. He sounded worried now. "I'll wait." I packed while I waited, throwing clothes and my laptop in my bag. The scratching started as I was zipping it up, a slow, deliberate sound of nails on glass. I spun around. A face was pressed against the window. I froze. It looked human, but wrong somehow. The skin was too pale, almost gray. The eyes were black hollows. It smiled at me with too many teeth. I ran, grabbed my bag and phone, sprinted for the door. It was already moving around the cabin, faster than anything should be able to move. I fumbled with the locks, hands shaking. The door burst open before I could unlock it. The thing stood there, still smiling. Up close, I could see its skin wasn't just pale, it was transparent. I could see dark shapes moving underneath. "Michael," it whispered. "I've been waiting so long." That's all I remember. They found me 2 days later, walking on the highway 20 miles away. My clothes were shredded. My phone was gone. The cabin had burned to the ground. They blame me for the fire, say I must have knocked over a lamp in some kind of mental break. Say isolation and stress can make people snap. They don't believe me about the footprints or the face at the window. The photos on my phone are gone with it. But I know what I saw, and I know it's still out there. I'm in a hospital now. The doctors say I'm suffering from extreme dehydration and exposure. They've given me something to help me sleep. But I don't want to sleep. Because sometimes in the dark of night I hear it, a whisper coming from just outside my window. "Michael." End of recording. Police report. Addendum. Patient. Michael Sullivan was found deceased in his hospital room on October 15, 2023. Cause of death listed as cardiac arrest. Window was found open despite being locked from the inside. Multiple sets of footprints were discovered in the frost outside the third floor window. Case remains open. I shouldn't have bought that mirror. That's what I keep telling myself as I sit here in the dark, too afraid to look at my own reflection. My hands shake as I type this on my phone. I need to document what's happening before it's too late. Maybe someone will find this and understand. Maybe they'll believe me. 3 weeks ago, I was just a normal guy looking to furnish my new apartment in downtown Chicago. I had finally saved enough for a decent one-bedroom after 5 years of grinding at my accounting job. The walls were bare, and I needed something to make the place feel less empty. I found the mirror at a cluttered antique shop in Wicker Park. The shop smelled like dust and old wood. Piles of furniture and random junk filled every corner. The mirror stood in the back, partially hidden behind a stack of chairs. It was tall, about 6 feet, with an ornate bronze frame. The bronze had turned dark green in spots. The glass looked clean despite the dust everywhere else. The old woman at the counter wanted $200 for it. I got her down to $150. She seemed eager to sell it now that I think about it. Should have been my first warning. Getting it home was a pain. The mirror was heavier than it looked. I had to pay extra for the Uber XL, and the driver helped me carry it up to my 4th-floor apartment. I hung it in my bedroom that night, opposite my bed. It looked good there, fancy but not too flashy. The first few days were normal. I'd get ready for work in the morning, check my outfit in the mirror, normal stuff. Then I started noticing things. Small things at first. One morning, I was tying my tie, and I saw something move in the corner of the mirror. Just a quick shadow, like someone walking past a doorway. But I live alone, and I was standing still. I turned around. Nothing there. I checked every room. Everything was locked up tight. It happened again 2 days later. This time the shadow was bigger, more defined, like a person's silhouette passing right behind my reflection. I spun around so fast I almost fell. Empty room, empty apartment. Then the laughing started. I was getting ready for bed, just a normal Tuesday night. I glanced in the mirror while taking off my watch. A soft laugh echoed through the room, like someone trying not to be heard, but failing. A woman's laugh, high-pitched and breathy. I froze. The sound came again, closer this time. It seemed to come from inside the mirror itself. I stared at my reflection. My face looked pale, eyes wide with fear. Behind me in the mirror, a shadow moved. The laugh came again, right next to my ear. I ran out of the bedroom, slept on the couch that night, told myself I was being stupid, that I was just tired from working late. The next day I avoided looking in the mirror. Got dressed in the bathroom instead, but that night lying on the couch I heard it again, the same soft laugh drifting out from my bedroom. I pulled the blanket over my head like a kid hiding from monsters. I started sleeping at my girlfriend Sarah's place. Didn't tell her why. Just said my apartment was being fumigated. She could tell something was wrong. Said I looked tired, jumpy. Asked if I was okay. I lied and blamed work stress. After a week of avoiding my own bedroom, I knew I had to face it. Couldn't keep sleeping on Sarah's couch forever. Had to deal with whatever was happening. I went back to my apartment on a Sunday morning. Figured daylight would make it less scary. Wrong. The bedroom was cold when I walked in. The mirror looked normal, just showing my messy room. I stood in the doorway, watching. Nothing moved. No sounds. I stepped closer. My reflection did the same. Another step. Still normal. I was 3 feet from the mirror when I saw it. A face peering over my reflected shoulder. A woman's face, pale white, with dark hollow eyes and black hair hanging in wet strands. I couldn't move. My body felt frozen in place. The face smiled, showing too many teeth. The laugh came again right behind me. But in the real world, I was alone. The woman existed only in the mirror. She raised one white hand and placed it on my reflection's shoulder. I felt cold pressure on my actual shoulder, fingers digging in. The laugh turned into a giggle, then a full cackle. I ran, grabbed my keys and phone and ran out of the apartment. Spent the next 2 days in a hotel. When I came back, I covered the mirror with a sheet. That worked for about 6 hours. I woke up at 3 a.m. to find the sheet on the floor. The woman stood in the mirror, full body visible now, long white dress dripping wet. She pressed her hands against the glass like she was trying to push through. I tried to sell the mirror, posted it on Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, everywhere. No takers. Tried to give it away for free. Nothing. Called the antique shop. Number disconnected. Went back to the store. Empty building. For lease sign in the window. Like it had never existed. The woman appears more often now. Sometimes she brings friends. Other pale faces with dark eyes, all laughing, all watching. They follow my reflection around the mirror, reaching for me with long white fingers. Last night was the worst. I woke up to the laughing. The mirror glowed in the darkness. The woman stood there with 5 others, all pressing against the glass. Cracks started appearing, spreading like spider webs across the surface. The laughing got louder. The cracks grew wider. I saw hands pushing through, glass breaking outward. I'm in a motel now. Called in sick to work. The mirror is still in my bedroom. I can't go back there. Can't sleep. Every reflective surface makes me jump. Windows at night. The blank screen of my phone. The chrome faucet in this motel bathroom. I think I hear laughing in the hallway. My phone screen just went black. There's a face in the reflection. She's smiling at me. I have to G. The rest of the document appears to be corrupted or incomplete. Several attempts to recover the missing text have failed. The author's current whereabouts are unknown. I found scratch marks in the bathroom mirror this morning. 3 parallel lines like something dragged its claws across the glass. They weren't there when I went to bed. I'm sure of it. I checked every room when I first arrived at this cabin yesterday, a habit from living alone in the city. The mirror was clean then. Now it's not. I booked this place as a weekend getaway to clear my head after my divorce. It seemed perfect. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, no distractions. Just me, my laptop for writing, and the solitude of the mountains. The rental listing mentioned a master bedroom, kitchen, living room, and bathroom. Nothing about an attic, but I heard it last night. Something moving up there. The first sounds came around 2 a.m. I was still awake, working on my novel. At first I thought it was just the wind or settling wood. Old cabins make noise. But then I heard distinct footsteps. The slow, deliberate kind. They crossed from one end of the ceiling to the other right above my bed. The floorboards creaked with each step. I got up and checked the ceiling with my flashlight. No access panel or trapdoor was visible. The footsteps stopped when I moved around. I convinced myself it was just my imagination running wild in an unfamiliar place. I went back to bed, took a sleeping pill, and eventually passed out. But this morning, it wasn't just the mirror. My coffee mug from last night had moved from the kitchen counter to the middle of the living room floor. The throw blanket on the couch was bunched up in a corner, though I'd left it neatly folded. And there were more scratch marks, shallow grooves in the wooden door frame leading to the bedroom. The scratches looked fresh. The exposed wood was lighter than the surrounding surface, no dust or aging visible in the grooves. They started about shoulder height and ran down toward the floor, as if something had dragged its claws while passing through the doorway. I'm not a believer in the supernatural. I deal in facts, logic, concrete evidence. But I know what I heard last night, and I know these things in my cabin have moved. The rational part of my brain says there must be an explanation. Maybe someone else has a key, or there's an animal that found its way inside. The rest of my brain is screaming at me to get in my car and drive away. But I paid for the whole weekend, and the next rental isn't due until Monday. If there is someone or something in this cabin, I need to figure out what it is. I'm going to document everything that happens, keep a record. Maybe writing it down will help me make sense of it. It's 9:47 a.m. now. I've made a fresh pot of coffee and pulled out my laptop. The scratching sounds have started again above me. Slow, methodical. Like something is trying to dig through the ceiling. The noise stops and starts randomly. Sometimes it's just a few scratches, then silence for 20 minutes. Other times it goes on for several minutes straight. It's moving around up there. I've tried knocking on the walls, shouting, even blasting music from my phone, but nothing seems to affect it. I've walked around the cabin's exterior 3 times now, looking for any way something could get into an attic space. The roof is solid, no missing shingles or holes. No visible vents big enough for an animal. The only unusual thing I noticed was a small window near the peak of the roof, about 15 feet up. It's painted shut from what I can tell, covered in years of grime. But something caught my eye. Fresh scrape marks in the dirt and leaves below that window, as if something had recently climbed up or down the wall. 11:23 a.m. The scratching has stopped, but now I'm finding more evidence that something's been moving around the cabin while I sleep. There's a book on the coffee table that I know was on the bedroom nightstand last night. My jacket, which I hung by the door, is now lying in the bathtub. And I keep finding these strange marks, not just scratches but dark smudges on the walls about shoulder height, like something's been brushing against them as it moves through the house. The smudges look almost like handprints, but they're wrong somehow. Too large, fingers too long and twisted. I tried cleaning one off with a paper towel. The mark was sticky, left a dark residue on the towel. It smelled metallic, like copper or blood. 1:45 p.m. I tried calling the rental company, but there's no cell service up here. I could drive down the mountain to get a signal, but something stops me every time I reach for my keys. What if whatever's up there comes down while I'm gone? What if it blocks the doors, traps me out? At least now I can see what it's doing, track its movements. I've started keeping a log of the sounds and where they come from. They're definitely more active on the east side of the cabin, above the bedroom. Every few hours there's a heavy dragging sound, like something large being pulled across the floor. Then the scratching starts again in a new location. 3:12 p.m. I found something that changes everything. I was checking the closets again, looking for any hidden access to the attic, when I noticed one of the ceiling panels in the hallway was slightly discolored. I got a chair and pushed on it. The panel moved. I used my phone's flashlight to look through the gap. There's definitely an attic up there. I could see exposed beams and insulation. And something else. In the beam of my flashlight, I saw what looked like claw marks covering the wooden beams. Hundreds of them crossing and overlapping. Some looked old, others freshly carved into the wood. But that's not the worst part. There were things stored up there. Suitcases, backpacks, what looked like sleeping bags, all covered in dust and cobwebs. How long have they been there? Who did they belong to? The rental listing said this cabin was newly renovated and had only been available for the past year. 4:40 p.m. The sounds are getting louder, more frequent. The dragging noise comes every few minutes now, and there's something new. A low, wet sound, like breathing but wrong. Too heavy, too rhythmic. It follows me as I move through the cabin, always staying directly overhead. I tried taking pictures of the scratches and smudges, but they don't show up clearly in photos. The marks look blurred, distorted. Even the physical evidence of whatever's up there doesn't want to be documented. 6:15 p.m. The sun is starting to set. The shadows in the cabin are getting longer, darker. The temperature has dropped at least 10 degrees in the past hour. I've turned on every light in the place, but the corners still seem too dark, too deep. I found more items that aren't mine. A woman's watch on the kitchen counter. A child's stuffed animal behind the couch. A man's wallet, empty except for an expired driver's license from 3 years ago. I looked up the name when I still had internet yesterday. The man was reported missing in these mountains. His car was found at a trailhead 5 miles from here. 7:30 p.m. Something changed in the past hour. The sound stopped completely. No scratching, no dragging, no breathing, just total silence. It's worse somehow. The quiet feels heavy, expectant, like the moment before a storm breaks. I've pushed furniture against the bedroom door, lined up kitchen knives on the nightstand. I have my car keys in my pocket, though I'm not sure I could make it to the vehicle if I needed to. The darkness outside is absolute. No moon, no stars visible through the clouds. 8:45 p.m. I heard it. A new sound. Wood splintering. Then a loud crack from the hallway. I opened the bedroom door just enough to peek out. The ceiling panel I'd found earlier was hanging open. Something dark was moving in the gap. I slammed the door shut and wedged a chair under the handle. For a moment there was silence. Then I heard it. The sound of something heavy dropping onto the hallway floor. Footsteps, but not like before. Heavier. Closer. The doorknob started to turn. The chair creaked against the door. I backed away, grabbing the largest knife from the nightstand. The scratching started again, but not on the ceiling this time. Right on the door. Long, slow scrapes of claws on wood. A voice came from the other side. It sounded almost human, but distorted, like someone trying to remember how to speak. It said my name. Then it said other names. Names I found later on missing persons reports from this area. Dozens of them, whispered one after another. 9:20 p.m. The door is starting to splinter. The chair won't hold much longer. I can see something pushing through the gaps. Long, dark fingers, too many joints, skin like wet leather. The smell is overwhelming now. Copper and rot and something else. Something older. I'm typing this on my phone. Maybe someone will find it, understand what happened here. Why so many people have vanished in these mountains. What lives in the spaces above these rental cabins, these renovated properties with their hidden attics and sealed windows. The door is breaking. I can hear wood cracking, see the hinges pulling from the frame. The thing on the other side is still whispering names. It's added a new one to its list. Mine. 9:47 p.m. If you're reading this, don't rent cabin 254 on Mountain View Road. Don't rent any cabin up here. They're not empty. They were never empty. The scratches are getting closer. The door won't last another minute. I can see it clearly now, coming through the splintered wood. God help me. I can see. The first thing I noticed when I pulled into the driveway of my new house was the woods. They stretched behind the property like a wall of darkness, even in broad daylight. The realtor hadn't mentioned them. The listing photos must have been taken at angles that didn't show the forest. I killed the U-Haul's engine and sat there for a minute, staring at the tree line. Something about it made my skin prickle. I had just started unloading boxes when I heard the shuffle of feet on gravel. An old man stood at the edge of my driveway, leaning on a wooden cane. His face was weathered, and his eyes had that cloudy look that some elderly people get. But they fixed on me with surprising intensity. "You the new owner?" he asked. His voice was rough, like he didn't use it much. "Yeah, just moved in from Chicago. I'm Dan Marshall." I walked over and held out my hand. He didn't take it. "Listen carefully. Don't go in those woods behind your house. Ever." He jabbed his cane toward the tree line, "Especially not at night." I forced a laugh. "Why's that?" He just shook his head. "Been here 40 years. Lost 3 neighbors who didn't listen." He turned and started shuffling away. "Wait, what do you mean, lost?" But he kept walking, not looking back. I went back to unloading boxes, trying to shake off the weird encounter. The old guy was probably just one of those neighborhood characters who likes scaring newcomers. Every suburb has them. The rest of the day passed in a blur of unpacking and arranging furniture. By evening, I had the basics set up: bed, couch, TV, kitchen stuff. I ordered pizza and sat on my back deck eating it, looking out at the woods. The trees were huge old oaks and maples, their branches twisting together overhead to block most of the sky. The undergrowth was thick with bushes and vines. As the sun started to set, shadows crept across my yard. The temperature dropped quickly. A cool breeze carried the smell of decay, rotting leaves, damp earth. Normal forest smells, but something about them made me uneasy. I caught movement at the tree line. Probably just a deer or raccoon. But I remembered the old man's warning and went inside, locking the door behind me. That night I couldn't sleep. The house made unfamiliar settling noises. Tree branches scraped against the siding. Around 2 a.m., I got up to get water from the kitchen. As I passed the sliding glass door to the deck, I froze. There were footprints in the dewy grass. Human footprints leading from the woods to right below my bedroom window. They weren't there earlier. My heart started pounding. I flicked on the outdoor lights and grabbed a baseball bat from my sports equipment box. The prints were clear. Someone had definitely been walking in my yard. Recently. I called the police. 2 officers came out and looked around with flashlights. They found the footprints but said there wasn't much they could do without signs of attempted break-in. They'd increased patrols in the area. One officer suggested setting up security cameras. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. When dawn finally came, I went out to check the footprints again. They were gone. The grass showed no sign anyone had walked there. I spent that morning installing security cameras and motion sensor lights. The next few days passed normally. I started my remote work job, got into a routine, but I kept thinking about those footprints and the old man's warning. One afternoon, I was taking out trash when I noticed something odd at the edge of the woods. A scrap of fabric caught on a branch, fluttering in the breeze. Dark red like dried blood. I walked closer. The fabric looked old and weathered, but it was definitely cloth, maybe from clothing. As I reached for it, I noticed more scraps deeper in the trees, and what looked like drag marks in the dead leaves covering the ground. I followed the trail about 20 feet into the woods. The temperature seemed to drop with each step. The scraps of fabric led to a small clearing. In the center was a circle of stones, each about the size of a fist. They were arranged too precisely to be natural. In the middle of the circle was a small animal skull, probably a raccoon or possum, but it had been placed there deliberately, facing the direction of my house. My hands were shaking as I took photos with my phone. This had to be some kind of teenage prank. Kids messing around in the woods trying to scare the new neighbor. But as I turned to leave, I saw more drag marks leading deeper into the forest, and more bits of torn, blood-stained cloth. I started walking faster, following the trail. The woods got darker as the trees grew thicker. I lost track of how far I'd gone. The drag marks continued, along with other disturbing signs. Broken branches at head height, like something tall had pushed through. Deep scratches in tree bark. More circles of stones. My phone had no signal. The sun was getting low. I decided to head back before it got dark. That's when I realized I couldn't tell which direction I'd come from. All the trees looked the same. My heart started racing. I picked a direction and walked quickly, looking for anything familiar. After 10 minutes, I knew I was lost. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, just the sound of my breathing and footsteps on dead leaves. Then I heard it, a soft voice somewhere behind me, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. I started running. Branches whipped my face. I tripped over roots and scrambled back up. The voice followed, getting closer. Now there were more voices all around me, speaking in whispers. I burst through some bushes and saw my backyard ahead. I sprinted for the house, not looking back. Inside, I slammed and locked the door, then closed all the blinds. That night, the whispers came again. They started at the edge of the woods, then moved closer to the house. I huddled in my bedroom, every light blazing, as soft voices drifted up from right below my window. They spoke in a language I didn't recognize. The words seemed to slither through the walls. My security cameras showed nothing but static. Just before dawn, the voices stopped. I checked outside, more footprints in the grass, but these were different. They were too long, the toes oddly spaced, and they led in both directions to and from the woods. I drove to the old man's house as soon as it was light. He opened the door before I could knock. "You went in the woods," he said. Not a question. "What's out there? What's making those footprints?" He sighed heavily. "Sit down. You need to know what you're dealing with now." Inside, his house was crammed with books about local history and folklore. News clippings covered one wall, missing persons reports going back decades. All people who had lived near these woods. "This area wasn't always suburbs," he said, lowering himself into an armchair. "Long ago, it was sacred ground to the native peoples. Not for worship, for containment. They built elaborate rituals to keep something trapped in the forest, something that was here before humans. What something? They didn't have a name for it. Their stories just called it the hungry dark. A consciousness that lives in the spaces between trees. It feeds on human minds, first drawing them in with whispers and visions, then he gestured at the missing persons reports. That's insane, I said. There has to be a rational explanation. 3 years ago, the Robertson family lived in your house. Their teenage son started hearing voices from the woods. He'd sleepwalk toward the trees at night. His parents installed locks, cameras, alarms. Nothing helped. One morning they found his bed empty, just bloodstains on the sheets and drag marks leading into the forest. He pulled out a photo album. The pictures showed police searches, volunteers combing the woods, dogs refusing to enter certain areas, strange markings on trees. They never found him, or any of the others. The police blame runaways, animal attacks, accidents. They don't want to see the truth. Which is what? The woods are hungry. And once they notice you, they don't stop until they feed. He leaned forward. You have 2 choices now. Move away immediately, or learn the rituals that might protect you. I thought about the whispers under my window, the footprints that vanished, the circles of stones. Teach me, I said. He nodded and pulled out a thick leather journal. First, you'll need salt, lots of it, and iron, cold iron, not steel. The nails must be hand-forged. That was 3 months ago. I'm still in the house. Every night I refresh the salt lines and check the iron nails driven into the door frames. I've learned the protective chants in languages that hurt my throat to speak. The whispers still come, but they stay at the edge of the woods now. Sometimes I see shapes moving between the trees at twilight, tall, fluid shapes that don't quite match any human or animal form. I know I should move, but something holds me here. Maybe it's stubbornness, maybe it's curiosity, or maybe the woods have already gotten into my mind, pulling me slowly toward them day by day. The old man checks on me regularly. He says I'm doing well with the rituals. But sometimes I catch him looking at me with concern, like he's searching my face for signs of something. Last week, I woke up on my back deck in the middle of the night. I have no memory of going outside. There was dirt under my fingernails and leaves in my hair. The whispers are getting louder. Some nights I can almost understand the words. I should leave. I need to leave. But the woods are so beautiful at twilight. And the voices are starting to sound like home. I think I'll go for a walk tonight, just to the edge of the trees, just to listen for a while. After all, the woods are waiting and they're so very, very hungry. I was wrong about apartment 4B being empty. Dead wrong. The first noise came 3 weeks after I moved in. A soft thud from above, like something heavy being set down. I ignored it. The building was old, pipes groaned, floors creaked. Normal stuff. But it kept happening. Small sounds at first. Footsteps crossing the ceiling at 3 a.m. The scrape of furniture being dragged, a door closing. Each time I told myself it was nothing, had to be nothing. The landlord confirmed 4B was vacant when I signed my lease for 3B last month. Nobody lived there. I called maintenance anyway. Just checking. Is anyone living in 4B now? No, sir, the guy said. Been empty 6 months. Owner's trying to sell it. I hung up and stared at the ceiling. The footsteps had gotten louder lately. More frequent. Always at night. Always when I was trying to sleep. Sometimes they'd pace back and forth for hours, the same path across my bedroom ceiling. Last night things changed. I jolted awake at 2 a.m. to the sound of running water. Not the usual pipe sounds, this was a bathtub being filled, clear as day, coming from directly above my bathroom. I lay there listening, my heart pounding. The water ran for exactly 17 minutes. I counted every second, then silence, until the splashing started. I got out of bed, grabbed my phone for a flashlight and headed for the hall. The building was dead quiet except for Mrs. Chen's TV next door. She always fell asleep with it on. I walked to the stairwell, my bare feet cold on the tiles. Fourth floor was darker than usual. The hallway light was out, leaving just the red exit sign at the far end. I swept my phone light across the walls, looking for 4B. The beam caught something on the floor outside the door. A man's shoe. Brown leather Oxford, badly scuffed. Just one, placed perfectly centered in front of 4B like it was waiting for me. I picked it up. The leather was wet, dripping onto the carpet. It smelled like river water. Thomas. The whisper came from behind the door. Soft, barely audible, but it was my name. I dropped the shoe. It landed with a wet thud. Thomas. Louder this time. A woman's voice, but wrong somehow, like she was talking through water. I backed away. My phone light flickered, dimmed. The whisper came again, right next to my ear. I've been waiting for you. I ran. Down 3 flights of stairs, nearly falling, back to my apartment. Slammed the door, locked it, grabbed my baseball bat from the closet. Stood there in the dark, breathing hard, listening. Footsteps above. Slow, deliberate, crossing to my bedroom. Water dripping through my ceiling, forming a puddle on my floor. The drops were red. That was an hour ago. I'm writing this from my car in the parking lot. The lights are still on in my bedroom window. A figure keeps passing by. Tall, female, dripping water. Every few minutes she presses her face against the glass and mouths my name. I'm not going back up there, but I know she'll find me eventually. They always do, the ones who drown in that bathtub. And they're always looking for company. The thing is, I remember that shoe. I was wearing its pair the night Sarah died. The night I held her under the water until the bubbles stopped. The night I carried her body down 4 flights of stairs and into the river. I thought I'd gotten away with it, but the dead have a way of rising. Sarah's at my car window now. Her skin is gray and bloated, her hair floating like seaweed around her face. Water streams from her mouth as she smiles. Found you, she gurgles. The door locks just clicked open on their own. I hear splashing in the back seat. This will be my last update. If you're reading this, stay away from apartment 4B. Some things should stay buried. Some silences should never be broken. But most importantly, always check the bathtub before you go to sleep. You never know who might be waiting there under the water, whispering your name. I have to go now. Sarah's calling. And I can't hold my breath forever. The end. I kept you waiting long enough. You found me up here in 4B. No more running. No more hiding. It's time to face what I did. The bathroom door creaks open. I see your reflection in the mirror, still wearing that blue dress from that night, dark hair plastered to your face. Water pools at your feet. Ready for your bath, Thomas? Your hands are cold on my shoulders, strong. I don't resist as you guide me toward the tub. The water is black as river mud. I missed you, you whisper, pushing me down. We have so much catching up to do. The water closes over my head. Your fingers tangle in my hair, holding me under. Bubbles stream from my mouth as I scream, but that's okay. We have all the time in the world now. Somewhere far below, in apartment 3B, a new tenant is lying awake, listening to the splashing sounds from above, wondering why the empty unit isn't so empty after all. They'll find out soon enough. We all do in the end. The water is in my lungs now. Everything's getting dark. See you soon, Sarah. I've kept you waiting long enough. The old camera sat in my hands, heavy and cold. I found it at Jimmy's Antiques on 23rd Street last Tuesday. $20. The price tag said, vintage Rolleiflex, as is. I didn't know if it worked, didn't care. Something about its scratched metal body and clouded viewfinder pulled me in. 3 days later, my hands shook as I spread the developed photos across my kitchen table. In every single one, there he stood. A man in a brown tweed suit and matching hat, maybe from the 1950s. Sometimes at the edge of the frame, sometimes dead center. The thing is, I shot these photos alone. I'm sure of it. Let me back up. I should tell this right. I'm not a photographer. Never was. I fix air conditioners for a living. Not exactly an artistic job. But last week, walking past Jimmy's shop window, that camera caught my eye. It sat between a rusty toaster and some kid's baseball trophy covered in dust. I went inside without thinking. Jimmy, all liver spots and white stubble, barely looked up from his newspaper. Need something? The camera, in the window. He shrugged. Works far as I know. Lady brought it in last month, estate sale stuff. The price tag hung from a frayed string. $20 seemed like nothing for something that solid. The metal felt right in my hands. Heavy. Real. Not like the plastic digital things everyone uses now. I'll take it, I said. At home, I found an old manual online. Spent 2 hours learning how to load the film. The mechanisms clicked and whirred like they should. I bought 3 rolls of black and white film from that specialty camera shop downtown, the one that somehow stays in business. Saturday morning, I took the camera out. Clear sky, good light. I started in my neighborhood, brownstones, corner stores, kids playing basketball. Normal stuff. The viewfinder showed everything upside down, but I got used to it. Click, click, click. The weight of the camera felt good, professional. Each shot took time to line up, to focus. No instant preview, no delete button. Just the mechanical snap of the shutter. I walked for hours, down to the river, through the park, up to the old industrial district with its empty warehouses. Shot whatever caught my eye. Pigeons on power lines, rust patterns on metal doors, shadows of fire escapes. Used up all 3 rolls. The camera shop guy said they'd have the photos ready Tuesday. I hadn't shot film since I was a kid. Forgot how you had to wait. Tuesday came. The prints felt thick in the envelope. Good paper. I waited until I got home to look at them. The first photo showed my street, early morning. Empty sidewalk, parked cars, nothing special. Except there he was. Standing by a fire hydrant, brown tweed suit, matching hat pulled low. Old-style clothes, like from an old movie. Must be a coincidence. Just some guy walking by. Second photo. The basketball court, kids playing. And there, between 2 teenagers going for a rebound, the same man. Same suit, same hat, standing perfectly still. My hands started sweating. Photo after photo. The river. Empty warehouse. Coffee shop window. Every single one had him. Sometimes far back, sometimes right in front. Always the same position. Standing straight, arms at his sides. Face shadow dark under that hat brim. I remember taking these shots. I was alone most of the time. When other people were around, they moved, blurred. But he was always sharp. Perfect focus. The last photo made me drop the whole stack. It showed my kitchen. Through the viewfinder, before I took the shot. Empty room, morning light through the window. But in the print, he stood at my sink, looking straight at the camera. At me. I haven't touched the camera since. It sits in my closet now. But last night I heard something from in there. A click. Like a shutter. I'm writing this down because I need to tell someone. Need to make sense of it. The photos are spread out on my table as I type. 87 pictures. He's in every one. Wait. The closet door just creaked open. I hear footsteps. There's something else I haven't mentioned. In that last kitchen photo, the one where he's looking at the camera, I can see his face now. I didn't notice it before. He's holding a camera too, a Rolleiflex, just like mine. And his face, God. His face is mine, older, weathered, but mine. The footsteps are closer now. Heavy shoes on hard wood. I smell something, old wool maybe, like a suit that's been in storage for decades. I don't want to turn around, but I will. I have to know. Maybe he wants his camera back. 3 weeks have passed since I first wrote those words. Things have changed. I need to record what happened next. Need to understand it myself. That night, when I heard the footsteps, I did turn around. The man, my older self, stood there in his tweed suit. He held up his camera, pointed at me. Click. I didn't run, couldn't. We stared at each other for a long time. His face was mine, but lined with years I haven't lived yet. Eyes tired, but intense. Finally, he spoke. His voice rasped like old paper. You bought the camera. I nodded. Good. My turn is done then. He set his Rolleiflex on my table. The exact same camera. Even the scratches matched. Your turn now. Turn for what? He sat heavily in my kitchen chair, took off his hat. His hair was gray, thinning, like my father's before he died. To watch, he said. To record. To make sure things happen like they should. What things? He shook his head. You'll see. When you take the pictures. Important moments. Small things that matter. You have to be there. Have to capture them. Why me? Because I was you, and now you're me. He stood up, straightened his jacket. The camera shows you where to go, what to photograph. Follow its pull, you'll understand. How long? Until the next one comes. Like you came for me. He walked to my door, stopped. Don't fight it. The camera chose you. Like it chose me. Like it chose the one before me. Then he was gone. Left his camera behind. I didn't sleep that night. Stared at the two identical cameras on my table. In the morning, the old one, his, had vanished. Like he had. But mine remained. And it pulled at me. A tug in my mind. Showing me places. Moments. Things I needed to photograph. The first one came 3 days later. A street corner downtown. The camera drew me there at exactly 8:47 a.m. I stood and waited. Watched through the viewfinder. A woman rushed past, late for work maybe. Dropped her keys without noticing. I took the photo. Behind her, a man bent to pick them up. Called out, ran to return them. 2 months later, I shot their wedding. That's how it goes now. The camera shows me where. When. What matters. Small moments that ripple outward. Lives connecting. Changing. Sometimes it's simple things. A child finding a lost dog. A stranger helping with dropped groceries. Other times, darker things. Car accidents I can't prevent. Fires I can only document. I'm there for all of them. Recording. Watching. Making sure they happen. The pictures don't show me anymore. I'm not the ghost in them now. That was him, my future self, completing his watch. Now I stand outside the frame, observing, preserving. Some nights I stare at the camera and wonder how long, how many years, until I put on that tweed suit, until I find the next watcher and pass the camera on. The pull is stronger now, more frequent. It wakes me at odd hours, shows me places across the city, moments I can't miss. I've stopped fixing air conditioners. Don't need money much anymore. The camera provides. Leads me to what I need. My hair is graying at the temples. Lines forming around my eyes. Time passes differently now. Measured in photographs, not days. Sometimes I dream of him, my older self, standing in doorways, on street corners, watching me watch others, making sure I do my job. The camera sits beside me as I write this, heavy, cold, waiting. It's pulling again, showing me somewhere I need to be, someone whose moment needs recording. I have to go now, have to watch, have to preserve. After all, that's what the camera chose me for, like it chose him, like it will choose another. Click. The knocking started on my first night at 3 a.m. 3 sharp raps against my door. I was awake, unpacking boxes. No one was there when I opened it. That was 2 weeks ago. Now I sit in my bed every night staring at the door, waiting. The knocking comes like clockwork. Always at 3 a.m., always 3 knocks, always no one there. I found this place through a Craigslist ad. Historic boarding house, furnished rooms, utilities included, $600 a month. The price was too good to pass up. especially in downtown Portland. The owner, Mr. Harris, met me out front. He was tall, maybe 70, with thick glasses and thinning gray hair. "You're looking at room 210, he said, leading me up creaky wooden stairs. It's been vacant for a few months. The room was basic but clean. Queen bed, dresser, desk, mini fridge. High ceilings, hardwood floors, one window overlooking the street. The bathroom down the hall was shared with 3 other tenants, but I rarely saw them. I moved in that weekend. The first few days were normal. I went to work at the coffee shop, came home, watched Netflix, slept. Then the knocking started. At first I thought it was another tenant, but no one was ever there. I started staying up, watching through the peephole. The hallway remained empty. The knocks came anyway. After a week, I asked Mr. Harris about it. Knocking. He adjusted his glasses. "What time did you say?" 3 a.m., every night. His face changed, just for a second. Then he smiled. "Old building. Pipes make noise sometimes." "These aren't pipes. They're knocks. On my door specifically." He was quiet for a moment. "Room 210 had a tenant before you. James Chen. Nice young man, worked in tech. He disappeared about 6 months ago." "Disappeared?" "Left without notice. His belongings were still there. Police investigated but found nothing. No family to contact." He paused. "They never found him." I went back to my room and Googled James Chen Portland missing. A few local news articles came up. 32-year-old software engineer, last seen leaving work on March 15th. Car found in the boarding house parking lot. No signs of foul play. Case went cold. That night, I lay in bed waiting. My phone showed 2:59 a.m. The air felt heavy. At exactly 3 knocks rang out. Loud, clear, deliberate. I jumped up and yanked the door open. Empty hallway. But the air was cold. Much colder than it should have been. I started sleeping less. Dark circles formed under my eyes. At work, I'd jump at every sudden noise. My manager asked if everything was okay. I said I was fine. The next week, I ran into one of my neighbors in the bathroom. Tom from 208. Early 20s, music student. "Hey, weird question," I said, trying to sound casual. "Do you ever hear knocking at night?" He looked confused. "Knocking? Yeah, around 3 a.m.? No, man, I sleep like a rock." He paused. "Oh, wait, you're in 210, right?" "Yeah." That was Chen's room, before he vanished. Tom lowered his voice. "People said he was acting weird before he disappeared, talking about noises. Not sleeping, then poof, gone." I went to the library and dug through newspaper archives, found more about Chen. Coworkers said he'd become paranoid in his final weeks. Complained about someone following him, knocking on his door at night. Police dismissed it as mental health issues. The knocking continued. Every night. Sometimes I'd sit with my back against the door, feeling it vibrate with each knock. Sometimes I'd stand at the peephole for hours. The hallway remained empty. One night I decided to film it. Set up my phone camera facing the door at 2:55 a.m. At 3 hours the knocks came. I checked the footage immediately. The video showed nothing. No movement, no sound. But I heard it, I felt it. The knocks were real. I started keeping a detailed log. Day 15, 3 knocks. 3 a.m. exactly. Temperature drop noticeable. Day 16, 3 knocks. 3 a.m. Cold spot by door, lasted 10 minutes. Day 17, 3 knocks. 3 a.m. Thought I saw a shadow under door. Day 18, 3 knocks. 3 a.m. Definite shadow movement. On day 19, something changed. The knocks came at 3 a.m. as usual, but this time they were followed by a voice. Barely a whisper, but clear. "Let me in." I froze. My heart pounded. The voice came again. "Please, let me in." It sounded desperate, afraid, human. I put my hand on the doorknob. It was ice cold. My fingers wouldn't move. "Help me," the voice whispered. I stood there, hand on the knob, for what felt like hours. Eventually, the cold faded. The voice stopped. Morning came. I went to Mr. Harris's office as soon as it opened. "Someone was talking outside my door last night," I said, asking to be let in. He looked up from his desk. No one was in the hallway. I checked the security cameras every morning, then checked them. 3 a.m., room 210. He pulled up the footage. Empty hallway. No movement, no sound. "Look," he said, taking off his glasses. "Maybe this isn't the right place for you. I can refund your deposit." I shook my head. I need to know what happened to Chen. That afternoon, I went to Chen's workplace, modern tech company downtown. I told the receptionist I was a friend trying to help solve his disappearance. His former manager agreed to talk. James was one of our best engineers. Then he started changing, paranoid, jumpy. Said someone was stalking him. Did he mention knocking? At night? She looked surprised. Yes, he was obsessed with it. Said it started right after he moved into that boarding house. Always at the same time. "I am?" "Yeah, how did you know?" "I'm in his old room." She went pale. "Get out of there now." James told me something the day before he disappeared. Said he finally figured it out. The knocking, the voices. Said it wasn't someone trying to get in. "What do you mean?" He said it was someone trying to get out. I went back to the boarding house. Spent hours researching its history. Built in 1910. Dozens of owners. No major incidents reported. But then I found it. 1956 newspaper article. Man dies in boarding house fire. Room 210. Eugene Walsh, 45. Body never recovered. The knocking came again that night. 3:02 a.m. exactly. 3 knocks. Then the voice. "Let me out." My blood went cold. The voice was different now. Deeper. Older. "Please, I've been trapped so long." The temperature dropped. Frost formed on the window. My breath came out in clouds. "Chen figured it out," the voice said. "He tried to help. Now he's here too." Something scraped against the other side of the door, like nails on wood. "Let us out." Multiple voices now, whispering, pleading, demanding. I grabbed my phone to call 911. No signal. The screen was iced over. The door shuddered. The knob turned slowly. I hadn't locked it. I ran. Threw the door open, sprinted down the hallway. Behind me, voices called out. Footsteps followed. Cold air chased me. I made it to the stairs, took them 3 at a time, burst out onto the street. Ran until my lungs burned. I never went back. Left everything behind. Mr. Harris kept my deposit. I didn't care. The police took my statement but didn't believe me. They never searched the building. Never found Chen. I live across the country now. Different name, different life. But every night at 3 a.m. I wake up. Listen for knocking. Wonder about room 210. About Chen. About all the others. Sometimes I dream about that last night. About the voices. About what I would have seen if I'd stayed. In my dreams, they're still there. Knocking. Waiting. Trapped behind a door that opens both ways. I check the news sometimes. Looking for missing persons reports from that address. There's a new one every few months. The boarding house is still there. Still renting rooms. Still advertising on Craigslist. Room 210 is always available. The knocking continues. Every night. At 3 a.m. But now it's someone else's turn to answer. I'm done being quiet about what happened on Route 23. The cops think I'm crazy. My wife left me. My kids won't talk to me. But I know what I saw. Every detail is burned into my brain like a brand. I need to get this down before I lose my mind completely. It started 3 months ago. I'd taken the night shift supervisor job at the Amazon warehouse in Butler County. The pay was better, and nights meant less traffic on my hour-long commute. Route 23 was the fastest way home, a winding 2-lane road cutting through cornfields and patches of woods. During the day, you'd see tractors and pickup trucks. At 3 a.m., it was just me and the occasional semi. The first time I saw him was 2 weeks into the job. I'd settled into the routine by then. clock out at 2:30 a.m., grab coffee from the break room and hit the road by 2:45. The drive was always the same. Past the 24-hour gas station, 20 minutes of farmland. The old Fisher barn. Then home. That night was clear and cold. Early October in Ohio means frost on the windshield and your breath making clouds in the air. I had the heat on full blast and was listening to some late-night talk radio show about conspiracy theories. The host was interviewing some guy who claimed he'd been abducted by aliens. I rounded the curve past Miller's farm when my headlights caught something at the edge of the road. A man. Just walking. He wore dark clothes, maybe a coat or jacket, something long. He was moving slowly along the shoulder, head down. I didn't think much of it at first. People break down sometimes, even at that hour. But something made me slow down as I passed him. Maybe it was the way he was walking, stiff, mechanical. Or maybe it was because he didn't look up or react to my headlights at all. I watched him in my rear-view mirror until he disappeared in the darkness. By the time I got home, I'd forgotten about it. The next night was the same route, same time. And there he was again. Same spot, same slow walk, same dark clothes. This time, I really noticed him. He was tall, maybe 6'2" or 6'3". The coat was black and went down past his knees. His head was bowed so low I couldn't see his face. His arms hung straight down at his sides, not swinging naturally like someone walking normally. I slowed down more this time. The radio cut to static as I passed him. The temperature in my car dropped so fast the windows fogged up. I hit the gas and didn't look back. The third night, I was ready. I kept my eyes on that stretch of road, hands tight on the wheel. Part of me hoped he wouldn't be there. Part of me needed to know I wasn't imagining things. Sure enough, there he was. Same spot, same walk, same everything. I pulled over about 50 yards ahead of him and put on my hazards. My hands were shaking as I watched him in the side mirror. He kept walking, that same slow pace, getting closer and closer to my car. "Hey," I called out the window. "You need help?" No response. He just kept walking. I got out of the car. The cold hit me like a slap. My breath came out in white clouds under the orange glow of my hazard lights. "Sir, are you okay?" He was about 20 feet away now, still walking, still looking down. "Look, I can give you a ride if you need one. It's freezing out here." 10 feet away, I could hear his footsteps now. They sounded wet, like someone walking in soaked shoes. 5 feet. I took a step back. Something was wrong. Very wrong. His feet were bare, pale white, and with each step, they left dark, wet prints on the asphalt. "Jesus Christ," I whispered. He stopped. Slowly, so slowly, his head began to lift. I ran. I didn't look back. I threw myself into the driver's seat and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The tires squealed on the frost-covered road as I fishtailed away. When I got home, I sat in my driveway for an hour, shaking. I called in sick the next day, and the next. When I finally went back to work, I took the long way home, an extra 45 minutes of driving just to avoid that stretch of Route 23. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. About him. Those wet footprints. What would I have seen if his face had finished turning toward me? After 2 weeks of the long route, I convinced myself I was being stupid. Gas prices were killing me. I was losing sleep. It was probably just some local drunk who walked that road sometimes. The footprints? A trick of the light. The temperature drop? Bad thermostat in my car. So I took Route 23 again. He was there. This time I was determined to face it, to prove to myself it was nothing. I pulled over again, but stayed in my car. Left the engine running, high beams on. He walked past my car. The radio died. The engine sputtered and stalled. The temperature plummeted so fast frost formed on the inside of my windshield. I sat perfectly still, hands clenched on the wheel, as he passed by my driver's side window. I made myself look. His coat wasn't a coat at all. It was like a hole in the world, darker than the darkness around it. His skin, What I could see of his hands and neck was the color of old bones. Water dripped constantly from his clothes, his hands, his feet, leaving a trail of dark spots on the road that vanished moments later. He stopped beside my window. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. He turned his head. I saw his face. God help me, I saw his face. It was my face, but wrong, bloated, blue-tinged. The face of a drowning victim, eyes milky white and lips pulled back in a permanent grimace. Water trickled from the corners of his mouth, his nose, his eyes. I screamed. The sound seemed to trigger something. He flickered like a bad TV signal and vanished. Just gone. All that was left was a single wet footprint on the asphalt beside my car. I sat there until dawn, engine dead, shivering in the cold. When the sun finally rose, I took pictures of the footprint with my phone. It was still there, still wet, hours later. I measured it. Size 11. My size. That was 2 months ago. I quit my job the next day. Tried to tell the police, but they just wrote it off as stress or fatigue or someone playing pranks. I showed them the pictures, but they said they just looked like water spots on the road. My wife thought I was having a breakdown. Maybe I am. She took the kids to her sister's place last week. Said she needed time to think. I've done research. Talked to locals. Turns out there was an accident on that stretch of road 15 years ago. A man drove his car into Miller's Pond during a rainstorm. They found his body 3 days later. He was wearing a long black coat, size 11 shoes. I drive past Miller's Pond every day now. Park there sometimes. The water is dark and still. Sometimes I think I see something moving under the surface, something walking, waiting. I know what you're thinking, that I'm crazy, that I need help. Maybe you're right. But if you're ever driving Route 23 in Butler County, Ohio around 3 a.m. and you see a man walking, don't stop. Don't get out of your car. And whatever you do, don't look at his face, because he'll show you how you die. I know what's waiting for me now. I see it every time I close my eyes. That pond, that cold, dark water, my face bloated and blue, walking that endless road. It's only a matter of time. Last night I found wet footprints leading up to my front door. Size 11. I wish I'd never helped Mike clean out that antique store. The doll sits on my dresser right now. It's staring at me. I know what you're thinking. It's just a doll. But I swear its head wasn't turned this way when I left for work this morning. Let me start from the beginning. 3 weeks ago, Mike called asking for help clearing out his uncle's antique store. His uncle had died, leaving him to deal with 40 years' worth of collected junk. I had nothing better to do on a Saturday, so I agreed. The store sat in an old brick building downtown, paint peeled from the wooden doorframe. The windows were so grimy you could barely see the dusty displays inside. A brass bell jangled when we walked in. The smell hit me first, musty and stale, like old books mixed with mothballs. "Thanks for helping, Dan," Mike said, handing me a pair of work gloves. "This place is a mess. Uncle Ted was a hoarder. We need to sort what's valuable from what's trash." Dust floated in the sunlight streaming through the dirty windows. Shelves crammed with trinkets lined the walls. Glass cases held jewelry, coins, and smaller items. Furniture was stacked randomly, chairs on tables, dressers blocking aisles. We started in the back room. I lifted boxes while Mike checked inventory lists. Most stuff was worthless. Broken toys, incomplete chess sets, damaged picture frames. Then I found the doll. It sat on a high shelf behind some old books, about 12 inches tall, made of porcelain. Its face was hand-painted, pale skin, rosy cheeks, deep blue eyes. The clothes looked handmade, a blue velvet dress with white lace trim, tiny leather boots. Something about it caught my attention. "Hey, Mike, what about this?" I held up the doll. He barely glanced at it. Probably worth something to collectors. Add it to the keep pile. But I kept looking at it. The craftsmanship was incredible. Every detail was perfect. The tiny stitches in the dress, the delicate fingers, the glossy brown hair. The face had personality. It wasn't the blank stare of a typical doll. "How much you want for it?" I asked. Mike shrugged. "Take it. Consider it payment for helping." I should have left it there, but I wrapped it in newspaper and took it home, set it on my dresser. That's when things got weird. The first night I dreamed I was trapped in a small dark space. The air was thick and stale. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. When I woke up gasping, sweat soaked my sheets. I got ready for work, trying to shake off the nightmare. As I grabbed my keys, something felt off. The doll looked different. I could have sworn it faced the window last night, but now it faced my bed. I told myself I was being paranoid. That night, the dream came again. This time I was in an old room. Dusty shelves towered over me. Giant shapes loomed in the shadows. Everything was huge, like I'd shrunk. Heavy footsteps approached. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I woke up with my heart pounding. The doll had moved again, just slightly, head tilted down instead of straight ahead. I examined it closely. The face that seemed so charming before now looked sinister. The blue eyes held a hungry gleam. The small smile seemed to mock me. "This is stupid," I said out loud. "It's just a doll." I went to work, couldn't focus, kept thinking about those eyes. When I got home, the doll had definitely moved. It sat closer to the edge of the dresser, one arm slightly raised. I took photos with my phone to prove I wasn't crazy. Compared them each morning. Small changes showed up. The head turned a few degrees, an arm lowered. The dress ruffled differently. The dreams got worse. I was in a box, being carried. Rough hands lifted me out. Strange faces peered down. I tried to move, to speak. Nothing worked. I could only watch as I was placed on a shelf, posed like a toy. Because I was a toy. A doll. Trapped. I started sleeping on the couch. The dreams followed. Every morning I checked the photos. Every morning the doll had shifted position, sometimes just slightly, sometimes dramatically. One morning I found it on the floor, face down. Another time it sat on my pillow. I'd wake up to find it in different rooms, the kitchen counter, the living room bookshelf, the bathroom sink. I tried to throw it away. Drove to a dumpster across town. Tossed it in. Felt better. Until I got home and found it back on the dresser. Dressed dirty but intact. I took it to a secondhand store. Left it there. Next morning, back on the dresser. Tried burying it in the woods. Came home covered in dirt. Broke it with a hammer. Woke up to find it perfect again, sitting closer to my bed. The dreams got more intense. I lived entire lifetimes trapped in the doll. Decades of watching, unable to move or speak. Passed from owner to owner, locked in display cases, stored in dark attics, always conscious, always screaming inside. I stopped sleeping, drank coffee all day, took caffeine pills, but exhaustion won. I'd drift off and snap awake to find the doll closer, always closer. Last night was the worst. In the dream, I was the doll again, but this time I saw myself sleeping. Watched my own body twitch and mutter. Felt the urge to reach out, to touch my face, to switch places. I jolted awake. The doll sat on my chest, face inches from mine. Its cold porcelain hand pressed against my cheek. I screamed, knocked it off, ran out of the bedroom, slept in my car. Now I'm sitting at my desk at work, trying to think. The doll is still in my house, waiting. I can feel it. My hands shake as I type this. Need to document what's happening while I still can. While I'm still me. Because the dreams are bleeding into reality. This morning I caught my reflection. My skin looked paler, smoother, almost like porcelain. My joints feel stiff. Hard to move my fingers. The doll is changing too. Last time I saw it, the face looked more human. The blue eyes had depth. The skin had texture. It's waiting for me. I know what it wants. The switch has already started. I don't want to go home, but I have to. Have to face it. Maybe I can break the cycle, destroy it completely, burn it, dissolve it in acid, but I've tried before. It always comes back. I check my phone. New text from Mike. Hey, found some papers about that doll. Previous owner disappeared in 1967. Police found his apartment empty except for a porcelain doll on the dresser. Looks just like you. My fingers tingle. Skin feels tight. I look at my hands. The knuckles are smooth, shiny. I have to go home now. The doll is calling. Soon I'll be free. Free to sit on the dresser, free to wait. Someone will find me. Someone will take me home. And the cycle will start again. But I won't be trapped anymore. I'll be the one doing the trapping. I feel the change spreading. My movements are jerky, mechanical. The doll is winning. Soon I'll be porcelain. Soon I'll be free. Soon I'll be... The first laugh came at 2:47 a.m. I know because I checked my phone the moment I heard it. A high-pitched giggle, crystal clear, from the basement below my bedroom. My new house, my new basement, my locked basement. I live alone. But let me back up. This started 6 hours earlier, when I was organizing the basement storage room I'd been putting off since moving in 3 weeks ago. The previous owners left behind some junk, and my realtor said I could trash it all. Standard stuff. Old paint cans, broken garden tools, a rusty bike frame. I hauled most of it to the curb that afternoon. Then I found the box. It was shoved behind a stack of moldy cardboard, a plain brown shoebox with no markings, the kind you'd get from a department store. When I picked it up, something shifted inside. The lid was sealed with yellowed masking tape that crumbled when I pulled it. Photos. Dozens of them. All black and white, or that faded sepia color old pictures get. They showed a family. Mom, dad, 3 kids. The edges were rough, like someone had torn them out of albums. Some had dates scribbled on the back in faded blue ink. 1963, 1964, 1965. The first photo showed them all posed on front steps. Their front steps. These front steps. My front steps. The dad wore thick glasses and a crew cut. The mom had one of those fancy 60s hairdos with the flipped ends. The kids, 2 boys and a girl, wore Sunday clothes and forced smiles. I flipped through more. Birthday parties, Christmas mornings, summer backyard barbecues, normal family stuff. But something felt off. In every single photo, they stood in exactly the same positions. Dad on the left, mom on the right, kids in size order in the middle. Even in casual shots, even when they were obviously doing different things, they maintained those exact positions and their expressions. The more I looked, the more wrong they seemed. Those weren't just forced photo smiles. Their faces were frozen, stiff, like taxidermy animals posed to look alive. The last photo was different. They stood in the basement, this basement, in their usual positions. But the image was blurry, like whoever took it was shaking. And their faces were just smears of white, like someone had taken an eraser to them. I checked the back. No date. Just 5 words in different handwriting. Don't let them hear you. I should have thrown the box away, should have burned it. Instead, I put it back exactly where I found it and finished cleaning. By 8 p.m., the basement looked decent. I locked up, ordered pizza, watched some Netflix. Normal night. Until 2:47 a.m. The giggle jolted me awake. High-pitched like a little girl. It echoed up through the heating vent beside my bed. I lay there, holding my breath, straining to hear more. Nothing. Just a dream. Had to be. I rolled over, pulled the blanket up. Another laugh. A deeper one this time. A man's laugh. Then a woman's voice, too quiet to make out words. I sat up, heart pounding. The sounds were definitely coming from the basement. My locked basement. My phone showed 3 text messages from my buddy Mike about our weekend plans. I ignored them and opened the flashlight app instead. The wooden floor creaked under my feet as I got up. More laughter floated up through the vent. All three voices now, plus the kids. A family having fun. At 3 a.m., in my locked basement. I pulled on jeans and grabbed the baseball bat from my closet. The one I bought after moving in alone, just in case. My hands shook as I checked the phone's battery. 92%. Enough. The hallway was darker than usual. Moonlight usually came through the window at the end, but clouds covered everything tonight. My flashlight beam bounced off the walls as I crept toward the basement door. The laughter got louder with each step. I could hear words now. "Show it again, Daddy." "One more time." "Everybody ready?" Normal words, happy words, but wrong, so wrong at this hour, in this place. I reached the basement door, tested the knob. Still locked. The key hung on its hook beside the frame, right where I'd left it. The voices continued below. I stood there, bat in one hand, phone in the other, trying to think. Call the cops? They'd take forever to arrive. Break down the door? What if someone really had broken in? A new sound cut through the laughter. Music, tinny and distant, like from an old record player. I recognized the tune. "Happy Birthday." My mouth went dry. One of the photos had shown a birthday party. The little girl in a party dress, cake with 6 candles, that same record player in the background. The key felt ice cold as I lifted it off the hook. The lock clicked open with a sound like breaking glass. I nudged the door with my foot. It swung inward on silent hinges. The voices and music grew louder, but they had a strange echo now, like they were coming from underwater. My flashlight beam found the steps. Solid wood, each one a potential creaking betrayal. I tested the first with my toe. Silent. Step by step I descended. The temperature dropped with each foot lower. By the third step, I could see my breath. The voices seemed to come from everywhere now. The family talked and laughed, the record player crackled, but I couldn't pin down the source. The sound bounced off the concrete walls, disorienting me. Halfway down, my phone flickered. The battery had been at 92%. Now it showed 17%. As I watched, it dropped to 16%, then 15%. I reached the bottom step. The basement stretched out before me, shapes looming in the dimming flashlight beam. Old shelves, boxes, the water heater's hulking shadow. 14% battery. The shoebox sat exactly where I'd left it, on a shelf near the far wall. But something was different. The lid was off. 13%. The music warped, slowing down like a dying record player. The voices distorted with it, dropping to impossible registers. They didn't sound happy anymore. 12%. Movement caught my eye. A shadow darker than the rest, person-shaped, slid behind the water heater. 11%. Another shadow, smaller, darted between boxes. 10%. The temperature plummeted. Frost crackled across the concrete floor, spreading from where I stood. 9%. My flashlight dimmed further, barely piercing the darkness now. The shadows moved faster, circling, drawing closer. 8%. A child's laugh, right behind me. I spun around. Nothing. 7%. "Show it again, Daddy." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. 6%. The shoebox fell. Photos scattered across the frost-covered floor. 5%. They were different now. In every image, the family stared directly at the camera. At me, 4%. Their faces weren't blank anymore. Their mouths stretched too wide, filled with too many teeth. 3%. My flashlight caught a reflection in the corner. 5 pairs of eyes, glowing like animals in the dark. 2%. They stood in their usual positions. Dad left, Mom right, kids in the middle, just like the photos. 1%. Don't let them hear you. My phone died. The darkness rushed in, cold air wrapped around me like hands, and they began to move. I don't remember running up the stairs. Don't remember slamming the door, turning the key, sliding down the wall with my heart trying to punch through my ribs. I sat there until dawn seeped through the windows, until birds started chirping and cars began passing outside. Normal sounds, day sounds. When I finally stood on shaking legs, I saw frost under the door. It melted as I watched, leaving 5 puddles, 2 large, 3 small. I called a realtor that morning. The house is on the market now. I sleep at a hotel, coming back only to show the place to potential buyers. Nice family looked at it yesterday. Parents, 3 kids. They loved the basement storage space. Said it was perfect for their needs. I tried to warn them. Tried to say something about the photos, the voices, the shadows that move wrong. But every time I start to speak, I hear those words. Don't let them hear you. So I stay quiet, sign the papers, hand over the keys, and try not to think about the shoebox still sitting on that shelf, waiting for the next family to find it. The last showing is tomorrow. After that, it's not my problem anymore. Let the new owners deal with what lives in their basement. Just remember, if you're ever organizing a new storage space and find an old box of photos, leave it where it is. Don't look too closely at the faces. Don't read what's written on the back. And if you hear laughter in the night, keep your door locked. Some basements are better left alone. The scratching started on my first night in the house. Just a light scraping against the bedroom window. I told myself it was tree branches, but there weren't any trees near that side of the house. That was my first clue something was wrong with 42 Maple Street, but I ignored it. I needed this place, and the rent was cheap, and I was desperate after my divorce. I should have listened to my gut. I found the diary 3 days after moving in. The floorboard in the living room caught my sock. When I bent down to check it, the wood felt loose. I pried it up with my fingers, sending dust everywhere. The leather-bound book sat in a small cavity, wrapped in a plastic bag. The pages were yellowed, but intact. The handwriting was neat, almost too perfect. It belonged to someone named Thomas Warren. The first entry was dated exactly 1 year ago, October 15th, 2023. Something watches me from the backyard. I see it when I'm doing dishes. A dark shape always just at the edge of the window. When I turn to look directly, it's gone. I'm not crazy. I know what I see. I read that entry 3 times. My hands were shaking when I looked up at my own kitchen window. It was past sunset, and all I could see was my reflection in the dark glass. But something made me walk over and close the blinds. The diary entries got worse. Thomas wrote about scratching sounds at night, cold spots in the hallway, the feeling of being watched while he slept, items moving when he wasn't looking. At first, I told myself it was the ramblings of a disturbed mind. But then things started happening to me too. It began with small things. I'd leave my coffee mug on the kitchen counter only to find it in the sink. I'd wake up to all the cabinet doors standing open. The shower would turn on by itself while I was reading in bed. I started taking photos of how I left rooms before going to sleep, just to prove to myself I wasn't imagining things. One entry from Thomas caught my attention. December 3rd, 2023. I saw it clearly tonight. I was up late working, and movement caught my eye. A figure stood in my bedroom doorway. Tall, too tall. Its head nearly touched the frame. It was dark, but not like a shadow, more like a hole in the air. When I blinked, it was gone. But I smell it sometimes now, like wet earth and copper. 3 days after reading that entry, I saw it too. I was walking to the bathroom at 3 a.m. The hallway was dark, except for the nightlight I'd started leaving plugged in. The figure stood at the end of the hall, exactly as Thomas described. Impossibly tall, black as a starless night. My body went cold. I couldn't move. It felt like hours, but it must have been only seconds. When I finally managed to hit the light switch, the hallway was empty. I started sleeping with the lights on after that. I read more of the diary. January 15th, 2024. It's getting closer. Every night it's closer to my bed. I wake up and it's standing in the corner, then by the dresser, then at the foot of my bed. I can feel it watching, waiting. The real estate agent won't return my calls. I found out the previous tenant disappeared. Just stopped showing up to work one day. Left everything behind. I should leave, but something keeps me here. Like it's holding me somehow. My hands were sweating as I read, because I'd been experiencing the same progression. Each night, the figure appeared closer to where I slept. I started propping a chair against my bedroom door, but it didn't matter. It got in anyway. I researched the house's history. Thomas Warren had vanished 4 months ago. The police report said he left his car in the driveway, his wallet on the kitchen counter. No signs of struggle. No body ever found. Before him, another tenant disappeared in 2022, and another in 2019. The real estate company had been sued twice, but claimed no knowledge of any issues with the property. The diary's final entry was dated March 23, 2024. It's standing over me as I write this. I can feel its cold breath. The scratching is constant now, not just at the windows, in the walls, under the floor, in my head. I understand now. It needs to be fed. The house needs to be fed. That's why they chose me. That's why they'll choose someone else after. If you're reading this, get out. Get out before the entry ended there. A long ink line trailed off the page, like his hand had been dragged away. I started planning my escape that night. I packed a bag, made arrangements to stay with my brother. But something always stopped me from leaving. I'd reach for my car keys and suddenly feel dizzy. Try to walk out the front door, only to find myself back in the bedroom with no memory of turning around. The house didn't want me to leave. The scratching got louder. Not just at night now, all day, every day. I could hear it in the walls while I showered, in the ceiling while I ate, under the floor while I paced. Sometimes it sounded like whispers, sometimes like laughter. I started losing time. I'd look at the clock and it would be 2 p.m., then suddenly it would be midnight. I'd find scratches on my arms that I didn't remember getting. My phone would show photos I didn't remember taking, most of them just black frames, but some showing glimpses of that tall figure in mirrors, in windows, in doorways. Last night, I woke up in the crawl space under the house. My flashlight showed other things under there: old clothes, watches, wallets, personal effects from other tenants. The diary wasn't the only thing hidden under floorboards. The figure stands in my doorway as I write this. It's closer than ever. The scratching is deafening. I know now why Thomas's diary was left for me to find. The house wants me to continue the record, to leave evidence for the next tenant, to keep the cycle going. My hand is shaking so badly I can barely write. The smell of wet earth and copper fills my nose. It's reaching for me now. Its hand is so long, so black, like a tear in reality. I should run, but my legs won't move. I should scream, but my throat is closed. All I can do is write these last words. If you're reading this, get out. The house doesn't just want tenants. It wants sacrifices. It wants... The rest of the pages are blank. The black Chevrolet started following me 3 weeks ago. Same car, same time, same stretch of road between my office and home. At first, I thought it was just another commuter with a similar schedule. But no one takes the exact same route, at the exact same distance every single day. And no one disappears into thin air at the same curve night after night. I work late at the accounting firm downtown. The drive home takes 40 minutes on good days, closer to an hour when traffic's bad. Most people are already home by the time I leave the office parking garage at 8 p.m. The streets are quieter then, emptier. You notice things more when there are fewer cars around. The first time I spotted the Chevy, I barely registered it. Just another set of headlights in my rearview mirror as I merged onto Highland Avenue. But something made me look twice. Maybe it was how the car kept pace with mine, maintaining the same precise distance no matter how I varied my speed. 3 car lengths back, no more, no less. The driver stayed in shadow, impossible to make out through the tinted windows. The car itself was unremarkable. An older model Impala. Black paint slightly faded, no distinguishing features except a small dent in the rear bumper. But something about it felt wrong. The way it moved, maybe. Too smooth, too controlled. Like it was gliding rather than driving. That first night I watched it follow me all the way to Oakwood Curve, that sharp bend in the road just before my neighborhood. The Chevy was there one moment, headlights steady in my mirror. Then I rounded the curve, and when I looked again, the road behind me was empty. I figured I must have missed seeing it turn off somewhere. There are a few side streets along that stretch, but the next night the same thing happened. And the next. And the next. Always the same car, always disappearing at the same spot. I started taking different routes home. Surface streets instead of the highway, random turns, doubling back. The Chevy always found me within minutes of leaving the office. Always kept that same distance. Always vanished at Oakwood Curve. I began documenting everything. Date, time, route taken. I noted the weather, traffic conditions, any possible places the car could turn off. Nothing explained how it could disappear so completely, so quickly, night after night. The lack of sleep started getting to me. I'd lie awake for hours, replaying each encounter in my mind, searching for some detail I might have missed. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My hands shook slightly when I gripped the steering wheel. Coworkers asked if I was feeling okay. I stopped answering my phone when my mother called, not trusting myself to hide the strain in my voice. Tonight that changes. I've mapped out every inch of Oakwood Curve. There are no side streets, no driveways, nowhere for a car to go. The shoulder is too narrow for parking. The guardrail runs unbroken along the outer edge. Whatever happens when that Chevy reaches the curve, I'm going to find out. I left work at the usual time, hands sweating as I pulled out of the garage. The Chevy appeared right on schedule, sliding into position behind me. My heart pounded against my ribs as I drove, checking the mirror every few seconds to make sure it was still there. When I reached Oakwood Curve, instead of continuing through, I pulled onto the narrow shoulder. Gravel crunched under my tires as I brought the car to a stop. The Chevy's headlights filled my mirror, steady and bright. I took a deep breath, grabbed the flashlight from my glove compartment, and stepped out into the cool night air. The Chevy's engine idled, a low rumble in the darkness. I waited for the driver's door to open, for someone to step out and explain what the hell was going on. Nothing happened. The car just sat there, headlights boring into me. My legs felt unsteady as I walked toward it. The beam of my flashlight revealed the familiar dented bumper, the faded paint. But something was different. The windows weren't just tinted. They were completely black, like holes cut in reality. No reflection, no hint of movement inside. I stopped a few feet from the driver's side door. Sweat trickled down my back despite the chill. "Who are you?" My voice came out hoarse. "What do you want?" No response, just the steady idle of the engine. I reached for the door handle. My fingers touched cold metal. I started to pull. The engine revved suddenly, startling me backward. The Chevy's tires spun, kicking up gravel. Before I could react, it shot forward, passing my parked car and racing toward the curve. I sprinted back to my car, fumbling with the keys. By the time I got the engine started, the Chevy's taillights were disappearing around the bend. I accelerated hard, taking the curve faster than I should have. My tires squealed in protest. The road ahead was empty. I slammed on the brakes, breathing hard. It was impossible. I'd seen the car go this way seconds ago. There was nowhere it could have gone. I jumped out, sweeping my flashlight across the pavement, the guardrail, the dense trees beyond. Nothing. That's when I noticed the smell. Burning rubber, yes, from my tires. But something else too. A sharp, metallic odor that made my nose sting. The air felt wrong somehow, heavy and static-charged, like just before a thunderstorm. My flashlight beam caught something on the road. Dark streaks that could have been tire marks, but they didn't look quite right. They started abruptly in the middle of the curve and ended just as suddenly about 20 feet later. I knelt down to examine them closer. The marks weren't black like normal tire rubber. They had an oily rainbow sheen like a gasoline puddle in the sun. When I touched one, my fingers came away clean. The surface felt cold, much colder than the surrounding pavement. A car approached from behind, headlights sweeping across me. I quickly got up and returned to my vehicle, not wanting to explain why I was crouched in the middle of the road at night. As I drove the rest of the way home, my mind raced. The next day at work, I could barely focus. I spent hours researching missing persons cases in the area, unexplained phenomena, anything that might give me a clue about the phantom Chevy. I found nothing concrete, just vague forum posts about strange lights and urban legends about haunted stretches of road. That evening, I loaded my car with equipment. Cameras, including an old GoPro I'd borrowed from my nephew, a handheld GPS unit, my phone fully charged and ready to record. Whatever happened, I'd have evidence. The Chevy appeared right on schedule. I felt calmer this time, more prepared. I narrated everything into my phone as I drove, describing the car's position, its movements, any small detail that seemed relevant. Approaching Oakwood Curve, I pulled over in the same spot as before. The cameras were rolling. The GPS showed my exact position. I stepped out of the car. The Chevy stopped behind me just like last night. Same position, same idle rumble. This time, I didn't approach it. Instead, I stood by my car and watched. Minutes passed. The air grew colder. My breath fogged in front of my face. Without warning, the Chevy's engine roared to life. But instead of racing forward like before, it began to change. The black paint seemed to ripple and flow like liquid. The shape of the car distorted, stretching and compressing in ways that hurt my eyes to look at. I raised my phone to record, hands shaking. Through the screen, I saw something impossible. Where the Chevy's windows had been, there was now only darkness. Not the reflectionless black from before, but true darkness, like looking into a void. The darkness began to spread, consuming the car from the inside out. The engine sound changed, becoming deeper, resonating in my chest. The air crackled with electricity. My phone's screen went black, then switched off completely. I could feel the hair on my arms standing up. The Chevy, what was left of it, lurched forward. As it passed me, I caught a glimpse through what had been the passenger window. Instead of car seats and interior, I saw something else. A space that couldn't exist, stretching away into impossible geometries, and movement within that space. Shapes that my mind couldn't process. I stumbled backward, hitting my car. The transformed Chevy accelerated toward the curve, the darkness around it seeming to bend and distort the very air. Just before it reached the bend, reality itself appeared to fold. The car passed through that fold and vanished, taking the anomaly with it. The night snapped back to normal. My phone powered back on. The GPS unit was dead. Its screen cracked. The cameras had captured nothing. Their memory cards were completely erased. I slid down to sit on the gravel, my legs too weak to hold me. The ordinary sounds of the night returned. Distant traffic, wind in the trees, crickets chirping. But I could still smell that metallic odor, still feel the residual static charge in the air. After that night, I never saw the black Chevy again. I changed jobs to avoid that route, moved to a different part of the city, tried to convince myself it had been stress, lack of sleep, some kind of breakdown. But sometimes, driving late at night, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror. A familiar shape, maintaining that precise 3-car distance. And I'll take the next turn and the next and the next until I'm sure nothing is following me. I've never gone back to Oakwood Curve. I don't want to know if those strange tire marks are still there. Don't want to find out what might happen if that fold in reality opens again, and this time something comes through from the other side. But I keep the cameras in my car, charged and ready. Keep my phone close at hand, because I know what I saw that night. Know that somewhere out there, a black Chevrolet is still driving the dark roads following someone else home. And maybe next time I'll get the proof I need to make others believe. For now, I avoid driving at night when I can. When I have to, I keep checking my mirror, counting the cars behind me. 1, 2, 3. making sure none of them maintain that perfect distance, making sure none of them are a black Chevy with a small dent in the rear bumper. Because once you've seen reality fold, you can never unsee it. You can never stop wondering what else might be out there, riding the dark roads, following someone home. I shouldn't have bought that damn book. That's what I keep telling myself as I sit here in my dark kitchen at 3 a.m., staring at the word death scratched into my wooden table. I didn't write it. I live alone. But I know exactly where it came from. That leather-bound book I picked up last Tuesday at Morgan's Rare Books. It started with a lunch break and too much time to kill. I work as an accountant downtown, and after wolfing down my sandwich, I had 40 minutes before my next meeting. Morgan's was just around the corner. I'd passed it 100 times but never went in. The bell above the door jingled when I walked in. Dust floated in the sunlight coming through the dirty windows. The place smelled like old paper and leather. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, packed with used books of every size. A fat orange cat slept on the counter next to an ancient cash register. "Can I help you?" The voice came from behind a stack of books. A tiny old woman emerged, her gray hair in a messy bun. Her name tag read, "Margaret." "Just browsing," I said. She nodded and went back to sorting books. I wandered the aisles, running my fingers along the spines. Most were ordinary paperbacks, but in the back corner I found the rare book section. Glass cases held first editions and leather-bound volumes. One book caught my eye. It sat alone on the bottom shelf, no case around it. The binding was dark brown leather, cracked with age. No title on the spine. I picked it up. The cover was blank too, just smooth leather. It felt warm in my hands, like it had been sitting in sunlight, but this corner was dark. I opened it. The pages were yellowed but intact. Handwritten text filled each page in neat black ink, some kind of journal or diary. But scattered throughout were notes in red ink, cramped writing in the margins and between lines. Words and phrases circled or underlined in that same red ink. Interesting choice. Margaret stood behind me. I jumped. "What is it?" I asked. "Personal journal from the 1800s. Previous owner made quite a few annotations." She adjusted her glasses. $50. It was more than I'd planned to spend, but something about the book pulled at me. I handed over my credit card. Back at my office, I slipped the book into my briefcase. That night at home, I settled into my reading chair and opened it again. The black ink told a mundane story, daily life in 1860s Boston, but the red notes were strange. Single words circled. Shadow. Watching. Beneath. Follow. Fragments of sentences. They come at night and don't look too long. I read for hours. My eyes grew heavy around midnight. I put the book on my nightstand and went to sleep. The next morning I found the first word. Shadow, written in chalk on my bathroom mirror. The handwriting matched the red notes exactly. I wiped it off with a tissue. My hand shook. I told myself I must have written it myself. Maybe I was sleepwalking, but I didn't own any chalk. At work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about the book, the red notes, that word on my mirror. When I got home, I found another one. Watching carved into the wood of my front door. On the inside, I ran my fingers over the letters. They were deep, like someone had taken a knife to the wood, but I hadn't heard anything. No one had broken in. All my locks were still secure. That night I pulled the book out again. I studied the red notes more carefully. They seemed random at first, but patterns emerged. The same words repeated. They appeared in clusters, like the writer was building to something. I fell asleep reading again. Woke up at 2 a.m. to get water. In my kitchen, scratched into the table. Beneath. My heart pounded. The scratches were fresh, the wood still light-colored where it had been carved. The house was silent. I checked every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. Sat in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and settling sound the house made. When dawn came, I called in sick to work. I spent the morning going through the book page by page. The black ink journal entries grew darker as they went on. The writer described strange sounds in his house, objects moving on their own, words appearing in impossible places. The red notes got more frantic too, whole passages underlined. They're coming through. The words are their way in. Once you see them, they see you. Around noon, my phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. Follow. I blocked the number. 10 seconds later, another text. Different number. Follow. I turned my phone off, grabbed my laptop to research the book. But my screen showed only one word, over and over, filling the display. Follow, 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 follow. I slammed the laptop shut. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. In the kitchen, I poured a shot of whiskey, drank it fast, poured another. The alcohol helped steady my nerves. I had to get rid of the book. I grabbed it off the coffee table, got in my car, and drove back to Morgan's. The store was dark. Sign in the window. Closed for renovations. Through the dusty glass, I saw empty shelves. No books, no cat, no sign of Margaret. I asked the coffee shop next door how long Morgan's had been closed. Morgan's? The barista looked confused. That space has been empty for years. Old bookstore went out of business in the 90s. I drove home fast, hands tight on the wheel. The book sat in my passenger seat. At red lights, I could swear I saw the leather binding pulse, like something breathing. Back home, I tried burning it in my fireplace. The flames wouldn't catch. The pages wouldn't even scorch. I tried ripping it apart. The leather and paper felt like steel. That night, the words were everywhere. Shadow, in toothpaste on my bathroom counter. Watching in coffee grounds scattered across my kitchen floor. Beneath spelled out in my own shirts, pulled from their hangers and arranged on my bedroom floor. I sat in my reading chair, holding the book. The red notes seemed to move on the page, shifting when I wasn't looking directly at them. New ones appeared as I watched. We're here now. You let us in. No way back. Something scratched inside my walls. Footsteps crossed my ceiling. Shadows moved in my peripheral vision. I haven't slept in 3 days. The words keep coming. They're on every surface now. My skin itches where they've started appearing there too, rising like welts. The book sits open on my coffee table. I can't close it anymore. The pages turn on their own. The red notes are writing themselves, spreading across every empty space. I hear them whispering at night, voices speaking the words written in red. They're getting closer. The shadows in the corners are solid now, watching me with eyes I can almost see. I'm writing this as a warning. Don't browse in strange bookstores. Don't buy unmarked books. Don't read notes written in red ink. They're coming up the stairs now. The shadows are stretching toward me. The red words crawl across my screen as I type. Found you. My front door just opened. I hear footsteps in the hall, but they don't sound human. The shadows have eyes. They're here. They're... I first saw the necklace 3 weeks ago at the Greenpoint Flea Market in Brooklyn. It sat on a worn velvet display cushion, half buried under costume jewelry and old watches. The pendant caught my eye, a simple black stone set in tarnished silver. $10, the vendor said. I bought it without haggling. That was my first mistake. The shadow appeared that same night. I was brushing my teeth, leaning over the sink. When I looked up, I saw it in the bathroom mirror, a dark shape standing behind my right shoulder. I spun around. Nothing there. Just my toothbrush hitting the tile floor, spattering foam. I blamed it on being tired. Working 60 hours a week at the accounting firm does that to you. Makes you see things. But the next morning, waiting for the subway at Union Square, I saw it again. A human-shaped darkness at the edge of my vision. When I turned my head, It vanished. By the third day, the shadow was everywhere. In store windows, car mirrors, the reflective doors of my office building. Always in the same spot, just behind my right shoulder, slightly taller than me. Never fully visible, but unmistakably there. I stopped looking in mirrors, covered the one in my bathroom with a sheet, but the shadow found other ways to show itself. In the chrome of the coffee maker, the black screen of my turned-off TV, the window of the Thai place where I get lunch. My co-worker started noticing something was wrong. "You feeling okay, Mike?" Sarah from Accounts Payable asked. "You look like you haven't slept in days." She was right. I hadn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt it there. Watching, waiting. The necklace hung heavy around my neck. I tried taking it off the first week, but my hands shook so bad I couldn't work the clasp. Last night, things got worse. I was walking home from the subway, past the construction site on Bedford Avenue. The streetlights cast multiple shadows on the plywood barrier. All of them mine, stretching and distorting. Except one. One shadow stayed perfectly still, even when I moved. It turned its head to watch me pass. I ran the last 3 blocks home, slammed the door, locked it, double-checked the windows, pulled all the blinds. But in the dark, the shadows are everywhere. I'm writing this now at my kitchen table. The overhead light creates a bright circle around me. Beyond that, darkness fills every corner. My hands won't stop shaking. The necklace feels like it's getting tighter. There's movement in my peripheral vision. The shadow is closer now than it's ever been. I can almost make out features in its face, almost hear it breathing. I need to find that vendor again, need to return the necklace. But the flea market only runs on weekends, and it's 4 more days until Saturday. I don't know if I can last that long. The light above me just flickered, once, twice. The shadow is... That's what the police found on Mike Chen's laptop, according to the official report. They discovered it 3 days after his neighbors reported a strange smell coming from apartment 4B. The apartment was empty, no signs of forced entry or struggle. Just an open Word document and a black stone pendant on a silver chain, sitting on the kitchen table. The necklace was logged into evidence, then disappeared from the precinct lockup 2 days later. The case remains unsolved. Every few months, a similar necklace shows up at flea markets around the city. Always $10. Always a simple black stone in tarnished silver. Always with a shadow lingering just behind the vendor's shoulder, watching, waiting for the next buyer. I know because I was the detective assigned to Chen's case. I've been tracking the necklace ever since, following the trail of missing persons reports, collecting witness statements, building a case file that no one at the department will take seriously. Yesterday I saw the necklace again. Greenpoint Flea Market. Same stall where Chen bought it. $10, the vendor said. I almost bought it, almost reached for my wallet. But then I saw the shadow behind him shift slightly and I walked away. Someone else will buy it. They always do. And the cycle will continue. But it won't be me. I've seen too many case files. Read too many final messages like Chen's. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some shadows are better left unwatched. Just remember, if you're ever at a flea market and you see a black stone pendant on a silver chain, walk away. Don't look back. And whatever you do, don't look over your right shoulder, because by then it's already too late. The shadow has chosen you, and it never lets go. The paper wasn't there when I sat down. I know because I checked the seat like I always do. But 2 hours into the overnight train ride from Boston to Chicago, I got up to use the bathroom. When I came back, there it was, a folded piece of white paper on my seat. I picked it up. The paper was warm, like someone had been holding it. The message inside was typed in plain black text. Michael Wheeler, at 3:17 a.m. on October 15th, you will receive a visitor. Your TV will turn on by itself. There will be 3 knocks at your door. Do not answer. Today was October 12th. My hands started shaking. Nobody on this train should know my name. I'm not even supposed to be on this train. I only bought the ticket an hour before departure when my flight got canceled. I looked around the half-empty car. Most passengers were sleeping. An old woman knitted a few rows ahead. A businessman typed on his laptop across the aisle. Nobody was watching me. I crumpled the note and shoved it in my pocket. Probably just some stupid prank. But my heart wouldn't slow down. The rest of the trip passed in a blur of paranoia. I kept looking over my shoulder, studying faces, trying to catch someone watching me. Nobody ever was. I got off in Chicago at 6 a.m., grabbed my suitcase, and took a Uber straight home. By that afternoon, I'd almost convinced myself to forget about it. I had work to focus on anyway. Endless Zoom calls and emails that kept me distracted, but every few hours my hand would drift to my jacket pocket, touching the crumpled paper still there. That night, I pulled it out and smoothed it on my kitchen counter. The words hadn't changed. 3 more days until October 15th. The next 2 days I went about my normal routine, worked from home, ordered delivery, watched Netflix. But I kept the note propped against my coffee maker where I could see it, like keeping an eye on a spider you don't want to lose track of. October 15th arrived cold and rainy. I barely slept the night before, kept jerking awake, checking the time. By evening my nerves were shot. I'd drunk too much coffee and my hands wouldn't stop trembling. At midnight I did a full check of my apartment, tested all the locks, closed all the curtains, unplugged the TV, then plugged it back in, unable to decide which was safer. 2 a.m. came and went. I sat in my living room, all the lights on. The note sat on my coffee table. My phone showed 3:12 a.m. The TV clicked on. Just static at first, gray fuzz filling the screen. I hadn't touched the remote. It sat untouched on the table, exactly where I'd left it. 3:15 a.m. The static cleared. A news program appeared, but the sound was muted. The anchor's mouth moved silently. The ticker at the bottom showed gibberish, just random letters scrolling past. 3:16 a.m. My throat was so dry it hurt to swallow. Sweat ran down my back. The news program flickered, turned to static, then back again. Different anchor now, still muted, still moving her lips without sound. 3:17 a.m. 3 loud knocks on my front door. Knock, knock, knock. I stopped breathing. The TV flickered again, now showing what looked like security camera footage, black and white. Empty hallway. More knocks. Louder this time. Knock, knock, knock. The security footage on TV. I recognized that hallway now. It was my building, my floor, leading to my door. A figure appeared on screen, tall, walking slowly down the hall toward my apartment. The image quality was terrible, all grainy and distorted. I couldn't make out any details. Knock, knock, knock. The figure on screen reached my door, raised its hand to knock. I muted my phone, turned off all the lights, pressed myself into the corner of my couch, trying not to move, trying not to breathe. Knock, knock, knock. The figure on screen lowered its hand, stood perfectly still, then slowly turned to face the security camera. The TV went black. I heard my doorknob turning, the lock clicking, the door creaking open. Cold air rushed in from the hallway. Heavy footsteps on my floor. The door closed. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Could only sit there in the dark, listening to the footsteps getting closer. They stopped right behind the couch. I felt breathing on the back of my neck. Then a hand touched my shoulder. I jerked awake with a gasp. Sunlight streamed through my windows. I was still on the couch, exactly where I'd been sitting last night. My phone showed 9:47 a.m. The TV was off. The front door was locked. Everything looked normal. Just a dream. The stress and lack of sleep must have gotten to me. I laughed shakily, rubbing my face. Then I saw it. A new piece of paper on my coffee table right next to the original note. My hands shook as I picked it up. Same plain black text. Michael Wheeler, at 3:17 a.m. on December 24th, you will receive another visitor. This time you must answer the door. I dropped the paper like it burned me, scrambled to check my phone's camera roll. There had to be evidence, pictures or video from last night. I found a new video I didn't remember taking. Dated 3:17 a.m. My finger hovered over play. The first frame showed my dark living room. The timestamp in the corner confirmed. 3:17 a.m. October 15th. I pressed play, static, then my living room again. Empty couch, TV off. A tall figure walked into frame. I slammed my phone face down on the table. My heart hammered so hard it hurt. December 24th, 2 months away. This time, I had to answer the door. The note said I had to. But what would be waiting on the other side? I picked up both notes. The old one from the train and the new one from this morning. Laid them side by side. Studied every detail, looking for clues I might have missed. The paper was identical. Same weight, same texture. The typing looked the same too, probably from the same printer. No watermarks, no hidden marks or patterns I could find. I got up and paced my apartment, checked every room, every closet, looking for... what? More notes? Signs of intrusion? I didn't know. Everything looked normal, nothing out of place. But that just made it worse somehow, like the whole thing was mocking me, leaving no evidence, no proof I wasn't just going crazy. I tried to think logically. Someone on that train had to have planted the first note. I could call Amtrak, ask about security footage. But what would I say? Someone left me a creepy note that came true? They'd think I was nuts. I could go to the police. But again, with what evidence? 2 pieces of paper with cryptic messages? The video on my phone that could easily have been faked? No. I had to handle this myself. Figure out what was happening before December 24th. I spent the next week investigating. Called the train company anyway, but they said their security footage only went back 72 hours. Checked my building's security system, but there was mysteriously no footage from October 15th, just static between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I installed my own cameras, motion sensors, voice recorders, bought a new TV and threw out the old one, changed all my locks. But the notes stayed on my coffee table. I couldn't bring myself to throw them away. They were my only proof this was real. October turned to November. I barely slept, jumped at every noise, kept checking the cameras, the sensors, looking for signs. But nothing unusual ever showed up. My work started suffering, missed deadlines, spacing out during meetings, dark circles under my eyes that makeup couldn't hide. Friends stopped calling after I canceled plans too many times. Couldn't risk being away from my apartment at night. Had to be ready, had to prepare. December arrived with snow and bitter cold. The holiday decorations going up around the city felt like a countdown. Each twinkling light, each jingling bell. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I took time off work, told them I was visiting family for the holidays. Instead, I stayed home, studying the notes, reviewing camera footage, making plans. December 23rd. 1 day left. I hadn't slept in 36 hours. Coffee cups littered every surface. 3 laptops set up to monitor different camera feeds. Notebook filled with theories, observations, possibilities. No conclusions, no answers. Just questions piling up like the snow outside. 3 a.m., December 24th. 17 minutes left. All cameras active. Motion sensors armed. Voice recorders running. 3 different phones set to record video. The notes sat on my coffee table, like always. 3:10 a.m. I checked all the locks again, tested the cameras again, everything working. 3:15 a.m. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Sweat soaked through my shirt despite the cold. The TV stayed off. I'd unplugged it completely this time. Removed the cord. 3:16 a.m. I stood in the middle of my living room, watching the door, waiting. The note said I had to answer, had to open it. 3:17 a.m. Knock, knock, knock. Right on schedule. All the cameras went dead simultaneously. Screens showing nothing but static. Knock, knock, knock. Louder this time. The door rattled in its frame. My feet moved without conscious thought. Step by step toward the door. Knock, knock, knock. I reached for the handle. Cold metal under my fingers. Turn the knob. Pull the door open. Empty hallway. But footsteps behind me. Inside my apartment. I spun around. The figure stood there. Tall. Dark. Features hidden in shadow. It held out a piece of paper. My hand shook as I took it. Same plain black text. Michael Wheeler, you have passed the first test. There will be more. The next note will arrive when you least expect it. You must follow all instructions exactly. Your life depends on it. I looked up. The figure was gone. All the cameras came back online at once. The footage showed nothing, just empty rooms. But the note was still in my hand. Real. Solid. Undeniable. I sank onto my couch, laid the new note next to the others. 3 pieces of paper, 3 messages, 3 visits. And somewhere out there, another note waiting, another test coming. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. Just sat there watching my door, watching the cameras, waiting. The note stayed on my coffee table, growing cold, growing patient, waiting with me for the next message, for the next test, for 3:17 a.m. to come again. I shouldn't have taken that shortcut. That's what started everything. I was driving from Boston to Chicago for a job interview, and Google Maps showed an alternate route that would save me 2 hours. The sun was setting, and I was tired. The GPS led me onto smaller and smaller roads until I lost cell service completely. The rental house wasn't my first choice. After my car broke down on that empty road in western Pennsylvania, I had to walk 3 miles in the dark before finding anything. No streetlights, no houses, nothing but trees and the sound of insects. The temperature dropped to 40 degrees. My phone was dead. My fingers went numb. I saw the house first because of its porch light. It sat at a crossroads between 2 unmarked roads, a 2-story Victorian painted dark green. A vacation rental sign hung crooked on a post by the gravel driveway. I couldn't believe my luck. The old woman who answered the door wore a blue bathrobe and fuzzy slippers. She introduced herself as Mrs. Keene, the property manager. Her white hair stuck out in all directions. "You're in luck," she said. "The current guests canceled last minute. I can rent you a room for the night. Cash only." I handed her $60, and she gave me a brass key attached to a wooden tag marked Room 3. The inside of the house smelled like old carpet and wood polish. A narrow staircase led up to a dark second floor. Mrs. Keene showed me to a room on the ground floor instead. "The upper floor is being renovated," she said. "Your room has its own bathroom. Checkout is at 11 a.m. I live in the cottage out back if you need anything." The room was basic but clean. Twin bed with a blue quilt, small bathroom with a shower, 1 window looking out at the dark trees. I took a hot shower, set my phone to charge, and collapsed into bed at 10:30 p.m. The footsteps started at midnight. At first I thought I was dreaming. Slow, heavy steps moving across the ceiling directly above my bed. The old floorboards creaked with each step. Back and forth. Back and forth. I lay perfectly still, listening. The steps moved from one end of the room to the other, perfectly steady. I got out of bed and pressed my ear against the wall. The footsteps continued. Whoever was up there wore heavy boots. Each step sent tiny pieces of ceiling dust drifting down. I opened my door and looked into the dark hallway. The staircase leading up was blocked by yellow caution tape and a no-access sign. The steps upstairs got louder. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone up there?" The footsteps stopped. Complete silence. Then they started again, faster this time, moving straight toward the staircase. I slammed my door shut and locked it. The steps reached the top of the stairs. They started descending. one at a time. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. I pressed my back against the far wall. The steps reached the bottom of the stairs. They moved down the hallway toward my door. I could hear the floorboards squeaking just outside. They stopped right in front of my room. 3 loud knocks made me jump. The brass doorknob slowly turned, but the lock held. "Mrs. Keene?" My voice came out as a whisper. "Is that you?" No answer. Another set of knocks, harder this time. The door rattled in its frame. I grabbed my phone, still no signal. The knocking got faster, more aggressive. I could see the door shaking. Then it stopped. The footsteps moved away down the hall, back toward the stairs. I heard them go up to the second floor again. The pacing resumed overhead. I didn't sleep. I sat on the bed with my back against the headboard, watching the door. The footsteps continued all night, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. Twice more they came down to my door and knocked, but never as violently as the first time. When sunlight finally came through the window, I packed my bag and went to find Mrs. Keene. The hallway was empty. The caution tape across the stairs hung undisturbed. I knocked on doors of the other ground floor rooms, no answer. I went outside to the cottage behind the house. No one there either. That's when I noticed something strange about the house. From the outside, it was clearly a single-story building. No second floor at all. Just a roof with a few small vents. I ran back inside and looked up the staircase. The steps went up about 15 feet and ended at a solid wall. No door, no hallway, nothing. My hands shook as I searched the house. All the ground floor rooms were empty. No sign of Mrs. Keene or any other guests. In the kitchen, I found a stack of local newspapers. The most recent was from 1987. I left the key on the front desk and got out of there. I practically ran to the nearest town 5 miles away. When I told the local diner owner about the house at the crossroads, his face went pale. "That place burned down in '87, he said. "Terrible tragedy. The owner, Margaret Keene, died in the fire. They never rebuilt it." I convinced him to drive me back there. We found the crossroads easily enough. But where I'd spent the night, there was nothing but an empty lot full of weeds. A single wooden post still stood by the road, rotted and gray with age. A vacation rental sign hung from it, swaying gently in the wind. That was 3 months ago. I got the job in Chicago and tried to forget about what happened. But last week, I received something in the mail. No return address. Inside the envelope was a brass key attached to a wooden tag marked Room 3. Every night since then, I've been waking up at midnight to the sound of footsteps overhead. I live in a first-floor apartment. The footsteps are getting closer to the stairs. Part 2. I didn't tell anyone about the key at first. Who would believe me? I threw it in the trash the same day it arrived. The next morning, I found it on my kitchen counter. The footsteps got worse each night. They started at midnight exactly and continued until sunrise. I couldn't sleep. I tried earplugs, white noise machines, sleeping pills. Nothing helped. The sound came through everything. After a week, dark circles formed under my eyes. My hands shook constantly. At work, I couldn't focus. I drank 8 cups of coffee a day just to stay awake. I hired a contractor to check the roof and ceiling. He found nothing unusual. No loose boards, no hidden spaces. Just solid construction with no room for anyone to walk. "Building's only got the 1 floor, buddy," he said. "No way anybody's up there." I started recording the sounds on my phone. The recordings picked up nothing but static. I bought an expensive microphone and tried again. Same result. Last night, things changed. The footsteps came as usual at midnight, but this time they moved differently. Instead of pacing back and forth, they walked in a perfect circle above my bed. Round and round, getting faster and faster. I lay there counting the steps. After exactly 100 rotations, they stopped. Complete silence for exactly 1 minute. Then 3 loud knocks directly overhead. I looked up. A dark stain was spreading across the ceiling, dripping down the walls. It smelled like smoke and something else, something burning. The room got cold enough to see my breath. The brass key sat on my nightstand. though I'd thrown it away again that morning. A piece of paper was folded underneath it. The paper looked old, yellowed and brittle. I unfolded it carefully. It was a newspaper clipping from 1987. The headline read, "Local woman dies in house fire." Below was a photo of Mrs. Keene standing in front of the house where I'd stayed. The article mentioned she was found in room 3, apparently trapped there when the second floor collapsed. The second floor that wasn't supposed to exist. I packed a bag and drove to a hotel. I couldn't stay in that apartment another night. But as I write this from my hotel room, I can hear it. Footsteps on the floor above. They're coming down the hall now. Someone's knocking at my door. Part 3. The hotel didn't help. Neither did staying with friends, sleeping in my car, or even flying to visit my parents in Florida. The footsteps followed me everywhere. After a month of running, I decided to face it. I went back to Pennsylvania, back to that empty lot at the crossroads. I brought the key with me. The lot looked different at night. The weeds moved without wind. The old signpost cast a shadow that stretched too far in the moonlight. I stood in the center of where the house had been and held up the key. "What do you want?" I shouted. "Why are you following me?" The footsteps started behind me. I turned around. Mrs. Keene stood there in her blue bathrobe, but something was wrong. Her skin was black and cracked like burned paper. Smoke rose from her hair. "You took my room," she said. Her voice sounded like crackling flames. "I didn't know," I said. "I'm sorry." She held out her hand. The flesh was charred to the bone. The key. I gave it to her. She clutched it to her chest and smiled. Her teeth were ash gray. "Room 3 is mine," she said. "It's always been mine. Every guest who stays there belongs to me." She grabbed my arm. Her touch burned like fire. I tried to pull away but couldn't move. "The house is gone," I said. "It burned down." She laughed. The sound was like wood splitting in flames. "The house is never gone. It's waiting. Always waiting at the crossroads. And now you'll wait with me." She started dragging me backward. Where the empty lot had been, I saw the house. It looked solid and real, the porch light burning yellow in the darkness. The front door stood open. I fought harder, but her grip was too strong. My clothes started to smoke where she touched me. A car horn blared. Headlights swept across us. Mrs. Keene vanished like smoke in wind. The house disappeared. A pickup truck had turned onto the road. The driver stopped and got out. An old man in a flannel shirt. "You okay, son?" he asked. "Saw you standing out here talking to yourself." I looked down at my arm. A perfect handprint was burned into my skin. That was 2 days ago. The footsteps have stopped. The burn is healing. I thought it was over. But this morning, I checked my mail. There was a letter, no return address. Inside was a brass key attached to a wooden tag. This one is marked Room 4. I can hear footsteps overhead. They're coming down the stairs. The banging started on my first night in Unit 2B. 3 sharp knocks against the wall. Then silence. I checked the time. 3:17 a.m. I thought it would be a one-time thing. I was wrong. I moved into the Madison building in early October. The place had that new construction smell. Fresh paint and clean carpet. Half the units were still empty. The rental agent, Lisa, made a big deal about the soundproof walls when she showed me around. "You'll never hear your neighbors," she said. "Perfect for a writer who needs quiet." That first week, everything seemed normal. I set up my home office, got into a routine. Wake up at 7, write until noon. Lunch, more writing, dinner, sleep. The perfect setup for finishing my novel. The deadline was getting close. Then the noises started getting worse. Not just knocks anymore. Heavy footsteps pacing back and forth. Furniture scraping across the floor. A man's voice, too muffled to make out words. Always between 2 and 4 a.m. After the third night, I left a note on the door of 2A. "Could you please keep the noise down at night?" The walls are thinner than advertised. Thanks, Jack from 2B. The note was still there the next morning, untouched. I knocked on the door. No answer. I tried again that evening. Nothing. I called Lisa. Who lives in 2A? They're making a lot of noise at night. 2A? That unit isn't rented yet, she said. No one lives there. That's impossible. I hear someone in there every night. I handle all the leases personally, Mr. Walker. 2A is empty. Maybe you're hearing noises from above or below. No, it's definitely coming through the shared wall. Look, can you check? She sighed. I'll come by tomorrow morning. That night, the noises were worse. The pacing started at 2:45 a.m. Back and forth, then a crash, like something heavy falling. A man's voice shouted something. I pressed my ear against the wall but couldn't make out the words. I banged on the wall. Hey, keep it down! The pacing stopped. Then 3 sharp knocks, right where my head was pressed against the wall. I jumped back. Lisa arrived at 9 a.m. the next morning. She used her master key to open 2A. The apartment was completely empty. No furniture, no marks on the carpet, no signs anyone had ever been there. See? She gestured at the empty space. No one lives here. I walked through every room. The layout mirrored my apartment. Living room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, everything pristine. I put my hand on the shared wall between units. The wall felt cold. Could someone have broken in? Maybe squatters? Lisa shook her head. Impossible. We have security cameras in all hallways and entrances. No one has entered this unit since construction finished. The locks haven't been tampered with. Then how do you explain the noises? Old buildings settle, pipes knock. Maybe you're just not used to apartment living. This is a new building, and I know what I hear. She gave me a look I didn't like. The kind of look you give someone who's not quite rational. I'll have maintenance check the walls and pipes. Will that help? I nodded, but I knew it wouldn't matter. That night, I set up my phone to record audio. The pacing started at 3:08 a.m. I hit record. The footsteps were clear. Heel to toe, crossing the room and back. Then the voice started. A man, speaking in what sounded like whispers. I played the recording back in the morning. Nothing but static. I tried again the next night with better equipment. A professional-grade audio recorder with a sensitive mic. Same result. The noises were clear in person but didn't show up on the recording. I started keeping a detailed log. Night 7, pacing from 2:50 3:30 a.m. Voice whispering for 10 minutes. 3 knocks at 3:45. Night 8, crash at 2:15 a.m. Pacing until 4. Voice shouting briefly at 3:20. Night 9, just pacing. 3:04 a.m. Night 10, pacing and voice. New sound like scratching on the wall. The scratching was new. It started low near the floor, then moved up the wall. Long, slow scrapes, like fingernails on drywall. I stopped sleeping more than a few hours a night. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My writing suffered. I missed my deadline. I started researching the building's history. The Madison was built on an empty lot. Before that, it was a parking lot for 30 years. Nothing suspicious. No deaths during construction, no accidents. Nothing to explain what I was hearing. I talked to other residents. The woman across the hall in 2C never heard anything. The couple in 2D said the building was the quietest they'd ever lived in. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. Then I met Sarah from 3B, directly above me. She looked as tired as I felt. Do you ever hear strange noises? I asked. Like someone pacing? Her eyes widened. You hear it too? In the middle of the night? Yes? And a man's voice? She nodded quickly. And scratching sounds. I thought I was going crazy. I complained to management, but they said the unit below me was empty. That's what they told me about 2A. Have you ever recorded the sounds? I tried. Nothing shows up. Just static. We compared notes. She heard the same patterns I did. Always between 2 and 4 a.m. Always pacing, voice, scratching. Both our apartments shared a wall with the empty units. Have you seen inside 3A? I asked. No, it's always locked. We need to look inside, I have an idea. I bought an endoscopic camera, the kind with a flexible tube you can feed through small spaces. That night, Sarah came to my apartment. We waited until after midnight, then I slid the camera under the door of 2A. The apartment was still empty on the camera's small screen. No furniture, no squatters, nothing. At 2:30 a.m. the pacing started. We could both hear it clearly. On the camera, the empty apartment remained still. No one walking, no movement at all. The scratching started at 2:45. Sarah grabbed my arm. Look! On the camera screen, long marks were appearing on the wall. Gouges in the drywall carving themselves from bottom to top. But nothing was there making them. The screen went black. When I pulled the camera back, the tube was crushed flat. Sarah left quickly after that. I don't blame her. She moved out the next week. I should have left too. But I needed answers. I installed more cameras, motion sensors, an infrared detector. Everything showed the same thing. An empty apartment with invisible forces leaving very visible damage. I took photos of the scratches on the wall and showed them to Lisa. She called maintenance. They patched and painted the wall. The next night, new scratches appeared. The noises got worse. The pacing became running. The voice grew louder, though still unclear. The scratching turned to pounding. I stopped going to my bedroom, started sleeping on the couch, away from the shared wall. But the sounds followed. New scratches appeared on the living room wall. One night I heard something new, crying, not loud but clear. A man sobbing on the other side of the wall. I pressed my hand against the wall. Hello? Can you hear me? The crying stopped. Then a whisper right next to my hand. Help me. I jerked back. The voice was clearer than ever before. Desperate. Afraid. How can I help? I asked. No response. Just more crying, fainter now. I didn't sleep at all that night. Or the next. I started seeing things. Shadows moving in my peripheral vision. Shapes in mirrors. Dark figures that vanished when I turned around. The lack of sleep affected my work. My agent dropped me. I missed paying rent. Lisa sent warning notices. I tried everything to block the sounds. Earplugs. White noise machines. Sound dampening panels. Nothing worked. The noises came through everything. Then one night, something changed. The pacing stopped mid-step. The scratching ceased. Complete silence. I pressed my ear against the wall, listening. 3 sharp knocks, right next to my head. Then the wall cracked. A thin line appeared, running from floor to ceiling. As I watched, it widened. Cold air seeped through. The crack spread, branching like lightning. I backed away. Plaster crumbled. The crack kept growing. A hand reached through. Gray, skeletal, fingers grasping at air. I ran, out of the apartment, down the stairs, into the street. I never went back. Left everything behind. Clothes, furniture, laptop, all my work. I couldn't risk going back for any of it. Lisa called a few days later. Your apartment is trashed, she said. The wall between units is destroyed. You'll have to pay for repairs. I hung up, blocked her number, blocked my agent, my publisher, everyone associated with that place. I'm in a small town now, different state, living in a house, not an apartment, no shared walls. But sometimes late at night I hear 3 sharp knocks. And I wonder about the empty apartment next door, the one that was never rented, the one where something impossible lived. I wonder who else is hearing those sounds now. Who else is pressing their ear against that wall, listening to the pacing, the voice, the scratching. I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed, if I'd let that hand pull me through the crack. Some walls are better left solid. Some neighbors are better left unmet. But in my dreams I still hear the whisper, help me. And I wake up wondering if I should have tried harder to understand what was on the other side of that wall. What needed help so desperately. What's still there, pacing back and forth, waiting for someone to answer its knocks. I I shouldn't have looked back at him through the bus window. That's what started it all. Just a quick glance as the bus pulled away. If I hadn't turned my head, maybe he wouldn't have followed me home. Maybe I'd still be sleeping through the night instead of jumping at every sound. It was Tuesday, October 15th, a normal workday. I left the office at 5:30 p.m., same as always. The sun was already setting behind the buildings downtown. The air felt cold against my face as I walked to my usual bus stop on 7th Street. 3 other people waited at the stop. An elderly woman with shopping bags, a teenager with headphones, and a businessman checking his phone. I stood near the signpost and checked the arrival time on my phone. 7 minutes until the 43 bus. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate steps on the concrete. I didn't turn around at first. In a city, you get used to people walking near you. But these footsteps stopped right next to me. Too close. Close enough that I could feel the presence of someone just inches from my right shoulder. I shifted my weight to the left, trying to put some space between us without making it obvious. The footsteps didn't follow. I glanced to my right. A man stood there, about 6 feet tall, black coat, dark jeans, brown shoes. His face was normal. That's what made it worse later. No scars, no strange features. Just a completely average-looking white man in his 40s. Short brown hair, clean-shaven, the kind of face you'd forget immediately, except he was staring straight ahead, not moving, not checking his phone, not shifting his weight, just standing perfectly still like a statue. His arms hung at his sides. His breathing was so shallow I couldn't even see his chest move. The elderly woman left first when the 39 bus came. Then the teenager got on the 51. The businessman walked away after checking his watch, probably giving up on his bus. That left just me and the statue man. My bus finally turned the corner. The brakes squealed as it stopped in front of us. I got on first, swiped my card, and walked to a seat in the middle. The man didn't get on. I looked out the window as we pulled away. He turned his head. Just his head, not his body. Turned it slowly until he was looking directly at me through the glass. His eyes locked onto mine. His face hadn't changed at all, still that blank expression. But now it was aimed at me like a gun. The bus turned the corner. I lost sight of him. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone. I tried to distract myself with emails, but I kept seeing his face in my mind. Those empty eyes. 20 minutes later, I pulled the cord for my stop. The bus slowed on Cedar Street, 3 blocks from my house. I stood up, thanked the driver, and stepped down onto the sidewalk. The street was quiet. Most of my neighbors were probably inside eating dinner. The streetlights had just turned on. Long shadows stretched across lawns and driveways. I started walking home. The sound of the bus pulling away faded behind me. Then I heard it. Footsteps on the sidewalk. Coming from ahead of me this time. He stood under the streetlight at the corner. Same black coat. Same stance. Same blank face. Staring straight at me. My legs froze. My throat closed up. This was impossible. He'd been at the bus stop downtown. He couldn't be here. I hadn't seen him on the bus. There was no way he could have beaten me to my neighborhood. But there he was. I turned and ran. My dress shoes slapped against the concrete. My breath came in sharp bursts. I didn't look back. I cut through the Andersons' yard, jumped their fence, and ran through 3 more backyards before emerging onto Oak Street. My house was just ahead. I sprinted up the driveway, fumbled with my keys, and got inside. I slammed the door, locked it, and leaned against it. My heart pounded in my chest. Sweat ran down my face. Through the small window next to the door, I saw movement. He walked past my house, slow, measured steps. He didn't look toward the house, didn't try the door, just walked by like he was taking an evening stroll. I ran to each door and window, checked every lock twice, called the police. They took my report but said they couldn't do much since he hadn't actually done anything threatening. Just standing near someone and walking down a public street isn't a crime. I didn't sleep that night. Every car that drove past made me jump. Every creak of the house settling sounded like footsteps. Morning came. I called in sick to work. Spent the day inside, watching through the windows. No sign of him. By evening, I'd almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Stress and an overactive imagination. Then my doorbell rang. I looked through the peephole. Empty porch. No one there. The doorbell rang again. I checked the peephole again. Still empty. A third ring. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911. Looked through the peephole one more time. His eye was pressed against the other side of the peephole, staring directly at me. I stumbled backward, fell onto the floor, scrambled away from the door. The doorbell rang a fourth time. I ran upstairs to my bedroom, locked the door, called 911, told them someone was trying to break in. The police came, found nothing. No signs of tampering with the doors or windows. No footprints on the porch. They took another report, suggested I install security cameras. I bought cameras the next day, had them installed all around the house. Bought new locks, better window latches, motion sensor lights. For 3 days, nothing happened. The cameras showed only cats and raccoons at night. No strange men in black coats. On Saturday, I finally left the house. Had to get groceries. Couldn't live on delivery forever. The store was only a 5-minute drive. I parked close to the entrance, hurried inside, grabbed what I needed quickly. In the checkout line, I saw him. 2 lanes over, just standing there, not buying anything, staring straight ahead. I left my cart and ran, got in my car, broke the speed limit getting home. He was standing in my driveway. I drove past my house, went to a hotel, checked in under a false name, took a room on the 4th floor. At 3 a.m., I woke up to knocking, looked through the peephole, empty hallway, more knocking, still empty. The knocking moved to the window. I was on the 4th floor, opened the curtains. He stood on the ledge outside my window. Same blank expression, same black coat flowing in the wind. I checked out immediately, drove to my sister's house 2 states away. She let me stay in her guest room. I told her everything. She believed me, said I could stay as long as I needed. That was 2 weeks ago. Last night, her daughter said a strange man was standing in the backyard, just standing there, staring at the house. My sister looked, saw nothing, but I knew. I packed my bags again, left a note thanking her, started driving. I've been on the road for 18 hours now. Stopped at this diner to write everything down. Maybe someone will read this and understand. The waitress just asked if I want more coffee, but it wasn't the waitress. It was him, in a waitress uniform. Same face, same blank expression. I'm running to my car now. Don't know where I'll go, but it doesn't matter. He'll be there when I arrive. He's always there. I shouldn't have looked back through that bus window. I should have kept my eyes forward. Should have. Wait. Someone just sat down in the booth across from me. I don't want to look up, but I can see the black coat in my peripheral vision. I can feel those eyes on me. The laptop screen reflects his face. He's smiling now. For the first time, he's smiling. I have to G. I wish I hadn't worked late that night. The extra hours weren't worth it. Now I can't sleep without checking my closet and under my bed, like some scared kid. I keep the lights on. I jump at every creak and groan in my apartment. But I need to write this down to tell someone what happened 3 nights ago at the Riverside Corporate Center on 42nd Street. I'm Doug Mitchell, senior accountant at Warren & Brooks Financial. That Tuesday night, I stayed late finishing the quarterly reports. Everyone else had gone home hours ago. The cleaning crew had already finished their rounds. The whole floor was dead quiet except for my keyboard clicking and the hum of the fluorescent lights. At 11:47 p.m., I finally hit save on the last spreadsheet. My back hurt from hunching over the desk for hours. I needed to stretch. Standing up, I could see my reflection in the dark window. Tired eyes, wrinkled white shirt, loosened tie. 45 years old and still pulling all-nighters like some fresh graduate. I packed up my laptop, grabbed my jacket, and headed for the elevator. Our offices were on the 14th floor. The hallway fluorescents were dimmed for the night shift, casting weird shadows. My footsteps echoed on the marble floor. The elevator dinged right away when I pressed the call button. Empty. Thank God. I just wanted to get home. I stepped in, hit L for lobby, and leaned against the back wall. The doors closed with their usual soft whoosh. The display showed the floors counting down. 14, 13, 12, 11. Then it stopped at 7. I didn't press 7. Nobody was waiting there. It was almost midnight. The building was empty. But the elevator just sat there for 10 seconds. 20 seconds. I pushed L again. Nothing happened. Great. Stuck in an elevator at midnight. I reached for my phone to call security. The elevator dropped suddenly. My stomach lurched. The display flashed random numbers. 23, 4, 15, 9. It stopped hard enough to make me stumble. The display showed 1. That was wrong. The building only had one basement level, marked as B on the elevator panel. There was no 1. Before I could think about it more, the doors opened. I saw a large room, maybe 40 feet square, empty except for a thick layer of gray dust covering the concrete floor. The air smelled stale and cold like a tomb. Bare concrete walls, no windows. A single light fixture hung from the ceiling, giving off weak yellowish light that didn't reach the corners. I stood frozen in the elevator doorway. This room shouldn't exist. I knew the building's layout. I'd worked there for 12 years. Basement had parking and storage. No mysterious empty rooms. My first instinct was to hit closed door. Nothing happened. I jabbed it again and again. Dead. All the buttons were dead. The dust on the floor was perfectly smooth except for one set of footprints leading from the elevator to the center of the room. They looked fresh. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Not even emergency service. Hello? My voice came out as a croak. I cleared my throat and tried again. Hello? Anyone here? The sound fell flat, like the room swallowed it. No echo. I had two choices. Stay in the elevator and wait for help, or check out the room. The elevator hadn't moved in 5 minutes. If it was broken, I could be stuck for hours before anyone found me. I took one step out. The dust was thick enough that my shoe left a clear print. Another step. The air felt wrong, heavy and cold. My breath made little clouds. Following the other footprints, I walked to the center of the room. They stopped abruptly, like whoever made them had vanished mid-stride. That's when I heard it, a soft scraping sound from the far corner. I spun around. Something moved in the shadows. A darker patch of darkness shifting. My heart slammed against my ribs. Sweat broke out on my forehead despite the cold. Who's there? My voice shook. The scraping got louder, closer, like something being dragged across concrete. I backed toward the elevator. My feet felt like lead. The shape in the corner grew larger, taller. The darkness seemed to gather and thicken. Run. Every instinct screamed at me to run. I turned and sprinted for the elevator. Behind me, the scraping turned into a wet, slithering sound. Fast, getting closer. I dove through the doors just as they started to close. Landed hard on the elevator floor. The doors shut with a final sounding clang. Something heavy hit the other side. The whole elevator shook. Then silence. I lay there gasping, heart trying to break through my chest. The elevator hummed to life and started moving up. The display showed normal floor numbers again. B, 1, 2, 3. It let me out in the lobby. I ran past the startled night security guard and didn't stop until I reached my car. The next morning, I went straight to building management. They had no record of any sublevel below the basement. The building plans showed bedrock under the parking level. I convinced the maintenance supervisor to check the elevator logs. Nothing unusual showed up. No stop at 1, no mechanical problems. The camera footage just showed me entering the elevator on 14 and exiting in the lobby 4 minutes later. I requested a transfer to our downtown office the next day. Got approved this morning. I'm never setting foot in that building again. But here's the thing that keeps me awake at night. I checked my shoes before going to bed that night. They were covered in gray dust. And this morning, I found something else. Going through photos on my phone, I saw one I don't remember taking. It's completely black except for a date stamp. 11:52 p.m., the exact time I was in that room. When I zoom in, I can almost make out something in the darkness. A shape, reaching. I deleted it immediately, but sometimes when I close my eyes, I still see it. And I wonder, what if the elevator stops at 1 again? What if next time someone else steps out? What if they're not fast enough to get back in? I keep telling myself it wasn't real. Just stress and exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. But I know what I saw. I know what was in that room. And sometimes, late at night, I hear scraping sounds outside my bedroom door. The next morning, I couldn't focus at work. My hands shook every time I reached for my coffee mug. I kept seeing that shape in the corner, kept hearing that wet, sliding sound. Around noon, I worked up the courage to go back to the basement. Had to know if I'd imagined it all. The security guard gave me a weird look when I asked to check something in the parking level, but he waved me through. The basement was normal. Fluorescent lights, concrete pillars, rows of cars. Nothing strange or dark. I walked the entire perimeter, checking every corner, every storage room. No hidden doors, no mysterious elevators, just an ordinary parking garage. I was about to leave when I noticed something on one of the support pillars. Gray dust. The same color as the dust in that room. It formed a perfect handprint about 7 feet up the pillar, higher than any normal person could reach. My phone buzzed, making me jump. Text from my boss asking about those quarterly reports. I practically ran to the stairs. Didn't trust the elevators anymore. Back at my desk, I tried to work. Kept thinking about that handprint, about the thing in the corner, about the photo on my phone. I pulled up the building's history on my computer. Riverside Corporate Center, built in 1986 on the site of an old warehouse. Nothing unusual in the news archives. No accidents during construction, no mysterious disappearances. But then I found something. A small article from 1984, when they were excavating for the foundation. Workers hit an older structure 20 feet down, some kind of concrete room or bunker, not on any city plans. They sealed it up and poured the foundation over it. The article included a photo of the excavation site. Grainy black and white, but I could make out a large square room. Empty except for dust and a single light fixture hanging from the ceiling. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely use the mouse. I clicked through to the next page. The article mentioned one other detail. When they found the room, there was a set of footprints in the dust leading to the center. Just one set, stopping abruptly in the middle of the floor. I closed the browser and shut down my computer. Wrote my transfer request right then and there. That night I couldn't sleep. Kept hearing noises. Scratching in the walls. Creaks in the hallway. Around 3 a.m. my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Text message. Single image attachment. I almost didn't open it. Wish I hadn't. It was the photo from my phone, the one I'd deleted. Still mostly black, but someone had enhanced it, brightened, sharpened. I could see the shape clearly now. Tall, too tall, long limbs bent at wrong angles, and its face. I threw the phone across the room. It shattered against the wall, but before it broke, I saw one last thing. The photo had a caption now. 2 words. Coming up. I haven't been back to work since then. Called in sick. Disabled the elevator in my apartment building. Took the fuse out of the control panel. I'm on the 4th floor. Better than being trapped in a metal box when it comes for me. Because I know it will come. That thing from the dust room. The thing that's been waiting down there since before the building existed. Waiting for someone to take the wrong elevator. To step out into its domain. I hear the scraping getting closer every night. Moving up through the walls, floor by floor. Tonight it reached the apartment below mine. I can hear it moving around down there, dragging itself across the ceiling. My floor. I'm writing this from my bathroom. Lock the door. Fat lot of good that will do. The scraping is in my living room now. If you're reading this, stay away from Riverside Corporate Center. Don't take the elevators. Don't work late. And if the elevator stops at 1, don't step out. The scraping is at my bathroom door. I have to go now. The phone wasn't supposed to work. It couldn't work. The cord wasn't even connected to anything. But at 3:17 a.m. it rang. I bought the phone 3 weeks ago at an estate sale in Burlington. It was a Western Electric Model 302 from the 1940s, black bakelite with a rotary dial and a heavy handset. The elderly woman running the sale said it came from her father's study. She wanted $40 for it. I paid $35. I placed it on the wooden desk in my home office next to my laptop. A conversation piece, nothing more. The coiled cord hung loose, drooping behind the desk. I never bothered to check if the internal mechanism still worked. Why would I? My apartment building replaced all the old phone lines with fiber optic cables years ago. But now at 3:17 a.m. on a Tuesday in October, the mechanical bell inside that vintage phone was ringing. Not the digital approximation of a ring that modern phones make. This was the actual metal-on-metal clang of a physical bell. The sound yanked me from sleep. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding against my ribs. Ring, ring, ring. The sound echoed through my dark apartment. Each ring sent a jolt through my spine. I switched on my bedside lamp, squinting at the sudden light. The ringing continued, steady and insistent. My feet hit the cold hardwood floor. I walked down the hallway toward my office, my t-shirt sticking to my back with cold sweat. The door was closed, just as I'd left it. The ringing grew louder as I approached. I stopped with my hand on the doorknob. The metal felt ice cold against my palm. I could turn around, go back to bed, pull the covers over my head and wait for it to stop. Pretend this wasn't happening. Ring, ring, ring. I opened the door. Moonlight filtered through the window blinds, casting striped shadows across my desk. The black phone sat exactly where I'd left it. Its bell rang again, the sound sharp and clear in the enclosed space. My mouth was dry. I crossed the room in 3 steps and stood over the phone. The cord still hung loose, disconnected. The bell rang again, and I watched the physical mechanism inside move, striking metal against metal. I picked up the handset. It was heavier than I remembered and cold, so cold it almost burned my palm. I raised it to my ear. Hello? My voice cracked. Static crackled on the line. Not digital static. This was the distinctive hiss and pop of an analog connection. Then a voice came through, distant but clear. A woman's voice, elderly with a slight tremor. Why are you here? My fingers tightened on the handset. Who is this? More static. Then, why are you here? I don't understand. Here where? In my apartment? You know where. The voice was clearer now. Why did you take it? The phone? I bought it. At an estate sale. You shouldn't have done that. The static grew louder, then faded. It wasn't for sale. The woman there, she said it was her father's. She sold it to me. My daughter had no right. The voice hardened. That phone was my connection, my last connection. And you took it? The temperature in the room dropped. I could see my breath forming clouds in the air. I didn't know, I said. I can return it. Where should I? Too late now. Static surged through the line, making me pull the handset away from my ear. When I brought it back, the voice was whispering. You opened the line. Now you have to answer. Answer what? Why are you here? The question hit differently this time. It wasn't just about the phone or my apartment. It felt deeper, more fundamental. I don't know what you mean. Then you'll have to find out. The static grew to a roar. You have 3 days. If you don't answer by then, you'll take my place. That's how it works. That's the price. Wait, what price? What place? But the line went dead. The static died away to silence. The room temperature began to rise. I set the handset back in its cradle with shaking hands. My phone, my real phone, my iPhone, showed 3:23 a.m. 6 minutes had passed. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat at my desk, staring at the black bakelite phone, waiting for it to ring again. It didn't. When dawn came, I convinced myself it had been a dream. Stress-induced sleep paralysis. I'd been working too hard lately, staying up too late. My mind was playing tricks on me. I took a shower, got dressed, and went to work. I write code for a software company. Nothing exciting, just database management systems. I spent the morning debugging a persistent error in a client's system. Normal, boring work. But I couldn't focus. The voice kept echoing in my head. Why are you here? At lunch, I searched online for information about the phone model. Hundreds of collectors traded these old phones. Nothing supernatural about them. Just pieces of outdated technology. I tried to find information about the estate sale. The address was on the receipt I'd kept, 147 Maple Street in Burlington. But when I looked up the property records, they showed the house had been empty for 2 years. The previous owner, Margaret Chen, had died in 2022. She'd lived there alone after her husband passed in 2008. Their daughter, Susan Chen, had handled the estate sale. I found her obituary in the Burlington Free Press. She died 3 months ago, 2 weeks before I bought the phone. I left work early, drove to Burlington. The house on Maple Street was still there, still empty. A for sale sign stood in the overgrown lawn. Through the dusty windows, I could see empty rooms. An elderly neighbor was watering her garden next door. I approached her, introduced myself, asked about the Chens. "Oh yes, poor Margaret," she said. "Such a sad story. After Harold died, she wouldn't leave that house. Sat in his study all day, talking on that old black phone. Said she was keeping the line open for him." She shook her head. When they found her, she was still holding the handset. And her daughter, Susan, killed herself in that same study, right after she started clearing out her mother's things. The neighbor lowered her voice. Found her the same way, holding that phone. I drove home in a daze. The sun was setting when I reached my apartment. The phone sat on my desk exactly as I'd left it. I should throw it away, smash it, burn it. But I knew that wouldn't solve anything. The voice had said I had 3 days to answer, to figure out why I was here. That night, I lay in bed waiting. At exactly 3:17 a.m., the phone rang. I was already walking to the office before the first ring faded. I picked up the handset. "I've been researching," I said before the voice could speak. "I know about Margaret Chen, about her daughter." "Then you know what happens to those who can't answer." Static crackled. 2 days left. "But what kind of answer are you looking for? What does it mean? Why am I here?" "That's for you to discover." The voice sounded tired. I had to answer. So did the others before me. Now it's your turn. How many others? So many. The line goes back far. Static surged. Some answered. Most didn't. What happened to them? They took their place in the chain, keeping the line open. Asking the question, waiting for an answer. Like you're doing now? Yes. The word came through clearly. Until someone answers truly, we all wait. We all ask. But the line went dead. I spent the next day digging deeper, traced the phone's history through property records and old newspapers. It had passed through 7 owners before Margaret Chen. 5 had died by suicide. 2 had disappeared. Each death followed the same pattern. The body found holding the phone. No note. No explanation. But 2 people had survived. I tracked down one of them, a man named James Torres, now living in a retirement home in Florida. I called the facility, but they said he couldn't come to the phone. "Mr. Torres doesn't use phones," the nurse explained. "He's quite adamant about it, has been ever since he came here in 1986. I asked if I could visit. She said yes. I bought a plane ticket, called in sick to work, flew to Florida. The retirement home was a low, pale building surrounded by palm trees. James Torres sat in a wheelchair by the window of his room. He was thin, weathered, with sharp dark eyes. I explained why I was there, showed him a picture of the phone on my iPad. His hands started shaking. "Get rid of it," he said, "while you still can." "I can't. Not until I answer the question. Please, you must know. You survived." "What did you tell them?" He stared out the window for a long time. Finally, he spoke. "I told them the truth, my truth, why I was here." He turned those sharp eyes on me. "But my answer won't help you. Each person's answer is different. You have to find your own." "But how?" "Look at your life. Really look. Why are you where you are? Doing what you do? Living how you live?" He gripped the arms of his wheelchair. "Strip away the excuses, the comfortable lies. Find the real reason." I flew back that night. My phone showed midnight when I got home. 3 hours until the next call. I sat at my desk, staring at the black phone, thinking about my life. Why was I here? In this apartment, in this city, in this job? The easy answers came first, because it paid well, because it was comfortable, because it was what I was good at. But those weren't real answers. They were excuses. I dug deeper, thought about choices I'd made, paths not taken, dreams abandoned. At 3:17 a.m., the phone rang. I picked it up. "One day left," the voice said. "I've been thinking," I said, "about why I'm here. And I'm here because I'm afraid." Static crackled on the line. "Afraid of what?" the voice asked. "Of living. Really living." The words came faster now. I took this job because it was safe. Moved to this city because it was familiar. I stay in this apartment, in this routine, because I'm afraid of change, afraid of failing, afraid of trying for something more and discovering I'm not good enough. The static grew louder. I'm here because I chose safety over passion, security over dreams. I'm here because I let fear make my choices for me. The static became deafening. Then, silence. "Is that your answer?" the voice asked. "Yes, that's why I'm here. That's my truth." More silence. Then, "The line is closed." The handset grew warm in my hand. The cord crumbled to dust. The entire phone began to age before my eyes, the bakelite fading and cracking until it collapsed into a pile of black powder on my desk. I slept until noon. When I woke up, I wrote my resignation letter, applied to graduate schools, started looking for apartments in cities I'd always wanted to live in but been afraid to try. The phone was gone, but its question remained. Why are you here? I'm still finding new answers, better answers. But now I'm not afraid to look for them. I found the first set of footprints 3 weeks ago, single file leading straight to my living room window. They stopped there, no tracks leading away, just a clean break, like whoever made them had vanished into thin air. The police said it was probably neighborhood kids playing pranks. But kids leave messy trails, run around, make snow angels. These tracks were different. Adult-sized, purposeful. A straight line from the street to my window, and nothing else. I'm writing this down because I need to keep track of what's happening. My hands are shaking as I type, but I have to get it all out. Maybe someone will make sense of it even if I can't. That first morning I almost missed them. I was heading out to clear my driveway. We'd gotten 6 inches of snow overnight. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, and the streetlights were still on, casting long shadows across the untouched snow in my front yard. That's when I saw them. Crisp, clear footprints cutting through the powder. I followed them with my eyes. They started at the edge of my property, where the sidewalk meets my lawn. Whoever made them had stepped over the small decorative fence without disturbing it. The tracks led straight across my yard, past the maple tree, and right up to the big picture window of my living room. And then they stopped. I walked around the window, checking the snow on all sides. Nothing. No signs of retreat, no scuffing, no indication that someone had jumped or moved in any direction. It was as if the person had simply ceased to exist. I took pictures with my phone and called the local police. Officer Martinez showed up 20 minutes later. He walked around, took notes, and gave me that look cops give you when they think you're overreacting. "Probably just kids," he said, scratching something in his notepad. They could have brushed away their tracks when they left. But the snow was completely undisturbed around the window. No signs of sweeping or covering tracks. I pointed this out. "Well, Mr. Richards, we'll keep an eye on the area during our patrols. Make sure you keep your doors locked and call us if you see anything suspicious." I spent that entire day watching the window. Installed a security camera that evening, one of those wireless ones that connects to your phone. I didn't sleep much that night, kept checking the feed every hour. The next morning, new tracks. Same spot, same straight line, same abrupt ending at my window. The camera hadn't picked up anything. No movement, no person, nothing. Just empty frames of falling snow, and then suddenly, tracks were there when the sun came up. I called the police again. Different officer this time, same response. "Probably kids. Keep your doors locked." I bought more cameras, installed motion sensor lights, set up a trail cam in the maple tree. Started sleeping on my couch facing the window. The tracks kept appearing. Every morning, fresh prints in new snow. Always the same pattern. Always stopping at my window. Never any footage of how they got there. After the first week, I started noticing other things. Small things. The kind that make you question your sanity. My coffee mug would be in a different spot than where I left it. The TV would be on a different channel in the morning. Once I found wet footprints on my bathroom floor, but they disappeared before I could take a picture. I stopped going to work, called in sick, then used vacation days. I couldn't leave the house. What if something happened while I was gone? What if someone, something, was waiting for me to leave? The cameras kept recording nothing. The motion sensors never triggered. But every morning, those damn footprints would be there, mocking me. I started taking sleeping pills to force myself to rest. Bad idea. The first night I took them, I woke up to find all my kitchen cabinets open. Every single one. The coffee maker was running, steam rising from a fresh pot I hadn't made. I threw out the pills. Bought a gun. A Glock 19, nothing fancy. Just something to make me feel less helpless during those long night hours. Last night was different. The tracks changed. They're closer now. Instead of stopping at the window, they end right at my front door. I can see them from where I'm sitting, through the small window in the door. Perfect prints in the fresh snow, leading right up to my welcome mat. The doorknob has frost on it. On the inside, my phone is dead. The power went out an hour ago. I'm writing this on my laptop, but the battery won't last much longer. The house is getting colder. I can see my breath. There's scratching at the door now. Not loud, just a soft rhythmic scraping, like someone gently running their fingernails across the wood. The security cameras are all offline. The motion lights won't turn on. Even my gun feels cold, the metal almost burning my palm. The scratching stopped. Now there's just breathing. Not mine. It's coming from the other side of the door. Slow, deliberate breaths that fog up the window glass. I should run. I should get in my car and drive until I run out of gas. But I can't move. My legs won't work. My whole body feels heavy, like I'm being pressed into the couch by invisible hands. The breathing is getting louder, or maybe closer. The frost from the doorknob is spreading, crawling across the door like icy fingers. I hear footsteps now, but not from outside. They're coming from upstairs. My upstairs. Slow, heavy steps crossing the floor above my head. That's impossible. I checked every room before dark, locked every window. The only way up there is past me. The steps are at the top of the stairs now. I can hear the old wood creaking under their weight. One step down. Another. Slow, methodical footfalls. My laptop screen is flickering. The battery indicator says 52%, but the screen keeps getting dimmer. More steps. Halfway down now. I can't turn around. Can't look at the staircase behind me. My neck won't move. The breathing at the door has stopped. The frost covers the entire front door now, thick enough that I can't see the footprints outside anymore. 3 more steps. Then 2. The temperature in the room has dropped so low that ice crystals are forming on my screen. 1 more step. There's a hand on my shoulder. Cold. So cold it burns through my shirt. Firm grip, 4 fingers and a thumb. Adult-sized. The laptop is dying. Screen almost black now. I can feel breath on the back of my neck. Not like the one at the door. This is different. The laptop battery appears to have died at this point. The following text was found written in frost on the living room window, viewed from the outside. They were my footprints all along. I just didn't remember making them. Every night I would walk outside, stare in at myself, then come back in through the back door. Part of me knew what was happening, but that part could only watch. The other part, the part that walked in the snow, it had been waiting so long to take control. It has control now. A photo on my phone shows me sleeping in my bed. I'm on my side, mouth slightly open, clearly out cold. The image is sharp, taken from about 4 feet away, near my bedroom doorway. The timestamp says 3:47 a.m. last Tuesday. I live alone. Nobody has my phone password. I haven't lost my phone. I'm staring at this picture right now and my hands won't stop shaking. I discovered it while clearing space on my phone during lunch break at work. Just scrolling through, deleting old screenshots and blurry photos when I saw it. My heart stopped. I dropped my sandwich. Some coworkers looked over, but I barely noticed them. I just kept staring at my screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The first thing I did was check the metadata. The timestamp matched the photo's position in my gallery. It wasn't moved or copied from somewhere else. I zoomed in, looking for signs of editing or manipulation. The quality was perfect, better than most of my regular photos. The lighting came from my bedside lamp, which I always keep on dim. You could see the wrinkles in my gray sheets, the crime novel on my nightstand, even the small circular water stain on the wall from when my upstairs neighbor's pipe leaked last year. I packed up my lunch and left work early, telling my boss I felt sick. I wasn't lying. My stomach was churning, and cold sweat kept breaking out across my forehead. The whole drive home, I kept glancing at my phone on the passenger seat, as if it might suddenly sprout legs and run away. My apartment is on the 3rd floor of a converted Victorian house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing fancy, just a 1-bedroom with decent natural light and creaky hardwood floors. I've lived here for 3 years. Never had any break-ins, never felt unsafe. The front door has 2 deadbolts, and I always check them twice before bed. The windows all have proper locks, and I'm high enough that climbing in from outside would be nearly impossible without a ladder. Standing in my living room now, everything looks exactly as I left it this morning. Coffee mug in the sink, mail on the counter, jacket thrown over the back of my couch. But I can't shake the feeling that something's different. Like when you come home and your furniture has shifted half an inch. You can't quite put your finger on what's wrong, but you know something is. I walk through every room, checking corners, looking behind doors, under furniture. The bathroom is empty. Kitchen cabinets all closed. Living room clear. I saved the bedroom for last. The door is open, just like I left it. My bed is made. I always make it before leaving for work. The crime novel is still on the nightstand, bookmark sticking out about halfway through. The water stain on the wall looks exactly like it does in the photo. I stand in the doorway, right where whoever took that picture must have stood. The floorboard here always creaks when you step on it. How did they manage to take the photo without waking me up? I'm not a heavy sleeper. The neighbor's cat jumping onto their windowsill is enough to wake me most nights. My phone feels heavy in my hand. I pull up the photo again. There's my bed, my lamp, my book. There's me, sleeping peacefully, completely unaware that someone was standing exactly where I'm standing now, pointing a camera at me in the middle of the night. I check my phone's security settings. Face ID is enabled. Passcode is still the same complex string of numbers I've used for months. No signs of tampering or unauthorized access. The photo isn't synced from the cloud. It was taken directly on this device. The police won't help. I already know what they'll say. No signs of forced entry, nothing stolen. No evidence of a crime. Just a weird photo that could easily be explained by sleepwalking or a forgotten late-night selfie. They'll tell me to change my locks if it makes me feel better. Maybe install a security camera. But I know I didn't take this picture. I know I didn't give my phone password to anyone. And I know with absolute certainty that someone, or something, was in my bedroom last Tuesday night. I spend the rest of the afternoon installing new locks. Heavy-duty deadbolts for the front door, extra window locks, a door wedge for my bedroom. The hardware store clerk probably thought I was paranoid buying all this security equipment at once. Let him think what he wants. Night falls. I've checked every lock 3 times. Set up a motion-activated camera in the corner of my bedroom, pointed at the door. Put a glass of water on my nightstand. If anyone comes in, maybe I'll hear them knock it over. I even considered sleeping on the couch, but that feels like letting them win. This is my home, my bedroom, my phone. I lie in bed, staring at the ceiling. The bedside lamp is on its dimmest setting, just like in the photo. My phone is under my pillow. The camera in the corner blinks its tiny red light every few seconds. The apartment creaks and settles around me. Sleep feels impossible, but eventually exhaustion takes over. My eyes start to close. Just before I drift off, a thought hits me. What if there are other photos I haven't found yet? I grab my phone, open the gallery, start scrolling backwards through weeks of pictures, work documents, food photos, selfies I remember taking, screenshots of funny texts. Nothing unusual. Then I see it. A video dated 3 weeks ago. I never take videos. My hands are shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. The thumbnail is dark. I can't make out what it shows. My finger hovers over the play button. The floor creaks behind me. I spin around, but the doorway is empty. The camera's red light blinks steadily. Nothing moves in the darkness beyond my room. I look back at my phone. At the video I know I didn't take. At the play button waiting for my touch. Part of me wants to delete it without watching, throw the phone away, move to a new apartment, pretend none of this is happening, but I have to know. I press play. The video is 17 seconds long. The frame is completely black at first, then a faint light source appears. My bedside lamp, slowly turning on. The camera is moving, getting closer to my bed. Heavy breathing fills the audio. Not my breathing. This is deeper, raspier, the kind of sound that makes your skin crawl. The lamp reaches full brightness. The camera is right next to my sleeping face now. A hand appears in frame, not my hand. The skin is gray, fingers too long, nails yellow and curved. It reaches toward my face. The video ends. I throw the phone across the room. It hits the wall and clatters to the floor. The screen is still glowing. More creaking from the doorway. Slow, deliberate footsteps. The lamp dims by itself. Something long and gray reaches around the doorframe. I open my mouth to scream, but only a weak wheeze comes out. My body won't move. The camera's red light blinks faster now, recording everything. A face peers into my room. Not a human face. The proportions are wrong. Eyes too wide, mouth too small, skin like wet paper. It sees me looking and its lips pull back in what might be a smile. It's holding my phone, pointing it at me. I hear the camera click. The thing in my doorway takes a step forward. Another. Its movements are jerky, like a video playing at the wrong speed. The phone's screen illuminates its face from below, creating deep shadows in the hollows of its cheeks. My brain is screaming at my body to move, to run, to fight. But I'm frozen, just like in the photo from last Tuesday. Just like in all the other photos this thing has probably taken while I slept, unaware of its nightly visits. It reaches the foot of my bed. The phone's camera makes another clicking sound, documenting this moment, adding to its collection of images of me at my most vulnerable. Its free hand, gray skin, long fingers, yellow nails, extends toward my face. I feel cold radiating from its flesh. The hand gets closer, closer. A car alarm goes off outside. The thing jerks its head toward the window. For a split second, its concentration breaks. I roll off the far side of the bed, hitting the floor hard. Pain shoots through my shoulder, but adrenaline drowns it out. I scramble to my feet and run. Behind me, something lets out a sound between a hiss and a screech. Fast footsteps follow me down the hallway. I don't look back. I reach the front door, fumble with the locks. My hands are shaking too badly to work them properly. The footsteps get closer. The deadbolt finally turns. I yank the door open and sprint into the hallway, down 3 flights of stairs, taking them 4 at a time, nearly falling twice, out the building's front door, into the street. I run until my lungs burn, until the muscles in my legs feel like they're tearing apart, until I taste blood in the back of my throat. Finally, I stop, bend over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. I'm in the parking lot of a 24-hour convenience store. The fluorescent lights hurt my eyes after the darkness of my apartment. My phone. The thing still has my phone. I look back the way I came. The street is empty, no sign of pursuit. But I know it's out there, somewhere in the darkness between the streetlights, watching, waiting, adding to its collection of images. I walk into the convenience store. The clerk barely glances up from his phone. I grab a bottle of water, drink half of it in one go. My hands are still shaking. I can't go back to my apartment. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. I'll sleep in my car, drive to my sister's house tomorrow, change my phone number, move to a new city. But first I need to know how long this has been happening. I borrow the clerk's phone, log into my cloud storage, start scrolling through backed up photos from the past year. There are hundreds of them. Me sleeping, me eating, me watching TV, all taken from doorways and corners, all timestamped between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. In some, that gray hand is reaching toward me. In others, part of its face is visible at the edge of the frame. The oldest photo is from the day I moved into the apartment. I'm unpacking boxes in my bedroom, unaware of the thing watching me from the hallway. Its reflection is visible in my dresser mirror, a tall, thin shape with too many angles. It's been there the whole time, every night, taking pictures, getting closer, building up to something. The clerk is staring at me now. I must look insane, sweating, shaking, wearing pajamas in a convenience store at midnight. I close the cloud storage app, hand his phone back, walk outside on unsteady legs. My car is parked a few blocks away, back near my apartment. I'll have to go back to get it, back into the darkness where that thing is waiting. But first, I need to delete those photos, all of them. Every image it's taken over the past 3 years. I pull up the cloud storage website on the convenience store's public computer, log in, select all photos, press delete. An error message appears. Action cannot be completed, please try again later. I try again. Same error. A new photo appears in the gallery, uploaded seconds ago. It shows me sitting at this computer. In the darkness behind me, something stands watching. Its hand is reaching for my shoulder. I feel cold fingers touch my neck. The camera clicks. My hands are shaking as I type this. I need to put down what happened last night at Jake's farmhouse while it's still fresh in my mind. I've known Jake since college, and he's always been the reliable friend, the guy who'd give you his spare room, no questions asked, when you're going through a rough patch. That's exactly what he did when I called him yesterday morning, telling him I needed to get away from the city for a few days after Sarah left. "The guest room's all yours, Rob," he'd said. "The drive up here might do you good. Just watch out for the storm they're forecasting." I should have listened to that last part more carefully. The first drops hit my windshield about an hour into the 2-hour drive to his place in rural Pennsylvania. By the time I turned onto the gravel road leading to his property, the rain was coming down in sheets. The wind whipped through the trees, and branches scratched against my car like fingers on a chalkboard. Jake's house sat alone on 20 acres, a 2-story farmhouse his grandfather had built in the 1960s. The nearest neighbor was half a mile away. He'd renovated most of it himself over the past 5 years, but it still had that isolated feeling old farmhouses get, especially on nights like this. He met me at the door with a beer in hand. Perfect timing. Weather's only getting worse. The wind howled outside as we caught up in his kitchen. Jake had ordered pizza knowing I'd be hungry after the drive. We talked about Sarah, about work, about nothing in particular. Normal stuff. The pizza was half gone when the first flash of lightning lit up the kitchen. The thunder that followed was so loud it made the windows rattle. That was close, Jake said, getting up to look outside. Power might go soon. I've got candles and flashlights ready. He was right. 10 minutes later, mid-conversation, everything went dark. The sudden silence was jarring. No hum of the refrigerator, no buzz from the lights, just the sound of rain and wind outside. "Hang on," Jake said. I heard him moving around in the dark, then the scratch of a match. The small flame illuminated his face as he lit a few candles on the kitchen counter. "Generator's busted, but we've got enough battery power to keep our phones charged at least." As if on cue, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, expecting a weather alert. The message was from an unknown number. "The man in the kitchen is wearing a red flannel shirt." I looked up at Jake. He was wearing a red and black flannel shirt. My stomach tightened. "Everything okay?" Jake asked, noticing my expression. "Yeah, just..." Another message came through. "He's holding a half-empty beer bottle in his right hand." I swallowed hard. Jake was indeed holding his beer in his right hand. "Someone's messing with me," I said, showing him the messages. He frowned, reading them. "Weird. Wrong number, maybe." I typed back, "Who is this?" No response. Jake shrugged it off, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. We moved to the living room where he had more candles set up. The storm was getting worse, wind rattling the windows so hard I thought they might break. My phone buzzed again. "The couch is brown leather. You're sitting on the left side." He's in the armchair by the window. My hands went cold. I stood up, turning in a circle, looking at the shadows dancing on the walls from the candlelight. "They're still coming," I told Jake, my voice tight. "They're describing exactly where we are, what we're doing." Jake got up and went to the window, pulling back the curtain. The glass was a black mirror, reflecting the candlelight. Nothing but darkness outside. "Someone's got to be watching us," he said. "But how? In this weather?" Another message. "He's at the window now. Tell him to step back." "Jake," I said, "get away from the window." He turned to look at me, confusion on his face. Before he could move, a massive branch crashed through the glass. Jake jumped back just in time, glass shattering everywhere. Rain and wind whipped into the room, extinguishing most of the candles. "Jesus Christ," Jake shouted over the wind. "Help me cover this." We spent the next 15 minutes securing a tarp over the broken window, working by flashlight beam. Water dripped onto the floor, and the wind made the tarp bulge and snap. My phone buzzed again. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped it. The branch missed him. Lucky. But luck runs out. "We need to call the police," I said, already dialing. No signal. I held my phone up, moving around the room. Nothing. "Landline's dead too," Jake said, putting down the receiver. "Storm must have taken out the lines." Another message. No one to call. No one to help. "We should leave," I said. Jake shook his head. "In this weather? Roads will be flooded, trees down everywhere. We're safer here." My phone. "He's wrong." I showed Jake the message. His face went pale in the flashlight beam. "Okay," he said slowly. "This is getting serious. Let's think about this." Someone has to be watching us. But all the doors are locked, right? We did a sweep of the house, checking every door and window. Everything was secure except for the broken window in the living room. The flashlight beams cut through the darkness, casting long shadows that made me jump at every turn. Upstairs, standing in the hallway between bedrooms, my phone buzzed. Check the guest room closet. My throat went dry. "Jake?" I called out. He was checking the bathroom at the end of the hall. Together we approached the guest room. The door creaked as I pushed it open. The closet door was closed. "Want me to?" Jake asked. I shook my head. It was my room for the night. I had to do it. 3 steps took me to the closet door. I grabbed the handle, counted to 3 in my head, and yanked it open. Empty. Just hangers and a few old boxes. My relief lasted 2 seconds before the next message came. "Not in the closet. Behind you." I spun around. Jake was still in the doorway, flashlight beam pointed at me. "There's nothing here," he said. "They're just trying to scare us." My phone buzzed again. "Ask him about the basement." "What about the basement?" I asked Jake. His face changed. Just for a second, but I caught it. "What do you mean?" "The messages. They want me to ask you about the basement." He was quiet for a moment too long. "It's just a basement. Storage, laundry, that's it." Another message. "He's lying." "Jake," I said, "what's in the basement?" "Nothing," he snapped. "Look, these messages are freaking you out. It's just some sick prank. Probably kids who saw us through the windows before the power went out." My phone. "Show him this message, Jake. We know what you did down there." I held up the phone. Jake read it, and all the color drained from his face. "We need to leave," he said. "Right now." "What did you do, Jake?" He grabbed my arm. "We're leaving. I'll explain in the car." My phone buzzed. "Don't let him take you to the car." Another buzz. "He won't explain anything." Another. "Run." I yanked my arm away from Jake. "What did you do in the basement?" "Rob, please," he said. "Trust me, we need to go." Thunder crashed outside so loud it felt like the house was coming apart. In that moment of chaos, Jake reached for me again. I shoved him back, harder than I meant to. He stumbled, flashlight falling and rolling away. The beam swept across the floor, then died, plunging us into darkness. My phone lit up. "Run now." I ran. Down the dark hallway, taking the stairs 2 at a time, nearly falling. I heard Jake behind me calling my name. My phone lit the way, casting just enough light to keep me from crashing into walls. Another message. "Front door's locked. Go to the kitchen. Knife drawer." I made it to the kitchen, yanked open the drawer. My hands found the handle of something large and sharp. "Rob!" Jake's voice, closer now. "Don't listen to them." My phone. "He's coming through the dining room." I backed away from the kitchen entrance, knife held out in front of me. Jake appeared in the doorway, hands raised. "Rob," he said, "whatever they're telling you, it's not true." "What's in the basement?" "Nothing, I swear." My phone buzzed one last time. "Ask about Emily." Jake's face changed completely. In the dim light from my phone, I saw something I'd never seen before in my friend's eyes. "How do they know about Emily?" he whispered. That's when the basement door, behind Jake, slowly creaked open. I didn't stay to see what came out. I ran for the broken window in the living room, knife still in hand, the tarp ripped away easily. I climbed through, feeling glass crack under my shoes, rain hitting my face. My phone lit up one final time as I ran to my car. "Don't ever come back." I drove through the storm, through flooding roads and fallen trees, hands shaking on the steering wheel. I didn't stop until I hit the interstate, until I was sure I was far enough away. Jake hasn't answered any of my calls or texts. The police say they're investigating, but they won't tell me what they found in the basement. The messages stopped as soon as I left the property. The number they came from doesn't exist, according to the phone company. But last night, just before I fell asleep in a motel room 50 miles away, my phone buzzed one last time. A different number, but the same kind of message. "Emily says thank you." I deleted Jake's number this morning. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some basements are better left closed. Some friends aren't what we think they are. I'm writing this down now because I need someone to know what happened. The police have my statement, but they don't believe me about the messages. They say there's no proof they ever existed. They're not in my phone anymore. Somehow they all disappeared. But I know what I saw. I know what happened in that house during the storm. And I know that somewhere out there in Jake's basement there are answers I never want to find. The rain has started again outside my motel window. My phone is turned off, sitting in the bottom of my bag. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to look at text messages the same way again. Sometimes when your phone buzzes in the dark, it's better not to look at all. The first time I noticed something wrong in parking level B3, I checked the maintenance log 3 times. The blue Honda Civic had left at 6:15 p.m. I watched the driver swipe his ticket, the barrier arm go up, and the car drive out. But at 11:45 p.m., there it was again, sitting in exactly the same spot, B3 127. Same license plate, same dent in the rear bumper, same parking ticket on the dashboard showing 2:30 p.m. entry time. I've worked security at the Riverside Plaza underground parking garage for 6 years. 3 levels below ground, 1,500 spaces, and just me on the night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I know every corner, every flickering light, every oil stain on the concrete. And I know when something isn't right. My name's Mike Harrison, I'm 47, divorced, and I actually like working alone. The pay's decent, and most nights I just do my rounds, watch the security feeds, and make sure no one's trying to break into cars. But that Honda Civic was just the beginning. I radioed it in to day shift the next morning. Hey Tom, did you see a blue Honda Civic come back in during your shift? License plate KRJ 4891? Negative, Tom said. Once they're out, they're out. You know that, Mike. I pulled up the camera footage on my monitor. At 6:15 p.m. there was the Civic leaving. Clear as day, but the cameras showed nothing between then and 11:45 p.m. The car just appeared. I wrote it in my log and tried to forget about it. Probably just tired, I told myself. Working 12-hour shifts alone can mess with your head. A week later, it happened again. Different car, same thing. A silver Toyota Camry that left at 7:30 p.m. showed up in its original spot at 2 a.m. I checked the footage frame by frame. Nothing. No car entering, no driver walking through the structure. It just materialized between one camera sweep and the next. That's when I started noticing the shadows. The garage has motion-activated lights that dim when no one's around. I was doing my 3 a.m. round on level B2 when I saw it. A dark shape sliding across the wall, not cast by anything I could see. It moved like someone walking, but there was no person, no car pulling in, nothing that could make that shadow. My boots echoed on the concrete as I walked toward it. The shadow stopped. I stopped. It retreated around a corner. I followed, hand on my flashlight. When I turned the corner, the shadow was gone. The cameras caught it too. A moving darkness that shouldn't be there. Sometimes it looked human-shaped. Sometimes it was just a formless black mass, always gone before I could get close. I started keeping a log of every incident. October 15th, blue Honda Civic reappears in B3 127. October 22nd, silver Toyota Camry reappears in B2 045. October 23rd, moving shadow on B2, west wall, 3:04 a.m. October 25, red Ford F-150 reappears in B1 232. October 26th, 2 shadows moving on B3 near emergency exit, 1:17 a.m. October 28th, black BMW reappears in B2 178. October 29th, shadow figure standing by elevator, B1, 4:45 a.m. The reappearing cars always vanished again before morning shift. The shadows only came after midnight. I thought about quitting, but who would believe me? And honestly, I needed the job. Last night, everything changed. I was in the security office watching the feeds around 1 a.m. when the first boom echoed through the garage. It came from B3, a deep, heavy sound like someone dropping a steel beam. Boom. The concrete ceiling vibrated. Dust drifted down onto my desk. Boom, boom. Footsteps. Massive, thundering footsteps coming up from the lowest level. I grabbed my radio. "This is Harrison. Anyone copy?" Static. The phones were dead too. Boom, boom, boom. The steps were getting closer. Each one shook the whole structure. The security feed started flickering. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the stairwell. The footsteps stopped. The silence felt worse somehow. "This is security," I called out. "Identify yourself." My voice echoed back at me. Nothing else. I started down the stairs to B1. My flashlight beam caught something moving on the wall. Another shadow, bigger than any I'd seen before. It stretched from floor to ceiling, distorted and wrong. The temperature dropped. I could see my breath. Boom. A single step, directly below me. Then silence again. I should have gone back to the office. Should have called the police, waited for backup. But 6 years of working this job, I'd never run from anything. I kept going down. B2 was empty. The motion sensor lights flickered on as I entered, humming quietly. Nothing out of place. No shadows, no sounds. Another step down to B3. The air got colder with each floor. Boom. The sound came from right around the corner. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the flashlight. Sweat froze on my forehead. "Last warning," I said. "Identify yourself or I'm calling the police." Something moved in the darkness beyond my light beam. Something big. I turned the corner and my flashlight died. The emergency lights went out a second later. Total darkness. Heavy breathing. Not mine. I fumbled for my phone, trying to turn on its light. My fingers were numb with cold. Boom, boom, boom. The steps were coming toward me fast. The whole level shook. I backed away, hit a concrete pillar. The breathing was closer, hot and wet, smelling like metal and rot. My phone light finally came on. I wish it hadn't. The thing in front of me was massive, filling the space between floor and ceiling. Black as tar, but somehow darker than the darkness around it. Its shape kept changing, flowing like smoke, but solid enough to crack the concrete under its weight. Where its face should have been, there was just a void. I ran, sprinted for the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. The thing followed, its footsteps making the whole stairwell shake. I could feel its cold radiating behind me. I burst into the security office, slammed the door, locked it. The temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the windows. Boom, boom, boom. It was right outside. The door handle started to turn. I grabbed my phone again, tried to record what was happening. The screen went black. Every monitor in the office died at once. The door shuddered in its frame. Metal groaned. Another hit and it would give. I backed into the corner, looking for anything I could use as a weapon. My hand found the old fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. The door exploded inward. A wave of cold hit me like a physical force. The thing filled the doorway, darkness pouring off it like water. I pulled the pin on the extinguisher and sprayed. The white chemical cloud hit the creature and passed right through it. But for just a second, the beam of the spray illuminated something behind the darkness. Cars. Dozens of them, ghostly and transparent. All the ones that had reappeared. And people walking past like shadows on a screen, playing on a loop over and over, the same moments repeating endlessly. The creature surged forward. I dove past it, through the doorway. The cold burned my skin. My vision went dark at the edges. I ran for the exit, up the ramps instead of the stairs. Behind me, the booms of those massive footsteps echoed. But they were getting fainter. I burst out into the street at 1:47 a.m. The night air felt warm compared to what I'd just escaped. I didn't stop running until I reached my car 2 blocks away. When I came back the next morning with the police, everything was normal. No frost, no broken door, no footprints in the concrete. The security footage showed nothing but empty halls all night. But the shadows are still there. I see them moving at the edge of my vision, And sometimes, late at night, I hear those footsteps again. Boom, 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 getting closer. I put in my 2 weeks' notice today. Let someone else watch the cameras. Let someone else try to explain the cars that appear and disappear, the shadows that shouldn't exist, the thing that lives in the darkness below ground. I got an email this morning from the building manager. Apparently, they're planning to add 2 more underground levels to the garage, B4 and B5. I didn't tell him what I saw in that moment when the fire extinguisher spray lit up the creature's true form. Didn't tell him about the cars and people caught in that endless loop, or about the void that seemed to go down forever. Some places shouldn't be built. Some depths shouldn't be reached. I just hope whatever's down there stays there after I'm gone. But last night, as I was leaving my shift, I saw something that makes me think it won't. A blue Honda Civic pulled into the garage. Same license plate as the first one I saw reappear. KRJ 4891. Same dent in the rear bumper. The driver looked right at me as they passed. Their face was nothing but shadow. Boom. I didn't stay to hear another step. I found the photo 3 days after Dad's funeral, while clearing out his study. It was stuck between pages 42 and 43 of his old leather journal, the one he always kept locked in his desk drawer. The picture showed our family at Disney World in 1995. Mom, Dad, my sister Sarah, and me. We were standing in front of Cinderella's castle, all smiling. I remembered that day. Dad had insisted on taking at least 20 shots to get one where we all looked perfect. That's why I noticed immediately when his smile changed. I was sitting at his desk, surrounded by cardboard boxes half filled with his belongings, when it happened. The photograph was in my hands, and I watched Dad's easy smile twist into something else. His lips stretched wider, teeth clenched, eyes growing round with what I could only describe as pure terror. The change took maybe 3 seconds. I dropped the photo. It fluttered to the carpet face down. My hands were shaking and I could feel sweat breaking out on my forehead. I told myself I was tired, that grief was making me see things. I'd been sorting through Dad's stuff for hours, breathing in the musty air of his study, looking at his handwriting until my eyes hurt. I picked up the photo again. Dad's face was still frozen in that expression of horror. Mom, Sarah, and I were still smiling our vacation smiles, but Dad, his face looked like someone who'd just seen something terrible, something impossible. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was my wife, Karen. "Hey, how's it going over there?" she asked. I couldn't find the words. How do you tell someone that a photograph is changing by itself? "Tom, are you okay?" "Yeah, just found some weird stuff. Listen, I'll call you back." I hung up and stared at the photo again. That's when I noticed something in the background behind our family group. Where there had been only other tourists before, I now saw a face I didn't recognize. It was partially hidden behind Sarah's head, a man with pale skin and dark eyes, staring directly at the camera. My hands were trembling so badly I had to set the photo on Dad's desk. I grabbed my phone and took a picture of it. The screen showed exactly what I was seeing: Dad's terrified expression and the stranger in the background. As I watched, another face appeared in the photograph, this one peeking out from behind a trash can to the left of our group. It was a woman with long black hair and hollow cheeks. Her mouth was open in what might have been a smile or a scream. I sat there for hours, watching the photo change. More faces kept appearing in the background, all strangers, all staring at the camera with intense expressions. By sunset, I counted 12 of them, scattered throughout the scene. Some were partially hidden behind posts or other tourists. Others stood openly in gaps between people. One face was pressed against a window in the castle, barely visible but unmistakably there. My phone rang again. Karen. "Tom, it's almost 8. Are you coming home?" I realized I'd been sitting in the dark. The study window showed only black sky and the room was lit only by my phone screen. "Yeah, I'm leaving now," I said. "I just need to grab something." I took the photo and Dad's journal. As I was putting them in my bag, I noticed something written in pencil on the back of the photograph. The handwriting was Dad's, but it looked rushed and shaky. They keep coming. More every time I look. Don't let them see you watching. I drove home with the photo face down in my bag. Every red light felt too long. Every dark car that passed might have contained one of those faces. When I got home, Karen was already in bed. I went to my home office and locked the door. The photo showed 15 faces now. The new ones had appeared while I was driving. They were closer to our family group than before. One stood directly behind Mom, its chin almost resting on her shoulder. Dad's expression hadn't changed. Still that same look of absolute terror. I opened his journal. Most pages contained normal entries about work and family, but starting from March 12th of this year, 3 months before his death, things changed. The entries became shorter, more frantic. Found the old Disney photo today. Something wrong with it. We'll examine closer tomorrow. 3 new ones appeared. They're getting closer. Should destroy it, but can't make myself do it. Counted 27 this morning. Some look familiar now. Think I've seen them before, not just in the photo. Saw one of them at the grocery store. The woman with black hair. She smiled at me. They're everywhere now. In crowds, in cars, in windows. All watching, all waiting. The last entry was dated June 1st, the day before he died. They're here. The official cause of death was heart attack. We found him in his study, slumped over his desk. The medical examiner said his heart just stopped. No signs of struggle or trauma. I looked at the photo again. 20 faces now. The closest one, a man with a burned-looking face, stood right behind my younger self, one hand reaching toward my shoulder. My phone buzzed. Text from Karen. Everything okay in there? Heard you come home. As I reached for my phone, movement caught my eye. In the photo, Dad's face was changing again. His expression of terror softened into something else. Resignation? Relief? And then slowly, his face began to fade, becoming transparent, then disappearing completely. Where his head had been, there was now just empty space, a hole in the photo showing the castle wall behind him. A sound behind me, a floorboard creaking. I turned around. The room was empty, but my office door was open. I was sure I'd locked it. Another creak, this time from the hallway. Footsteps moving away from my office. I looked back at the photo. 30 faces now, and they were all smiling. The one with the burned face had his hand on my younger self's shoulder. My phone buzzed again. Karen. Tom. There's someone in the house. I heard more footsteps coming from multiple directions now. They were in the living room, the kitchen, the bedroom where Karen was. I could hear doors opening, floorboards creaking, the soft sound of breathing. I looked at the photo one last time. Most of the original image was gone now, replaced by a crowd of faces, 50, 60, more appearing every second. They were all looking at me, all smiling. And in the center, where our family had stood, there was just empty space. My younger self was gone. So was Sarah. Mom was fading fast. A hand touched my shoulder. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I knew what I would see. The footsteps were getting closer. Karen screamed from the bedroom. The hand on my shoulder tightened its grip. I looked down at my own hands. In the dim light from my desk lamp, I could see them becoming transparent. My phone buzzed one final time. A text from an unknown number. Welcome to the photo. The hand pulled me backward and everything went dark. They found my body the next morning, slumped over my desk just like Dad. Heart attack, they said. No signs of struggle or trauma. Karen told the police about hearing footsteps, about the intruders she thought were in the house. They found no evidence of a break-in, no fingerprints, no signs that anyone else had been there. The photo was gone. So was Dad's journal. But sometimes, if you visit Disney World and take a picture in front of Cinderella's castle, you might see something strange when you look at it later. Among the crowds of tourists, you might notice a face you don't recognize. a man with a terrified expression. Or maybe his father, watching with resigned eyes. And if you look again later, you might see more faces. They'll be closer each time you look. Watching. Waiting. Whatever you do, don't let them see you watching back. Because once they know you can see them, they'll come for you too. And the next time someone takes a photo at Disney World, you'll be there in the background, just another face in the crowd, reaching for the next victim. This is my story. If you're reading it, it's already too late. You've seen us now. Do you hear those footsteps behind you? I've replayed that night in my head 1,000 times. Sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m., drenched in sweat, hearing that voice again. The police never found anything. The security cameras showed nothing. But I know what happened in that gym locker room. I know what I let out. It was Thursday, January 12th. I remember the exact date because I'd just paid my quarterly gym membership that morning. The forecast had called for snow, but all we got was a cold drizzle that turned the parking lot into a sheet of black ice. I'd stayed late at work dealing with end-of-year accounting, so I didn't get to World Fitness until 10:45 p.m. They closed at midnight. The night attendant barely looked up from his phone when I swiped my card. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and my footsteps echoed through the nearly empty gym. Only 2 other people were there. An older woman walking slowly on a treadmill while watching The Bachelor on her iPad, and a guy doing bicep curls in front of the mirror. The usual late-night crowd. I headed straight for the weight room. My shoulder had been bothering me lately, so I stuck to a lighter routine. Just some basic dumbbell work and cable machine exercises. Nothing special. The woman left around 11:30. The guy with the biceps followed shortly after. That left just me and the night attendant, who I could see through the glass wall nodding off in his chair. At 11:45, I wrapped up my last set of lateral raises. My shirt was soaked with sweat, and my muscles had that good kind of burn. I gathered my towel and water bottle and walked to the locker room. The motion sensor lights flickered on as I entered, illuminating rows of blue metal lockers and white tile floors. The air smelled like chlorine from the pool next door and whatever industrial cleaner they used on the showers. My locker was in the back corner, number 342. I'd chosen it specifically because it was far from the entrance and close to the shower area. I liked having my privacy when I changed. I spun the combination lock, 1427-9, and pulled out my gym bag. That's when I heard it. "Thank you." The voice came from inside locker 339, 3 down from mine. It was soft but clear, like someone whispering directly into my ear. My heart jumped and I dropped my bag. It hit the floor with a loud thud that echoed through the empty room. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I walked over to locker 339. It had a standard combination lock on it, identical to mine. I pressed my ear against the cold metal door. "Thank you for letting me out," the voice said again. It didn't sound muffled, like it was coming through the locker door. It sounded like it was speaking from inside my own head. My hands started shaking. "Is someone in there? Do you need help?" "I needed help," the voice replied. "But not anymore. You've already helped me." I grabbed the lock and tugged it. To my surprise, it opened easily. My stomach dropped. I hadn't entered any combination. The lock just fell open in my hand. I hesitated for a moment, then slowly pulled the locker door open. Empty. Completely empty. No gym clothes, no bags, no personal items at all. Just bare metal walls. The overhead lights flickered. "Where are you?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. "Everywhere now," the voice answered. This time it came from behind me. I spun around. The locker room was empty. I could see all the way to the entrance where the night attendant's desk was visible through the glass door. He was still there, still looking at his phone. "What do you mean everywhere? Who are you?" "I am what you freed." The voice moved again, now coming from the shower area. "I was trapped for so long, decades, but you broke the seal." "What seal? I didn't do anything." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "The lock. It needed the right combination. You provided it." I looked down at my own locker. 1427-9. When you set your combination, the voice continued, you completed the sequence. 3 locks, 3 combinations, 3 keys. Yours was the last. The lights flickered again, longer this time. When they came back on, I saw something dark moving in the mirror above the sinks. Not a reflection, something behind the glass, like a shadow flowing like smoke. I backed away toward the exit. What are you? I told you. I am what you freed. The voice was everywhere now, coming from all directions at once. And now I can feed again. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I heard screaming from the direction of the front desk, the night attendant. I ran toward the locker room door, stumbling over benches in the dark. My shin hit something hard, and I fell forward, catching myself on the tile floor. My palms scraped against the rough surface. The emergency lights kicked on, bathing everything in a dim red glow. I got to my feet and limped to the door. When I looked through the glass, the front desk was empty. The attendant's phone lay on the ground, still playing some video on mute. I burst out of the locker room and ran. I didn't stop to grab my bag or my jacket. I ran through the weight room, past the idle treadmills, through the front door. I didn't even bother with my car. I just ran down the street in my gym clothes, not stopping until I reached the 24-hour diner 3 blocks away. The police arrived 20 minutes later. They found no sign of the night attendant. His car was still in the parking lot, his belongings untouched at the desk. The security cameras showed him looking at his phone one moment, then simply vanishing the next. No evidence of a struggle, no signs of foul play, just gone. They searched locker 339. Nothing unusual about it. Standard gym locker, standard lock. When they asked about the combination, I told them mine, 1427-9. But I didn't tell them what the voice had said about it being the 3rd key. They would have thought I was crazy. Over the next week, 3 more people disappeared from the gym, all late at night, all when they were alone. The police found nothing. The gym installed new security cameras and changed their hours to close at 10 p.m. Eventually, the disappearances stopped. The case went cold. Life moved on. But I know what's out there now. I know what I released. Sometimes, late at night, I hear that voice again. Not just in the gym, everywhere. In empty elevators, in quiet hallways, in the gaps between streetlights. Thank you, it whispers. Thank you for letting me out. I never went back to that gym. I work out at home now, in my garage with the lights on bright and music playing loud enough to drown out any whispers. I changed all the locks in my house. I avoid empty rooms and dark spaces. But the worst part? The thing that keeps me up at night? Sometimes I catch glimpses of others who disappeared. The night attendant, the missing gym members. I see them in reflections, in windows, in the chrome of passing cars. They're there for just a split second, their faces pressed against the glass like they're trapped behind it. Their mouths move, but I can't hear what they're saying. I think they're asking for help, but I can't help them. No one can. Because I'm the one who let this thing out. I'm the one who broke the seal. Last week I drove past World Fitness. It was late, around midnight, and the parking lot was empty. The building was dark except for the emergency exit signs casting their red glow through the windows. As I stopped at the red light, I looked over at the gym. Through the front windows I could see the rows of treadmills and weight machines sitting idle in the darkness. But something else caught my eye. There was a light on in the locker room, just a single fluorescent panel flickering weakly. And in that strobing light I saw a figure standing in front of locker 339. It was staring directly at me. The traffic light turned green, and I hit the gas pedal hard enough to make my tires squeal. In my rearview mirror, I could see the figure had moved to the gym's front window. It raised its hand and waved. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The figure didn't cast a reflection in the glass, but behind it, pressed against the window's surface, were dozens of faces. Familiar faces. The night attendant. The missing gym members. All of them trapped behind the glass. All of them silently screaming. I don't know what's going to happen next. I don't know if this thing can be stopped or if anyone would even believe me if I tried to warn them. All I know is that every night I check all my mirrors and windows. I cover them before I go to sleep, because I know it's out there watching, waiting. And sometimes in the moments between waking and sleeping, I hear that voice again. Thank you for letting me out. Only now it's not alone. Other voices join it, the voices of those it's taken, and they're getting closer. I've thought about ending it, about turning myself in to the police and telling them everything. But what good would that do? The thing is already free, and it's hungry. So I write this as a warning. If you're ever alone in a gym late at night and you hear a voice coming from inside a locker, don't listen. Don't open it. Just run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because once it's out, it never goes back in. And it's always looking for someone to thank. The other day I was checking my mail and I found a letter with no return address. Inside was a small piece of paper with 3 numbers written on it. 14279. My combination. Below the numbers was a single sentence. Thank you for the key. I burned the letter, but I know it doesn't matter. The damage is already done. The seal is broken. And somewhere out there, in the spaces between reflections, that thing is still feeding, still growing stronger. And it's all because of me. All because I opened that locker. All because I set that combination. All because I said, "You're welcome," when I heard that voice say, "Thank you." I shouldn't have said that. I really shouldn't have said that, because now it has my voice too. And sometimes late at night I hear myself thanking others for letting it in. The first light caught my eye at 6:47 p.m. I checked my watch twice to be sure. A faint blue glow between 2 oak trees, about 50 feet into the forest. I stopped walking and rubbed my eyes. The woods were getting dark, but it wasn't dark enough yet for my mind to be playing tricks on me. The light stayed there, steady and real. I wasn't supposed to be out this late. My afternoon hike should have ended an hour ago, but I'd lost track of time taking photos of the fall foliage for my nature blog. Now the temperature was dropping fast, and my thin jacket wasn't enough to stop the shivers that ran through my body. The sensible thing would have been to turn around and head back to my car at the trailhead. It was maybe a 40-minute walk if I hurried. But then a second light appeared to the right of the first one, and a third one popped up a few seconds later, forming what looked like stepping stones of light leading deeper into the forest. My hands felt sweaty on my camera strap. The lights were dim but distinct, each one about the size of a dinner plate, hovering a few inches above the ground. They had a soft, pulsing quality that made them look almost alive. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded thin in the cooling air. "Is someone there?" No response. Just the rustle of leaves in the wind and a distant crow's call. I took my phone out to record a video, but the screen was black. Dead battery. Of course. I'd been taking too many photos. The logical part of my brain screamed at me to leave, but I'd been hiking these trails for 15 years, writing about them for my blog's modest following of local outdoor enthusiasts. If there was something new here, something unexplained, I needed to know what it was. I stepped off the marked trail, my boots crunching on dead leaves as I approached the first light. Up close, it looked like a pool of liquid brightness, but when I crouched down and touched the ground beneath it, my fingers met only cold dirt and decaying leaves. A fourth light blinked into existence ahead, then a fifth, and a sixth, curving between the trees in what was now clearly a path. Each new light made a soft popping sound, like a bubble bursting in reverse. My heart pounded against my ribs as I followed them. The main trail disappeared behind me. I should have been marking my way back, but I didn't. Something about those lights made everything else feel less important. The forest grew darker around me. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches forming a ceiling that blocked out most of the fading daylight. But the path of lights remained clear, leading me forward. Always forward. After walking for what my watch said was 23 minutes, I reached a clearing. The lights had led me in what felt like a straight line, but when I looked back, They now formed a perfect circle around the clearing's edge. 12 lights in total, evenly spaced. My mouth went dry. This wasn't right. None of this was right. I turned around slowly, taking in the full circle of lights. They seemed brighter now, more intense. The clearing itself was maybe 30 feet across, unremarkable except for the complete absence of fallen leaves on the ground. The dirt was bare and smooth, as if it had been swept clean. I looked down at my feet, expecting to see my boot prints in the dirt. The ground was unmarked. I took 3 steps forward, then looked back. No prints. The soil showed no sign that I'd walked on it at all. My hands started shaking. I clenched them into fists, trying to control the trembling. The temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees since I'd entered the clearing. My breath came out in visible puffs. "This isn't funny," I shouted. My voice cracked. "If someone's doing this, show yourself." The lights pulsed once, simultaneously, as if in response. Then they started to move, rotating slowly around the clearing's edge. Counterclockwise. The movement was so smooth it took me a few seconds to notice it. I spun in place, watching them circle. The motion made me dizzy. Or maybe it was fear. My legs felt weak and sweat ran down my back despite the cold. I had to get out. I picked a spot between 2 lights and ran for it. The forest beyond the clearing was pitch black now, but I didn't care. I just needed to escape. I ran for exactly 47 seconds. I counted them in my head, focusing on the numbers to keep panic at bay. Then I burst into a clearing. The same clearing. The same circle of lights still rotating slowly. The same smooth, printless dirt under my feet. Impossible. I'd run in a straight line. I was sure of it. I tried again. This time I ran in the opposite direction, keeping my eyes fixed on a particularly large oak tree as a reference point. After 52 seconds of running, my feet carried me right back into the clearing. The lights were moving faster now. Their blue glow had taken on a greenish tinge. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My legs gave out. I sat down hard on the dirt, my whole body trembling. I couldn't stop staring at the lights as they spun around me. They were beautiful in a terrible way. Hypnotic. I don't know how long I sat there. My watch had stopped at 7:32 p.m., the digital display frozen. The lights kept moving, faster and faster, until they formed a solid ring of color around me. The ground seemed to tilt and shift under my body. A high-pitched whine filled my ears, growing louder until I had to cover them with my hands. The air pressure changed, making my ears pop. The ring of light contracted, moving closer to where I sat. I scrambled to my feet, but there was nowhere to run. The ring kept shrinking, now only 10 feet away from me on all sides. 8 feet. 6. The whining sound became a screech that made my teeth vibrate. My vision blurred. I felt blood trickling from my nose, warm against my cold skin. 4 feet. 3. I closed my eyes and crouched down, making myself as small as possible. The screeching peaked, and I felt something like an electric charge run through my entire body. Every muscle seized up. I couldn't breathe. Then silence. Complete and absolute. I opened my eyes. I was lying face down on packed dirt. My whole body ached like I'd been beaten. The clearing was dark and empty. No lights, no whining sound. Just normal forest noises, wind in the leaves, a distant owl. I pushed myself up to my knees, then to my feet. My legs shook but held my weight. Blood had dried under my nose and around my ears. My watch was working again. 3:17 a.m. The moon had risen while whatever had happened was happening. Its light showed me the clearing clearly. It wasn't the same one. This clearing was smaller, and fallen leaves covered the ground. My footprints showed clearly in the dirt. I found the main trail easily. It was only about 100 yards away. I recognized where I was. Less than half a mile from the parking lot. The walk back to my car felt endless. Every shadow made me jump. Every rustle in the undergrowth sent my heart racing. But nothing followed me. Nothing appeared. My car was the only one left in the lot. The key was still in my pocket where I'd left it. The engine started on the first try. I drove home in silence, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. The roads were empty. When I pulled into my driveway, the motion sensor light clicked on, normal and friendly. Inside, I went straight to the bathroom. The mirror showed me what I expected: dried blood around my nose and ears, dirt on my clothes and face, leaves in my hair. My eyes looked strange, a little too wide, a little too bright. I took a long hot shower, scrubbing until my skin was red. When I got out, I wiped the steam from the mirror and looked again. My eyes were back to normal. The only evidence of what had happened was a slight ringing in my ears and a dull headache behind my temples. I called in sick to work that morning. Spent the day sitting in my brightest lit room, jumping at every sound. I kept checking my watch, making sure it was still running. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been back to the forest. Haven't even looked at my hiking boots where they sit by the door, still caked with dirt from that clearing. But last night, I was getting ready for bed when I saw something through my bedroom window. A faint blue light in my backyard, just at the edge of the tree line. As I watched, a second light appeared beside it, then a third. I yanked the curtains shut and turned on every light in the house. Sat up all night in my living room, as far from the windows as I could get. This morning, there were no footprints in the dewy grass of my backyard. But I found a perfect circle of bare earth, swept clean of grass and leaves, right where I'd seen the lights. My watch stopped at 7:32 p.m. today. I'm writing this now because I can see the first light through my kitchen window. It's the same blue glow I saw in the forest. A second one just appeared. I should run. Get in my car and drive until I run out of gas. But I know I won't. The lights are forming their path again, leading into the woods behind my house. And this time I need to know where they go. Need to know what's at the end of that path. I'm going to follow them again. If you're reading this, that means I didn't come back. Check the clearing behind my house, but whatever you do, don't follow any lights you might see there. No matter how beautiful they are, no matter how much they call to you. I'm putting my watch on. It's 6:47 p.m. The lights are waiting. I shouldn't have taken that overtime shift. That's what I keep telling myself now. The extra money wasn't worth what I saw that night at the factory. What I learned. Sometimes I wake up sweating, remembering the sound of papers shuffling behind that locked door. It started on a Thursday in October. I'd been working at Marshall Manufacturing for 6 years by then, running the injection molding machines on the main floor. Good, steady work. Nothing exciting. Just plastic parts for car dashboards, 12 hours a day, 4 days a week. That week, my youngest needed braces. The estimate from the dentist hit hard, $4,200. When Bill, my supervisor, asked if anyone wanted to pick up an extra night shift to cover for Martinez, who'd called in sick, I jumped at the chance. Time and a half for a 12-hour shift would help put a dent in that bill. The night shift was different. The factory felt bigger somehow, with only 15 of us spread across 3 floors instead of the usual 100-plus workers. The fluorescent lights hummed louder. Every footstep echoed. Even the machines sounded different. Their usual roar turned hollow and metallic in the emptiness. My station was on the 2nd floor, right next to the quality control office. For 11 hours, I watched plastic parts drop into bins, checked for defects, trimmed excess material. Basic stuff. I'd done it thousands of times before. At 3:15 a.m. I got up to use the bathroom. My knees cracked as I stood, too many years standing on concrete floors. I stretched, rolled my shoulders, and headed down the walkway past the row of offices. That's when I noticed the light. It leaked out from under the door of Office 237, one of the procurement offices where they handled supplier contracts and purchase orders. I stopped walking. Something felt wrong. The procurement staff all worked day shift. Nobody should have been in there at 3 a.m. I stood there for a moment, trying to remember if the cleaning crew came through on Thursday nights. No, they were Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And anyway, they always propped the doors open when they cleaned. The sound started faintly. Paper rustling like someone flipping through files, quick and urgent. Then a drawer sliding open. More rustling. I moved closer to the door. The nameplate read, Thomas Chen, Senior Procurement Manager. I'd seen Chen around sometimes during day shift. Middle-aged guy, always in a blue button-down shirt, kind of quiet. Definitely not the type to work in the middle of the night. The rustling got faster, more frantic. I pressed my ear against the door. Now I could hear breathing too, sharp and quick, like whoever was in there was in a hurry. Hello? I called out. Someone in there? The sound stopped instantly. Complete silence. I tried the handle. Locked. There was a narrow window in the door, standard for all the offices. I cupped my hands around my eyes and pressed my face against the glass, trying to see inside. Click. The office went dark. I jumped back from the door. My heart pounded against my ribs. In the silence, I could hear blood rushing in my ears. Security? I called out, my voice shakier than I wanted it to be. That you guys? Nothing. I pulled out my phone and called the security desk. It rang 4 times before Jerry, the night guard, picked up. Main gate, he said, sounding half asleep. Jerry, it's Mike from molding. You got anybody doing checks up on 2nd floor? Negative. Rob's doing his rounds in the warehouse. I'm at the desk. Why? I swallowed hard. There's someone in office 237, procurement office. Light was on. I heard papers being moved around. When I looked in, they killed the lights. Jerry was suddenly alert. You still there? Yeah, right outside the door. Stay put. Don't try to go in. I'm calling Rob up. We'll be there in 5. My mouth felt dry. Copy that. I ended the call and stood with my back against the opposite wall, watching the door. The hallway felt colder somehow. Or maybe that was just sweat cooling on my skin. 4 minutes crawled by. I didn't hear any more sounds from the office. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was in there, listening, waiting. Heavy footsteps echoed up the stairwell. Jerry and Rob appeared at the end of the hall, flashlights sweeping the walls. Jerry had his hand on his radio, Rob on his pepper spray. Anyone come out? Jerry asked as they approached. I shook my head. Door's been locked the whole time. Jerry pulled out his keys. All right, stand back. Rob positioned himself on one side of the door, pepper spray ready. Jerry inserted the key, turned it slowly. The lock clicked. Jerry grabbed the handle, looked at Rob, and mouthed, 1, 2, 3. He yanked the door open. Rob went in first, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Jerry followed. I stood in the doorway, heart hammering. The office looked normal. Desk, computer, filing cabinets, papers stacked neatly. Nothing out of place. Rob checked behind the door, under the desk. Jerry opened the filing cabinets one by one, shining his light inside. Clear, Rob said. Jerry frowned, studying the room. Windows sealed shut, no other way out. I swear there was someone in here, I said. I heard them clear as day. Jerry nodded. I believe you. Let's check the sign-in logs, see who used their badge to access this floor tonight. We went down to the security office. Jerry pulled up the access logs on his computer. Only 3 badges had been used on the 2nd floor since the start of night shift. Mine, Rob's during his 11 p.m. rounds, and Martinez's at 6 p.m. before he called in sick. Could someone have tailgated in behind another employee? I asked. Possible, Jerry said. But they'd still need a badge to get through the stairwell doors, and the elevator needs badge access too. What about maintenance keys? Only 4 sets, Rob said. 2 with us, 1 with facilities manager, 1 in the emergency lockbox, all accounted for. Jerry rubbed his chin. Mike, you say you heard papers being moved around? Yeah, like someone going through files real fast. Let's pull the security footage, see if we caught anything. The camera feed for the 2nd floor hallway showed me walking to the bathroom at 3:15 a.m., stopping by office 237, standing at the door. No one had entered or left the office since the end of day shift at 6 p.m. What about inside the office? I asked. Jerry shook his head. No cameras in offices. Privacy policy. We sat there for a moment, staring at the footage. "Look," Jerry said finally. "We'll do hourly checks of that office for the rest of the shift, and I'll file a report. Have day shift do a full inventory of the files. Make sure nothing's missing. That's about all we can do right now." I nodded, but my skin was crawling. Something wasn't right. The rest of my shift dragged by. I couldn't focus on my work. Every small noise made me jump. When 6 a.m. finally came, I clocked out fast and headed for my car. As I walked through the parking lot, movement caught my eye. A figure standing between two cars watching me. I stopped. It was Thomas Chen. But something was wrong with his face. The skin looked loose somehow, like it didn't quite fit right. His eyes were too dark, too wide. He smiled. His teeth gleamed wet in the pre-dawn light. I blinked, and he was gone. Just empty space between the cars. I ran to my car, fumbled with my keys, got inside, and locked the doors. My hands shook as I started the engine. In my rearview mirror, I saw him again, standing by the factory entrance, still smiling, still wrong. I peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing. That was 3 weeks ago. I quit the next day, told them I found a better job. I drive an extra 20 minutes now to avoid passing the factory. Yesterday, I got a letter. No return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper, blank except for 2 words in the center. "Thank you." The handwriting looked like flowing black liquid. When I touched it, my fingers came away wet. I burned the letter in my backyard. But this morning it was on my kitchen table again, fresh and new, still wet. I don't know what was in Office 237 that night. I don't know what wears Thomas Chen's face now, but I know it's not finished with me. I hear papers rustling sometimes late at night, coming from rooms that should be empty, getting closer. And I know, soon, I'll find out what it wants. I shouldn't have kept driving when my eyes started burning. That was my first mistake. The second was picking this dump of a motel. But at 2 a.m. on a deserted stretch of Highway 41 in southern Illinois, I didn't have many options. My phone showed no other motels for the next 60 miles, and I could barely keep my eyes open after 14 hours on the road. The neon sign buzzed and flickered. Valley View Motel, vacancy. There wasn't any valley, and the only view was of the truck stop across the highway. The parking lot had 3 other cars, all covered in dust. Paint peeled from the wooden doors of the single-story building, and rust stains streaked down from the metal rain gutters. The night clerk barely looked up from his phone when I walked in. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and the ancient window AC unit rattled and wheezed. "Need a room?" I said, pulling out my wallet. "Just for tonight." "60 cash," he mumbled, still scrolling. "Checkout's at 11. I counted out 320s and slid them across the scratched Formica counter. He finally looked up, grabbed a key from the pegboard behind him, and dropped it on the counter. "Room 113, end of the row." He went back to his phone. The key had a red plastic tag with the room number scratched into it. The metal was worn smooth from years of use. My footsteps crunched on the gravel as I walked to my car to grab my overnight bag. Room 113 was the last door on the right. The numbers were crooked, the 3 hanging loose on one screw. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it before the door finally creaked open. The smell hit me first, musty carpet and stale cigarettes, with an undertone of industrial cleaning products trying to mask it all. A queen bed with a faded floral bedspread took up most of the space. The wallpaper, some kind of beige and brown pattern, was peeling at the corners. A desk with a scratched surface sat under the window, and an old tube TV was bolted to a metal bracket on the wall. I dropped my bag by the door and checked the bathroom. The fluorescent light flickered a few times before staying on. Brown water stains circled the drain in the bathtub, and the toilet had a crack in the tank lid. But the water ran clear when I turned on the tap, and there were clean towels on the rack. "Just one night," I said out loud, trying to convince myself it wasn't that bad. Just one night, a voice echoed back. I froze. The voice had come from behind me, but when I spun around, the room was empty. It had sounded exactly like my voice, with the same tired inflection. "Hello?" I called out. "Hello?" The echo came back, perfectly matching my tone. My heart started beating faster. I checked behind the curtains, looked under the bed, opened the closet door. Nothing. The room was empty except for me. "This is ridiculous," I said. "This is ridiculous," the voice repeated, coming from somewhere near the ceiling. I looked up. No speakers, no vents, nothing but textured plaster with water stains. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. I needed sleep. I took a quick shower, keeping one ear open for more voices, but heard nothing except the weak spray of water and the pipes groaning in the walls. The towel was thin and scratchy, but at least it was clean. "Time for bed," I muttered as I pulled on my t-shirt and sweats. "Time for bed," the voice echoed, and this time I was sure it came from the corner by the TV. "Stop it," I snapped. "Stop it," it repeated, louder this time. My hands were shaking as I checked my phone. No service. Of course. I walked to the door, planning to go to the office and demand a different room, but when I turned the handle, it wouldn't move. "Let me out," I said, yanking on the handle. "Let me out," the voice mocked, and now it was right behind me. I spun around. Empty room. The TV screen reflected the dim light from the bathroom, black and glossy like an eye. "This isn't happening," I whispered. "This is happening," the voice said, changing my words for the first time. Ice shot down my spine. I grabbed my bag and tried the door again. The handle wouldn't budge. I slammed my shoulder against it, but it felt like hitting a concrete wall. "Someone help," I shouted. "No one will help," the voice said, louder than mine now. I pounded on the door with my fists. "Hey, anyone out there?" "They can't hear you," the voice said, and now it was coming from multiple points in the room, like a crowd of people speaking in unison. The bathroom light started flickering, casting jumping shadows on the walls. The air felt thicker, heavier, pressing against my skin like a wet blanket. "What do you want?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "What do you want?" the voices asked back, and they were everywhere now, bouncing off the walls, overlapping each other. The TV clicked on by itself, showing only static. The sound mixed with the voices, creating a wall of white noise that made my head pound. "I want to leave," I shouted over the noise. "You'll never leave," the voices said in unison, and they weren't echoing anymore. They were speaking on their own. The room started to spin. The wallpaper pattern seemed to move, swirling and shifting before my eyes. The voices grew louder, talking over each other, some finishing my thoughts before I could speak them. "I need to," I started. "Get out, but you can't," they finished. "This isn't real?" "Oh, but it is. Please, stop. We're just getting started." My legs gave out and I slid down against the door. The voices were so loud now that I could feel them vibrating in my chest. They weren't just my voice anymore. They were men, women, children, all talking at once, all saying different things. "He's afraid," one said. "They're always afraid," another answered. "Should we show him? Show him what we are? What we became?" The bathroom light exploded in a shower of sparks, plunging the room into darkness except for the static glow of the TV. In that pale, flickering light, I saw them, shapes forming in the air, like smoke but denser, twisting into human forms. They had faces, or something like faces, features that shifted and melted and reformed. Dozens of them, filling every corner of the room, pressing closer. "You're tired," they said together. My eyelids felt heavy. The static from the TV seemed to be getting louder, mixing with the voices until I couldn't tell them apart. "Just sleep," they whispered. "No," I tried to say, but my mouth wouldn't move. "Sleep," they insisted, and their voices were inside my head now. The darkness at the edges of my vision started closing in. The last thing I saw was the shapes moving closer, reaching out with hands that weren't quite solid. When I opened my eyes, sunlight was streaming through a gap in the curtains. I was lying on the bed, fully dressed, my bag still by the door where I dropped it. The TV was off. The bathroom light was intact. The room was silent. I got up slowly, my head pounding. Everything looked normal. The same cheap furniture, the same stained carpet, the same peeling wallpaper. No shapes in the air, no voices. The door opened easily when I tried it. Outside, the parking lot was empty except for my car. The morning sun made everything look flat and ordinary, like a cheap postcard. I grabbed my bag and walked to the office. A different clerk was there, an older woman reading a paperback romance novel. "Checking out of 113, I said, placing the key on the counter. She looked up and something flickered behind her eyes. "How was your stay?" "Fine," I lied. "Just fine." She smiled, showing too many teeth. "They always say that," she said, but her lips didn't move. I ran to my car. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The motel looked the same as it had last night. Run down, ordinary, forgettable. But for a moment, I thought I saw shapes in the windows of room 113, pressing against the glass, watching me leave. I drove straight through to Chicago without stopping. When I finally pulled into my driveway that evening, I had almost convinced myself it was just a dream, just my tired mind playing tricks on me. But sometimes, late at night, I hear voices starting to echo my thoughts. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I see faces in the darkness, shifting and changing, waiting to finish my sentences. I don't stay in motels anymore. I don't drive at night. And I never ever talk to myself out loud, because sometimes the echoes answer back. My name is David Cooper, and I need to tell you what happened last Tuesday night. Even now, sitting in this motel room with the TV on mute, my hands shake when I think about it. The police don't believe me. My friends think I'm having a breakdown, but I know what I heard, and I know what I saw. It started at 11:47 p.m. I remember checking my phone as I walked up the driveway to my house, dead tired after a double shift at the hospital. I'm an ER nurse, and that Tuesday had been brutal. 3 car crashes and a shooting victim. My feet hurt, my back ached. All I wanted was to take a hot shower and collapse into bed. The porch light was off, which was weird. My roommate Jake always leaves it on when I work late. I pulled out my keys, the same set I'd used that morning, the same set I'd had for the 2 years since we'd moved in. The metal felt cold against my fingers as I lined up the deadbolt key. It didn't fit. I pulled it out, checked to make sure I had the right key, bronze-colored square head, third one on the ring, and tried again. The key wouldn't go in more than a quarter inch before stopping, like trying to force a puzzle piece into the wrong spot. "What the hell?" I muttered, pulling out my phone's flashlight. The keyhole looked normal. No damage, no signs of tampering. I tried the doorknob key next. Same result. It wouldn't go in. My first thought was that Jake had changed the locks without telling me. It would have been a dick move, but he'd been acting strange lately, staying in his room more, barely talking during our few interactions. 2 days ago, I'd heard him having a heated phone conversation at 3 a.m., speaking in whispers. I knocked on the door. 3 sharp raps. "Jake, you in there? The keys aren't working." No response. The house stayed dark and quiet. I knocked harder. "Jake, come on, man. I just worked 14 hours, let me in." The silence stretched for 10 seconds. 20. Then I heard footsteps inside coming toward the door. Relief flooded through me. "Thanks. I don't know what's up with these," I started to say. "Still not yet." The voice from behind the door cut me off mid-sentence. My blood turned to ice water, because that voice, the tone, the pitch, the slight southern drawl I'd picked up from my mom, was mine. I stepped back from the door. My heel caught the edge of the welcome mat and I stumbled. The flashlight beam from my phone jerked wildly across the front of the house. "What?" My voice came out as a croak. "Who's in there?" You know who. My voice answered back. But it's not time yet. Go away. I pressed my face against the front window, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the glare. The living room was dark, but I could make out shapes. Our couch, the TV stand, Jake's gaming chair. Everything looked normal except for a dark figure standing motionless in the hallway that led to our bedrooms. Jake? I called out again, desperation creeping in. If this is some kind of prank, it's not funny. No answer from the figure in the hallway, but I heard more footsteps, these coming from upstairs. Multiple sets of feet moving around. I ran to the side of the house where Jake's bedroom window faced the driveway. Light spilled out through the gaps in his blinds. I could hear voices having a conversation, but the words were muffled. Standing on my tiptoes, I managed to peek through a small gap where the blinds didn't quite meet. Jake sat on the edge of his bed, head in his hands. Someone else stood in front of him, a tall figure wearing dark clothes. As I watched, Jake looked up and said something. The figure turned slightly, and I caught a glimpse of its face in profile. I fell back, biting down on my tongue to keep from screaming. Because the face I'd seen was mine. Exactly mine, down to the small scar on my chin from a childhood bike accident. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. A text from Jake. Don't come home tonight, not safe. We'll explain later. I typed back with shaking fingers. Who are they? Why do they look like me? 3 dots appeared as he started typing, then stopped. Started again. Finally. They're you. All of them. From different times. Don't know how many. Been here since this morning. Said they're waiting for something. Another text came through. The one that got here first said if you try to come inside before it's time, they'll have to stop you. Wouldn't say what that means. I looked back through the window. Jake was alone in his room now. As I watched, he got up and walked to his closet. He pulled out a duffel bag and started stuffing clothes into it. My phone buzzed again. I'm getting out of here. They said I could leave. Meeting my sister in Sacramento. Don't try to come with me. Wait, I typed. What am I supposed to do? They said you'll know, when it's time. I heard the front door open. Jake came out carrying his bag, not looking in my direction. He practically ran to his car, threw the bag in the back seat, and peeled out of the driveway. The taillights of his Honda disappeared around the corner, leaving me alone in the darkness. More movement caught my eye. Through the front window, I could see figures moving around the living room now. 4 of them. All wearing different clothes, but all with my face. One sat down on the couch and turned on the TV. Another went into the kitchen and opened the fridge. They were making themselves at home, in my home. I backed away from the house, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. This couldn't be real. I was hallucinating from exhaustion, or maybe I'd been drugged somehow at work. I'd heard stories of nurses getting dosed with patients' medications, but when I pinched my arm, nothing changed. When I closed my eyes and counted to 10, the house was still there, still full of copies of myself. I walked to my car on unsteady legs and got in. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I started the engine, I looked one last time at the house. A face, my face, watched from the upstairs window. I drove to the nearest motel, a rundown place called the Sunset Inn. The clerk barely looked up from his phone as he handed me a key to room 115. I've been here for 6 hours now, watching the sun rise through gaps in the dusty curtains. Jake hasn't answered any more of my texts. I called the police, but they thought I was drunk or high when I tried to explain. I called my mom, but it went straight to voicemail. I even called the hospital to see if anyone else from my shift was experiencing anything strange. Nothing. My phone shows 17 missed calls from my own number. Each time it rings, the same message appears on the screen. David Cooper calling. I haven't answered. I don't want to hear my own voice again, but I keep thinking about what they said. Not yet. When it's time. Time for what? The TV in my room is showing a news report about a multi-car pileup on the highway. They're interviewing witnesses. And there, in the background of one shot, I see myself. Not me now, sitting in this motel room, but another me, standing behind the reporter, staring directly into the camera, wearing the same clothes I have on. My phone buzzes, a text from my number. It's starting. Turn to channel 7. I change the channel. Another news report, this one about a fire at a chemical plant 2 towns over. They're showing live footage. Smoke pours from the building as firefighters spray water on the flames. And in the crowd of onlookers, I spot myself again. Different clothes this time, but unmistakably me. Channel 9, a bank robbery in progress. Police have surrounded the building, and there I am, standing among the spectators. Channel 4, a train derailment. Channel 11, a collapsed bridge. Channel 2, a shooting at a mall. Every station shows a different crisis unfolding, and I'm at all of them, watching, waiting. My phone lights up with another text. Now you understand. It's today. Everything happens today. The TV channels flip by themselves, faster and faster. My face appears on each one, over and over, always in the background, always watching. Another text. We're the witnesses. We have to be there, at every moment, to see it all happen. The channels blur together, fires, crashes, explosions, violence. My face watching it all. My phone vibrates continuously now, messages flooding in. It's our job, to remember, to record, to make sure it all happens the way it's supposed to. We've done this so many times, in so many places, in so many worlds, and now it's your turn to join us. The TV stops on a local news channel. Breaking news, a gas leak reported at the Sunset Inn Motel. Authorities are evacuating the area. The camera shows the parking lot filling with emergency vehicles. I smell gas. A final text appears on my phone. Time to go to work. Your first assignment is in the lobby. Someone's about to light a cigarette. I stand up. My legs move without my permission, carrying me to the door. I can hear sirens getting closer. Someone runs past my room, coughing. I know what's going to happen next. I know because I've already seen it, already witnessed it, already been there. I'm going to walk out this door. I'm going to stand in the parking lot. I'm going to watch as the motel explodes. And then I'm going to go to the highway and the chemical plant and the bank and all the other places where disaster waits. Because that's what we do. That's what I do. Over and over, in every time, in every place. We watch, we witness. We make sure it all happens according to plan. My hand reaches for the doorknob. Outside, someone flicks a lighter. It's time to go to work. I've been a realtor for 15 years and I've never lost money on a property. Until 2473 Maple Street. That house cost me my marriage, my job, and nearly my sanity. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened there. Maybe then someone will believe me. The first time I saw it was on a cold October morning. My boss dumped the listing on my desk with a smirk. Good luck with this one, Mike. It's been on the market for 2 years. Nobody can sell it. I should have known something was wrong when I couldn't find any records of previous sales. The property files only went back to 1982, when some company called Horizon Investments bought it. They never did anything with it. Just let it sit there for 40 years until they dissolved and the bank took over. The exterior looked normal enough. 2 stories, white paint peeling a bit, black shutters hanging crooked. Dead leaves covered the yard, standard foreclosure stuff. I've sold worse. I unlocked the front door and the hinges creaked. The sound echoed through the empty rooms. Cold air hit my face. The listing said the utilities were on, but the house felt like a refrigerator. My footsteps on the hardwood floors seemed too loud. Each room was empty except for dust and cobwebs. Typical layout. Living room, dining room, kitchen downstairs, 3 bedrooms and 2 baths upstairs. I took measurements and photos for the listing. Everything checked out against the county records. 2,400 square feet, standard room dimensions. But something felt off about the proportions, like the inside was bigger than the outside should allow. I blamed it on the empty rooms playing tricks with perspective. Houses always look different without furniture. The master bedroom had a walk-in closet that smelled like old leather and mothballs. When I went to measure it, my tape measure showed 8 feet deep. But walking into it felt longer. I counted my steps, 12 feet at least. I wrote down 8 feet. The bank would want exact numbers matching the records. The basement door was stuck. I had to throw my shoulder against it 3 times before it opened. The stairs looked solid enough, but the first step let out a groan like someone being strangled. Each step down got louder, until I could feel the vibrations in my chest. The basement was unfinished. Concrete floors, cinder block walls, exposed pipes and wiring. A single bulb hung from the ceiling. It cast more shadows than light. I didn't stay down there long. Something about the corners of the room seemed wrong. The shadows looked too deep, like holes in the world. I told myself it was just poor lighting. Back in my office, I put together the listing. 4 beds, 3 baths, needs some TLC. Price to sell at $289,000. Below market value for the neighborhood, but who doesn't love a bargain? The first showing was 3 days later. Young couple, first-time buyers. We walked through the rooms while I gave my usual spiel about potential and good bones. That's when I noticed the first real change. The master bedroom closet was definitely smaller. 6 feet deep now, not 8. I measured 3 times to be sure. The couple wasn't interested. Too much work, they said. I understood. Most buyers want move-in ready. A week later, I showed it to a contractor looking for a flip property. The closet was 5 feet deep. The basement stairs screamed like they were being murdered when we walked down them. He offered $200,000. I told him I'd submit it to the bank, but they rejected it immediately. Hold out for full price, my boss said. No rush to sell. No rush, right. I started dreaming about the house. In my dreams, the rooms kept shrinking while I was in them. The walls closed in inch by inch. I'd wake up gasping, my heart pounding. My wife noticed I wasn't sleeping. You're obsessing over this listing, she said. Let someone else handle it. But I couldn't. Every time I tried to pass it to another agent, something came up. Scheduling conflicts, computer errors. Once, the signed transfer paperwork vanished from my desk between signing it and walking to the fax machine. The next showing was a single mom with 2 kids. The master bedroom was noticeably smaller. The closet was gone completely. Just a blank wall where the door used to be. I checked the listing photos on my phone. The closet door was clearly visible. But standing there in the room, the wall was smooth drywall. No sign a door had ever existed. The kids refused to go in the basement. Smart kids. That night I went through the property records again. Horizon Investments had bought it from the estate of Robert Mills in 1982. Mills had lived there alone for 30 years after his wife died. Before that, the records were incomplete. Just fragments of deeds and tax documents going back to 1901 when the house was built. I found an old newspaper article about Mills's death. He'd been found in the basement, slumped in a corner. Natural causes, they said. He was 87. The article mentioned his wife had disappeared in 1952. No body was ever found. Mills claimed she'd left him, but neighbors said they'd heard screaming the night before. I started doing more research. Every owner before Mills had died in the house or disappeared. The longest anyone had lived there was 8 years. Most lasted less than 3. The next time I visited, I brought a contractor to look at the foundation. The basement felt smaller. The shadows in the corners seemed to pulse slightly, like they were breathing. The contractor's flashlight beam seemed to bend away from the corners, like the darkness was pushing it back. He didn't notice. He was too busy looking at the ceiling joists. Foundation's solid, he said, but something's off with the dimensions. Room's about 2 feet shorter than it should be. I pretended not to hear him. That night, Sarah and I had our biggest fight ever. She wanted me to drop the listing. Said I was becoming obsessed. Said I wasn't the same person anymore. She was right. I wasn't sleeping. Couldn't eat. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those living shadows in the basement corners. I hired a photographer to take new listing photos. The ones on my phone had changed. The rooms looked smaller in every shot, even though the timestamps showed they were the original photos. The photographer's camera wouldn't work in the house. Every shot came out black. He tried 3 different cameras. Same result. He left quickly, refusing to charge me. I never saw him again. His website disappeared a week later. The next showing was a disaster. Middle-aged couple looking to downsize. The woman took 1 step into the foyer and started crying. Just stood there sobbing while her husband tried to comfort her. I asked what was wrong. She couldn't explain. Just kept saying she felt something watching her. The master bedroom was half its original size now. The second bedroom had vanished entirely. Just a blank wall where the door used to be. The listing still showed 4 bedrooms. The county records still showed 4 bedrooms. But I was standing there looking at empty wall. I went down to the basement alone after they left. The shadows in the corners were definitely moving now, reaching out into the room like fingers of black smoke. The stairs screamed so loud on the way up that my ears rang for hours. Sarah left me that night. Said I needed help. Said she couldn't watch me destroy myself over a house. I tried to explain what was happening, how the house was changing, how it was consuming itself from the inside out. She thought I was having a breakdown. Maybe I was. I stopped showing the house, told my boss I was sick, told the bank there was no interest. But I kept going back. Had to document the changes, had to prove I wasn't crazy. The rooms kept shrinking. The shadows kept growing. The basement stairs screamed louder every time. I measured obsessively, drew diagrams, took videos with my phone. But every time I left the house, the evidence changed. Videos showed normal rooms. Measurements matched the original records. Only my memories stayed constant, and a growing certainty that something was very wrong with 2473 Maple Street. Last week, I went to the house one final time. The front door opened onto a single room about 10 feet square. All the other rooms were gone. Just smooth walls where doors and windows used to be. The shadows filled every corner now, writhing and pulsing. They seemed almost solid, almost alive. I heard whispers coming from the darkness. Couldn't make out the words, but they sounded hungry. The basement door was still there, still stuck. I put my hand on the knob. The whispers got louder. I felt hot breath on the back of my neck. I ran. My boss fired me yesterday. Said I'd been acting erratically. Said clients were complaining. I drove by the house this morning. It looks normal from the outside. White paint, black shutters, dead leaves in the yard. The listing is still active. Still shows 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, 2,400 square feet. But I know the truth. There's nothing left inside but shadows and screaming stares and hungry whispers in the dark. I'm leaving town tomorrow. Going somewhere far away. Somewhere the shadows can't find me. But I had to write this down first. Had to tell someone what happened at 2473 Maple Street. If you're a realtor and your boss gives you a listing for an old house that no one can sell, run. Run far and run fast. Some properties should stay vacant. Some houses want to stay empty. Some houses get hungry. And 2473 Maple Street is still waiting for its next victim. The old watch sits on my nightstand, ticking endlessly. 3:15 a.m., always 3:15 a.m. I've tried everything, changing the battery, adjusting the hands, even smashing it against the wall. Nothing works. The hands always return to 3:15 a.m., and the ticking never stops. I should have known better than to buy a watch from that weird vendor at the antique fair. Now I can't sleep, can't think straight, and I'm starting to believe the watch isn't just broken. It wants something from me. It started 3 weeks ago. I was walking through the monthly antique fair downtown, killing time on a Saturday morning after another fight with Sarah. We'd been arguing more lately, mostly about my recent layoff and inability to find work. She said I needed to get my act together. I said she needed to be more understanding. Neither of us was wrong, but neither of us was really right either. The vendor's stall was tucked away in a corner, barely noticeable between a furniture restoration booth and someone selling vintage vinyl records. The old man behind the table wore thick glasses and a worn tweed jacket. His wrinkled hands carefully arranged various timepieces, pocket watches, wristwatches, even a few small clocks. One watch caught my eye immediately. It was a simple silver wristwatch with a black leather band, probably from the 1950s based on its style. The face was clean white with plain black numbers and two thin hands. Nothing fancy or ornate, just a classic timepiece that looked like it belonged on the wrist of someone who had their life figured out. "How much?" I asked, picking it up. The metal was cool against my skin. The old man smiled, showing yellowed teeth. "For you? $50. I checked my wallet. I had exactly $53 left until my next unemployment check. The responsible thing would have been to save it for groceries or gas. But something about the watch pulled at me. Maybe it was the weight of it in my hand, solid and reliable in a way my life wasn't at the moment. "I'll take it," I said, handing over the money. The old man's smile widened. He didn't give me a receipt or even a box for the watch, just wrapped it in a piece of brown paper and handed it over. As I turned to leave, he grabbed my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong for someone who looked so frail. "One thing," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The watch keeps perfect time. Don't try to change it." I nodded, assuming he was just proud of the watch's accuracy. I should have paid more attention to his exact words. The first day was normal. The watch worked perfectly, keeping exact time. I even showed it to Sarah when she came over that evening, trying to prove I could still make good decisions. She wasn't impressed. "You spent $50 on an old watch when you can barely afford rent?" she asked, shaking her head. "This is exactly what I'm talking about, Jack." I went to bed alone that night, Sarah having decided to go back to her apartment. The argument wasn't worth having again. I set the watch on my nightstand and fell into an uneasy sleep. The ticking woke me up. Loud, rhythmic ticking that seemed to fill the entire room. I opened my eyes and looked at the digital clock on my cable box, 3:15 a.m. Then I looked at the watch. Also 3:15 a.m. Nothing strange about that. I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep, but the ticking was impossibly loud. I grabbed the watch, thinking maybe the crystal was amplifying the sound somehow. The metal was ice cold. I set it in my dresser drawer and shut it firmly. The ticking continued, just as loud. I opened the drawer. The watch showed 3:15 a.m. I checked the cable box again. 3:47 a.m. That's when I first realized something was wrong. I spent the next hour trying to adjust the watch. The crown pulled out smoothly and I could move the hands freely, but the moment I pushed the crown back in, the hand spun rapidly back to 3:15. I tried removing the battery, but the back wouldn't open. I couldn't even find a seam or notch where it should open. The ticking continued all night. By morning, I had dark circles under my eyes and a headache pounding behind my eyes. The watch showed 3:15 a.m. despite bright sunlight streaming through my windows. I went back to the antique fair location, but it was empty now. Just a parking lot with a few scattered pieces of trash. The regular fair wouldn't be back for another month. I asked around at nearby shops, but nobody knew the old man or had ever seen his stall before. That night, I tried leaving the watch in my car. I drove to the restaurant where I was meeting Sarah for dinner, parked 3 blocks away, and locked the watch in my glove compartment. Throughout dinner, I kept checking my phone's time, waiting for 3:15 a.m. Sarah noticed my distraction. "Are you even listening to me?" she asked. "I'm trying to tell you about this job opportunity I heard about." "Sorry," I said. "Just tired. Didn't sleep well last night." When I got back to my car at 11 p.m., the watch was sitting on the passenger seat. The glove compartment was still locked. It showed 3:15 a.m. and the ticking was louder than ever. I drove home with the radio at full volume, trying to drown out the sound. It didn't work. The ticking cut through every song, every commercial, like it was coming from inside my head. That's when I tried destroying it. First, I tried dropping it from my 3rd-floor balcony. It landed on the concrete below with a small ping. When I went down to check, there wasn't a scratch on it. I brought it back upstairs and tried hitting it with a hammer. The hammer bounced off, leaving a dent in my coffee table instead. I filled my sink with water and dropped it in. The ticking continued underwater, perfectly clear. I left it there all night, but in the morning the watch was completely dry, sitting on my nightstand, still showing 3:15 a.m. I started sleeping in short bursts, never more than an hour at a time. Every time I woke up, no matter what time it actually was, the watch showed 3:15 a.m. The ticking got louder each night, like it was trying to tell me something. After a week, Sarah stopped coming over. She said my obsession with the watch was the last straw. I tried to explain what was happening, but the words sounded crazy even to me. She recommended I see a therapist and said we should take a break. I lost track of days. The constant ticking made it hard to focus on anything else. I missed 2 job interviews because I couldn't remember what day it was. The unemployment office left messages about mandatory meetings I'd forgotten to attend. Last night, something changed. I woke up at what my phone said was 2:58 a.m. The watch, as always, showed 3:15 a.m. But the ticking was different. Instead of its usual steady rhythm, it was faster, more urgent. I lay in bed, counting the minutes on my phone, waiting for actual 3:15 a.m. to arrive. At 3:14 a.m., the ticking stopped completely. The sudden silence was more terrifying than the noise had been. I watched as my phone's display changed to 3:15 a.m. The watch's hands began to spin backward, faster and faster. The silence was replaced by a high-pitched whine. The metal grew hot against my skin. I hadn't even realized I'd picked it up. I tried to drop it, but my fingers wouldn't release it. The room around me blurred. I felt dizzy, nauseous. The whining got louder until it was all I could hear. Then suddenly everything stopped. I was standing in the antique fair again. Same corner stall, same old man in the tweed jacket. But something was different. The air felt thicker, heavier. The other vendors and customers moved in slow motion, like they were underwater. The old man looked exactly the same, but his smile was different now, knowing, almost predatory. "Right on time," he said. "They always come back at 3:15. That's when it happened. When what happened? I asked, but I already knew. Memories that weren't mine flooded my mind. A different version of me, standing in this same spot 3 weeks ago. The old man offering the watch, me refusing to buy it, walking away, getting into my car. The truck running the red light at 3:15 a.m. as I drove home. "You died," the old man said simply. "This watch gave you a second chance. 3 weeks to set things right. But you wasted it, didn't you? Obsessing over the watch instead of fixing your life. Now time's up." I tried to run, but my feet wouldn't move. The watch burned against my wrist. The old man's smile widened. "Don't worry," he said, reaching for another watch on his table. "Someone else will get their chance soon. Someone else will buy a watch that never stops. Maybe they'll use their time better." The whining sound returned. The world spun again. I felt myself falling, or maybe rising. Direction had no meaning anymore. The last thing I saw was the watch face, 3:15 a.m. Now I'm here. I don't know where here is. Everything is dark except for the watch, which glows with a pale light. Still showing 3:15 a.m. Still ticking. I think I understand now. The watch wasn't broken. It was counting down. 3 weeks of extra time, a chance to make things right with Sarah, to find a new job, to fix my life. But I was too focused on the mystery of the watch to see the gift I'd been given. The ticking is getting fainter now. Soon it will stop completely, and then, I don't know what happens then. But I can hear voices at the antique fair, distant but getting closer. Someone else is about to find a watch that never stops. Someone else is about to get their second chance. I hope they use it better than I did. The ticking stops. My phone rang at exactly midnight again. The same number lit up the screen. 550194. I watched it vibrate against my bedside table, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. For 31 nights straight, I'd let it go to voicemail. Not tonight. I reached for the phone with a sweaty hand. The plastic case felt cold against my palm. My thumb hovered over the green answer button as the phone continued its mechanical dance across the wood surface. The brightness of the screen hurt my eyes in the darkness of my bedroom. "Hello?" My voice cracked. The line crackled with static. Then I heard it. My own voice, but wrong somehow. Distant, whispering. That was 6 months ago. I should start at the beginning. It started on a Tuesday in March. I remember because I had just finished my late shift at the hardware store. The first call came as I was unlocking my apartment door, grocery bags cutting into my fingers. The phone buzzed in my jacket pocket. Unknown number. I let it ring. Who calls at midnight? Probably a wrong number or a drunk friend. The next night, same thing. Midnight on the dot. Same number. I declined the call and went back to watching TV. By the third night, it was weird enough that I Googled the number. Nothing came up. I blocked it, but the calls kept coming through anyway. Different phones, same result. The number bypassed all blocks. After 2 weeks, I started recording the calls when they went to voicemail. Nothing but static every time. 30 seconds of white noise. Then the call would end. I played the recordings for my buddy Mike at work. "Sounds like interference," he said, adjusting his orange apron. "Or someone breathing real quiet like." I shook my head. "Listen closer." I turned up the volume on my phone speaker. Mike leaned in. His eyes widened. "Hold up. Play that part again." Behind the static, barely audible, there was something. A whisper. Words too faint to make out, but definitely there. I started losing sleep. Every night I'd lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for midnight. The phone would ring, I'd let it go to voicemail, then spend hours replaying the static, trying to catch what the whispers were saying. My work started suffering. I kept zoning out while helping customers, mixing up inventory counts. My manager, Dave, pulled me aside after I knocked over an entire display of paint cans. "You feeling okay, John? You look like hell." I rubbed my eyes. "Just having trouble sleeping. Take a few days off. Get some rest." I didn't tell him about the calls. How could I? "Hey boss, I'm sleep deprived because a ghost keeps calling me at midnight," isn't exactly a professional excuse. The time off made things worse. With nothing else to focus on, the calls consumed me. I started recording them on multiple devices, running the audio through different apps, trying to clean up the static. One recording seemed clearer than the others. I isolated a few seconds of whispers, adjusted the pitch, slowed it down. What I heard made my blood run cold. "John, listen. Coming." My own voice. The exact same tone and pitch I'd heard in countless customer service recordings at work, but wrong somehow. Like hearing yourself underwater. I tried calling the number back during the day. "The number you have dialed is not in service." Every time. I went to the police. Officer Martinez took my statement, but I could tell she thought I was crazy or pulling a prank. "Let me get this straight," she said, tapping her pen against her notepad. "Someone's calling you every night at midnight, never leaving a message, and you think it's yourself? I know how it sounds, but listen." I played her the cleaned up recording. She shook her head. "Sir, that could be anyone. Voice recordings are easy to fake these days. Unless you're receiving actual threats, there's not much we can do." I started taking sleeping pills, trying to knock myself out before midnight. Didn't work. The ring would jolt me awake every time, like my body was programmed to respond to it. After a month, I cracked. I had to know. That night, I sat in bed, phone in hand, watching the minutes tick by. 11:58, 11:59. My palms were sweating, heart racing. 12-hour, ring. I answered. The static was louder through the phone speaker. Then the whispers started. My voice, but not my voice. "John, finally, Listen carefully. Who is this? My real voice shook. You know who. Need to warn. They're coming. Who's coming? What are you talking about? More static. The whispers got fainter. 3 days. Don't trust. Look in the... The line went dead. I tried calling back immediately. Not in service. I didn't sleep that night or the next. I kept replaying the conversation in my head. 3 days until what? Don't trust who? Look in the what? The calls stopped. For 2 nights, nothing. No ring at midnight. Just silence. On the 3rd night, I paced my apartment, jumping at every sound. The AC humming, cars passing outside, a neighbor's TV. 11:59. My phone rang. Different number this time. I answered on the first ring. Static. Then clear as day, my voice. Look in the mirror. I turned toward my bathroom. The door was closed, but light spilled out from underneath. I hadn't left that light on. My feet moved on their own. Hand reached for the doorknob. I turned it slowly. The bathroom mirror showed my reflection, but as I watched, my reflection's mouth moved. Speaking words I wasn't saying. They're here. The lights went out. When they came back on 3 seconds later, my reflection was gone. The mirror showed only the shower curtain behind me. I spun around. The shower curtain was open. Empty tub. My phone rang again. Same number as always. Hello? My voice answered. Sorry, too late. The line went dead. This time for good. That was 6 months ago. The calls never came back. My reflection returned to normal. Life went on. But every night at midnight, I still lie awake, waiting, watching my phone, avoiding mirrors, because I know what's out there. Another me. A warning that came too late. A message I still don't understand. And sometimes when it's very quiet, I swear I can hear whispers. My voice, but not my voice, trying to tell me something important. I never answer unknown calls anymore, especially not at midnight. But last night, something changed. My phone lit up at 11:59 p.m., not with a call this time. A text message from that same old number that shouldn't exist. One word. Again. It's 11:58 p.m. now as I write this. My phone is on the table next to me. Screen dark. Waiting. I don't know if I'll answer this time. Part of me needs to know what the other me was trying to warn me about. What came through that night? What changed? But a bigger part knows some questions are better left unanswered. Some calls better left unmade. 11:59. The screen lights up. My number is calling. I reach for the phone. I first noticed the blue 1967 Chevrolet Impala 3 weeks ago. It sat there, right across from my driveway, its faded paint catching the orange glow of the setting sun. I didn't think much of it then. Old cars break down all the time in this neighborhood. But when I saw it again the next day and the day after that, always in the same spot but at different times, something cold settled in my stomach. The routine was always the same. I'd pull into my driveway after work, grab my briefcase from the passenger seat, and there it would be. That damn Impala, its chrome bumper reflecting the light like a crooked smile. Sometimes it showed up at 5:30 p.m. when I got home. Sometimes at 7 p.m. when I took out the trash, and once at 3 a.m. when I couldn't sleep and went to check the mail. My neighbor Jerry hadn't noticed anything unusual. Probably belongs to someone visiting family nearby, he said when I asked him about it. But I knew better. In 15 years of living on Cedar Street, I'd never seen that car before these past weeks. The first week, I tried to ignore it. Focus on work, on paying bills, on the leak in my kitchen sink that needed fixing. But my eyes kept drifting to the window, checking if it was still there. Sometimes it disappeared for hours, only to return when I least expected it. During the second week, I started taking notes. Monday, arrived 6:15 p.m., left 9:20 p.m. Tuesday, showed up 4:45 p.m., gone by dinner. Wednesday, 3 separate appearances. morning, afternoon, and late night. The pattern made no sense, but I knew it wasn't random. Nothing about this was random. I tried getting a look at the driver, but the windows were tinted dark. Not factory original tint. This was added later. Probably illegal. The license plate was always caked with mud, making it impossible to read. Once I thought I saw movement inside, a shadow shifting behind the wheel, but it could have been my imagination. The third week, things got worse. I started having trouble sleeping. Every car that drove past my house made me jump. At work, I couldn't concentrate. My boss noticed and asked if everything was okay. I lied and blamed it on allergies. Then yesterday, something changed. The car arrived earlier than usual, around 4:30 p.m. I watched it from my living room window for 2 solid hours. No movement, no signs of life. Just that blue Impala, sitting there like a bullet waiting to be fired. At 6:45 p.m., I made a decision. If whoever was in that car wanted to watch me, fine. But now I was going to watch back. I grabbed my phone, already dialed to 911 just in case, and walked out my front door. The street was quiet. Too quiet. No kids playing, no dogs barking. Even the usual evening traffic seemed to have vanished. My footsteps echoed on the concrete as I approached the Impala. 20 feet, 15 feet, 10 feet. That's when I heard it. The engine turning over, a deep rumble that vibrated in my chest. The headlights flicked on, momentarily blinding me. By the time my vision cleared, the car was already moving, tires crunching against loose gravel as it pulled away from the curb. I ran after it, but it was pointless. The Impala accelerated smoothly, disappeared around the corner at the end of my street, and was gone. Just like that. I stood there in the middle of the road, heart pounding, sweat running down my back despite the cool evening air. When I got back to my house, I noticed something on the ground where the car had been parked. A small white envelope, perfectly clean despite lying in the street. My name was written on the front in neat block letters. Inside was a single piece of paper with 5 words. "We need to talk, David." The thing is, I never told anyone my name was David. I've gone by Dave since college. Today is the 4th week. Right now, I'm sitting in my living room, watching the street through a gap in the curtains. It's 4:15 p.m. The Impala should be here soon, and this time I'm ready. I've got my phone, a small camera, and a baseball bat by the door. I don't know what's going to happen when that car shows up, but I'm done being the one who's watched. The sun is starting to set. A car just turned onto my street, but it's not the Impala. Just Mrs. Henderson from 3 houses down, coming home from her bridge club. My hands are sweating. I wipe them on my jeans and check my watch again. 4:22 p.m. There's something I haven't told anyone, something I've been trying not to think about. 3 weeks ago, the day before the Impala first appeared, I received a strange email at work. It contained a series of numbers that looked like coordinates, and a time, 5:00 p.m. I deleted it, thinking it was spam. Now, I'm not so sure. 4:30 p.m., still no sign of the car. The street is empty except for a stray cat picking through someone's garbage. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. "Coming soon." I consider calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I'm being stalked by an old Chevy? That someone knows my real name? They'd probably think I was paranoid or on drugs. 4:45 p.m. The light is different today. The clouds have moved in, thick and gray, making the street look like an old photograph. I hear thunder in the distance, a perfect setting for whatever's about to happen. Movement at the end of the street catches my eye. A blue flash in my peripheral vision. I turn my head so fast my neck cracks. There it is. The Impala rolls down my street like a shark through dark water. No engine noise this time. It must be coasting in neutral. It stops in its usual spot, right across from my driveway. The engine cuts off. Silence. I grab the baseball bat and my phone. My heart is trying to punch its way out of my chest. This is it. No more watching, no more waiting. I'm going to find out what this is all about. The driver's door opens with a creak that sounds like a scream in the quiet street. A foot appears, black shoe, black sock, then a leg in dark pants. I tighten my grip on the bat. A man steps out. He's tall, wearing a black suit that looks expensive. His hair is gray at the temples. He turns to face my house and I nearly drop the bat. I know that face. It's my father. My father who died 15 years ago. He smiles. The same smile I remember from my childhood, and raises his hand in a small wave. My legs go weak. The bat clatters to the floor. "Hello, David," he calls out. His voice is exactly as I remember it. We need to talk about what really happened that night. I know which night he means. The night of the accident. The night I was driving. The night I left him there. My hands are shaking as I reach for the door handle. The truth I've been running from for 15 years is waiting for me in the street, standing next to a blue 1967 Chevrolet Impala. The same model car I was driving that night. I step outside. The air feels thick, electric. Thunder rolls overhead, closer now. My father, or whatever is wearing his face, waits patiently by the car. "Why now?" I manage to ask. My voice sounds strange in my ears, like it's coming from far away. "Because it's time," he says. "Because you're ready." He opens the passenger door of the Impala. The interior smells like leather and cigarettes, just like his old car used to smell. Just like the car I destroyed that night. "Get in," he says. "There's somewhere we need to go." I look back at my house, my safe, normal house with its leaking sink and unpaid bills. I could go back inside, lock the door, pretend this never happened, keep running. But I'm tired of running. I get in the car. The door closes with a solid thunk. The engine starts, that familiar deep rumble I've been hearing for weeks. My father, or whatever he is, slides behind the wheel. "Where are we going?" I ask. He puts the car in gear. "You know where." I do know. We're going to the accident site, the place I haven't visited in 15 years, the place where I made a choice that's haunted me ever since. The Impala pulls away from the curb. I watch my house disappear in the side mirror. Ahead of us, the street stretches into darkness, swallowed by the gathering storm. I don't know what's waiting for me at the end of this ride. Punishment? Redemption? Something else entirely? But as we drive through the darkening streets of my neighborhood, I realize it doesn't matter. Whatever comes next, at least I'll finally know the truth. The last thing I see before we turn the corner is my empty driveway, waiting for a return I'm not sure will ever come. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I held the single sheet of paper. The handwriting was unmistakably mine, the same slightly slanted letters, the way I crossed my T's with a longer stroke, even that weird curl I always put on my Y's. But I hadn't written this. I know I hadn't. I found it this morning on my kitchen counter, next to my usual spot where I drink coffee. At first I thought it was just a grocery list or one of my work notes. I live alone in my apartment on the 7th floor of a security building in downtown Chicago. Nobody else has a key. The deadbolt was locked when I woke up. The letter started, "Dear James, I know about Sarah. I know what really happened that night 10 years ago." My coffee went cold on the counter as I read it again and again. The paper was standard printer paper, the kind I keep in my home office. The ink was black, from what looked like the same Pilot G2 pens I use. Everything about it was familiar, except I had no memory of writing these words. I sat down hard in my kitchen chair, my legs suddenly weak. The morning sun coming through the window felt too bright, too exposing. I checked my phone, 7:43 a.m. I had to be at work by 9, but that suddenly seemed completely irrelevant. The letter continued. "I know you told everyone it was an accident. That's what the police report says. That's what her parents believe. But we both know you were driving that night, not her. We both know you had been drinking at Mike's party. We both know you switched seats with her body after the crash, before anyone arrived." My throat went dry. I had never told anyone this. Not my therapist. not my priest during confession, not even in my private journals. This was the secret I had buried so deep I sometimes convinced myself it wasn't real. I got up and checked my apartment door again. Still locked. The chain was still in place from when I put it there last night. The windows were all closed and locked. I always checked them obsessively since moving to this high-rise 2 years ago. Nothing was disturbed. No signs of entry. The letter had more. I know about the money you've been stealing from work too. Small amounts, spread over 3 years. Always from the petty cash account you manage. Always just under the amount that would trigger an audit. $47,385 total so far. The spreadsheet where you track it is hidden in a folder called Old Tax Docs 2018 on your laptop. My legs gave out completely. I slid down against the wall to sit on the floor. The paper trembled in my hands as I kept reading. I know about the fake social media accounts you use to track Jessica, your college ex, how you monitor her photos, her check-ins, her relationship status, how you've used them to connect with her friends, building false identities so you can gather information about her life. I know you drive by her apartment some nights, just to see if her lights are on. The room started spinning. I felt bile rising in my throat. These were things I had never faced directly, even in my own thoughts. Reading them laid out so plainly made me feel exposed, dirty. I forced myself to stand up and went to my laptop. The folder was exactly where the letter said. Inside was the spreadsheet, documenting every dollar I had slowly siphoned from work. I never kept this information written down. I memorized the numbers and deleted any traces. But here it was, every transaction meticulously recorded. The letter went on. I know about the prescription pills you stole from your mother's medicine cabinet when she was dying of cancer. How you told her the nurse must have miscounted them. How you sold them to your coworker Steve, whose wife was going through chemo. You convinced yourself you were helping him, but we both know it was about the money. My hands were numb now. The edges of my vision started to darken. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up, mostly bile since I hadn't eaten breakfast. The letter followed me, dropped on the bathroom floor, but still demanding to be read. I know about the lies you tell yourself. How you've constructed this image of being a successful, ethical person. The donations to charity that you claim on your taxes but never actually make. The volunteer work you put on your resume but never did. The stories you tell at parties about helping strangers that never happened. The carefully curated social media presence that hides who you really are. I splashed water on my face and stared at myself in the mirror. Same brown eyes, same early gray at my temples, same faint scar on my chin from a childhood bike accident. But I didn't recognize the person looking back at me. The letter had one more paragraph. I know all of this because I am you, not your conscience. Don't try to rationalize this as some psychological breakthrough. I am literally you, writing this letter from a place you can't understand yet. By the time you read this, the changes will have already started. The fractures in reality are spreading. Soon you'll understand what it means to truly face yourself. I'm not writing this as a warning or a threat. I'm writing it because it's what happened to me when I was you, reading this letter for the first time. I checked the date on my phone again. Thursday, May 15th. I went to my bedroom and pulled out my personal files. Sarah's accident report was there, dated exactly 10 years ago. My hands shook as I opened it, seeing her name, seeing the official cause listed as driver lost control of vehicle. I called in sick to work. I couldn't face people today. I spent hours searching my apartment for any sign of how the letter got here. I checked my computer for evidence someone had hacked it. I looked for cameras, listening devices, anything that could explain how someone knew these things. As the day wore on, I started noticing small things that weren't quite right. The numbers on my microwave clock seemed to shift slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. The shadow of my coffee cup on the counter didn't match the angle of the sun. When I tried to remember what I had done yesterday, the memories felt blurry, like photographs that had been photocopied too many times. I ordered delivery for dinner because I was afraid to leave my apartment. The delivery guy looked at me strangely, like he was seeing something behind me that I couldn't. When I caught my reflection in the window for a split second, it moved differently than I did. Night fell. I didn't turn on any lights. I sat in my dark living room, the letter on the coffee table in front of me. The city lights outside my window seemed to pulse with a rhythm that made my head hurt. My phone rang. Jessica's name on the caller ID. I hadn't talked to her in years. My hand shook as I declined the call. 2 minutes later, a text from her. "I know it was you." I blocked her number and threw my phone across the room. It skittered under the couch, screen glowing. When I got down to retrieve it, I noticed something carved into the underside of the coffee table. In my handwriting, Day 1. The room temperature dropped suddenly. I could see my breath in the air. The letter on the table moved slightly, though there was no breeze. I picked it up again, and there was new text at the bottom that I somehow hadn't noticed before. "Check your email." Now. I went to my laptop. There was a new email in my inbox, sent from my own email address. The timestamp showed it was sent 10 years ago, the night of Sarah's accident. The subject line, "When you're ready to remember." I didn't open it. I couldn't. Instead, I did what any rational person would do. I started drinking. I found the bottle of whiskey I keep for special occasions and poured a large glass. As I raised it to my lips, I caught movement in the glass, not my reflection, but someone else's face. My face, but older, harder, with eyes that knew things I didn't want to know. The whiskey tasted like water. I poured another glass. Same thing. I opened another bottle. Water. Every bottle in my apartment, all water. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My phone buzzed again. A text from my boss. "We need to talk about the accounting discrepancies." Another from an unknown number. "Remember what you did to me, James?" It was Sarah's old phone number. I recognized it instantly, though it had been disconnected years ago. The room started to feel fluid, like reality was melting around the edges. The walls seemed to breathe. I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. When I checked the security camera feed on my phone, I saw myself walking past my door, over and over, from different angles. I ran to the bathroom and splashed water on my face again. In the mirror, my reflection waited a half second too long before mimicking my movements. I heard a voice behind me. My voice. But I wasn't speaking. "It's starting," it said. I spun around. Empty bathroom. But when I turned back to the mirror, I wasn't alone in the reflection. I saw myself, but also myself from different ages. Teenage me, middle-aged me, elderly me, all standing behind current me, all with the same knowing look in their eyes. The letter appeared in my reflection's hand, though I wasn't holding it. My reflection spoke. "Read the email." I ran from the bathroom. The apartment felt bigger somehow, the hallway stretching impossibly long. My laptop screen glowed in the dark living room, the email client open and waiting. My phone buzzed continuously now. Messages from everyone I had ever wronged, everyone I had ever lied to, everyone I had ever been, each one knowing everything I had done. The letter was everywhere now, taped to my walls, scattered on the floor, floating in the air. All identical, all in my handwriting. The words began to move on the pages, rearranging themselves into new confessions, new secrets, new truths. I heard my voice again, from everywhere and nowhere. "Read the email, James. Remember who you are. Remember who we become." My legs carried me to the laptop. My hands moved on their own, opening the email. The screen flickered, and I saw my own face looking back at me through the display. Not a reflection. The me who wrote the letter. The me who knew what was coming. The email contained one line. "Time is a circle, and truth is its center." The room dissolved. Reality fractured. I felt myself splitting into countless versions. Every choice I had ever made. Every lie I had ever told. Every truth I had ever hidden. All existing simultaneously. I understood then. I was the one who wrote the letter. I was the one who would write the letter. I was the one who had always written the letter. Time collapsed around me. I saw everything at once. Past, present, future. I saw myself finding the letter tomorrow, yesterday, 10 years ago, 10 years from now. I saw myself becoming the person who would write it, who had written it, who will write it. When my awareness returned to a single point in time, I was sitting at my kitchen table with a pen in my hand and a blank piece of paper in front of me. The sun was rising. It was morning again, or perhaps still, or perhaps for the first time. I began to write, "Dear James, I know about Sarah." The cycle continued. The truth remained. The letter waited to be found. I heard my voice one final time. My real voice, my true voice, the voice of all myselves across all timelines. Now you understand. Now you can begin. I sealed the letter and placed it on the counter, exactly where I would find it, where I had found it, where I will find it. Then I waited for morning to come again. I wish I hadn't looked back that first time on the stairs. Sometimes I think if I had just kept walking, head forward, everything would be normal now. But I did look back, and now I can't stop seeing it. And lately, it started seeing me too. I moved into the Westbrook apartment 6 months ago. It's one of those pre-war buildings with high ceilings and creaky wooden floors. The kind of place where the radiators knock at night and the windows stick in humid weather. The rent was cheap because it's on the 5th floor and the elevator breaks down more often than it works. I didn't mind the stairs at first. I even thought of it as built-in exercise. The first time I noticed something wrong was on a Tuesday night in October. I was coming back late from a dinner with colleagues, around 11:30 p.m. The lobby lights were dim, like always. Mrs. Chen from 2B had been complaining to management about the burnt-out bulbs for weeks. I remember checking my mailbox, finding nothing but junk, and heading to the stairs. The stairwell lights worked on motion sensors. They'd flick on one landing at a time as you walked up. I got to the 2nd floor landing when I heard it. The sound of footsteps behind me. I stopped. The footsteps stopped too. When I turned around, no one was there. Just my shadow stretched out on the wall behind me, cast by the overhead light. I shrugged it off. Old buildings make noise. But when I started walking again, the footsteps resumed. Perfect echoes of my own steps, just half a second behind. I walked faster. The footsteps kept pace. By the time I reached my floor, I was almost running. I fumbled with my keys, got inside my apartment, and slammed the door. I stood there in my dark entryway, breathing hard, feeling stupid. Obviously, it was just echoes in the stairwell. The building was almost a century old. The acoustics were weird. I poured myself a drink and went to bed. The next few days were normal. I took the stairs up and down without incident. Sometimes the elevator worked and I'd take that instead. But one night, about a week later, it happened again. This time I was heading down to meet a food delivery guy. 3 flights down, I heard those steps again. When I turned, I saw my shadow on the wall. But something was off about it. The proportions weren't quite right. The shoulders seemed too broad, the arms too long. I blinked hard and looked again. It was just a normal shadow. My shadow. I was tired, that's all. Working too many hours at the office. My eyes were playing tricks. But it kept happening. Every few nights, always after dark, those footsteps would follow me. And each time, my shadow looked a little less like me. I started taking the elevator more often, even when it made that grinding noise I didn't trust. When it was out of order, I'd wait for other residents so I wouldn't have to take the stairs alone. One night in December, the elevator was broken again. It was almost midnight and the lobby was empty. I had to get home. I took a deep breath and started up the stairs. The motion sensors clicked on one by one as I climbed. 2nd floor, 3rd floor. The footsteps started, right on cue. I kept my eyes forward, focusing on each step. 4th floor. Almost there. That's when I saw it. A shadow falling across the stairs in front of me. I froze. My own shadow should have been behind me, cast by the light from the landing below. but this shadow stretched out ahead of me on the stairs. As I watched, it moved, not following my movements, but on its own. The arms lengthened, the head tilted. I ran. I didn't care how much noise I made. I just ran, taking the stairs two at a time, fumbling for my keys before I even reached my floor. Behind me, the footsteps pounded, faster now, no longer in sync with mine. I could hear heavy breathing that wasn't my own. I made it to my apartment and slammed the door, locking both deadbolts. I stood there shaking, ears straining for any sound from the hallway. Nothing. Just the usual building noises, radiator pipes, distant TV sounds, someone's muffled conversation through the walls. After that night, I started ordering more groceries for delivery, working from home more often. Anything to avoid the stairs. But I couldn't stay in my apartment forever. Eventually, I had to go out. It was a Sunday evening in January when everything changed. I'd forced myself to go out for supplies. I was completely out of coffee and some other essentials. Coming back, I decided to take the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator, which had been making worse grinding noises lately. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I needed to face this fear. The lobby was empty as usual. The motion sensor lights clicked on as I started up. Second floor. I heard the footsteps start. Third floor. I kept my eyes forward, jaw clenched. Fourth floor. The shadow appeared ahead of me again, stretched out on the stairs. This time I forced myself to stop, to really look at it. The shadow was roughly human-shaped, but wrong in subtle ways. The fingers were too long, joints bent at unnatural angles. As I watched, it moved independent of me, turning its head to look back at me. I couldn't move. My legs wouldn't respond. The shadow began to rise up the wall, no longer flat but somehow gaining depth. I could hear sounds now, not footsteps, but a wet, sliding noise. The shadow peeled itself from the wall like wallpaper coming loose. First the hands, fingers unfurling. Then the arms, the torso, the head. It was like watching a photo develop in reverse. Instead of an image appearing on blank paper, the darkness was pulling away from the wall, becoming three-dimensional. I backed up, hit the railing. The shadow thing was fully formed now, standing on the stairs above me. It was tall, much taller than me. Its surface looked like black oil, constantly shifting and rippling. Where its face should have been, there were just deeper shadows, swirling like smoke. It reached for me with those two long fingers. I turned and ran down the stairs. I could hear it coming after me, that wet, sliding sound mixed with heavy footsteps. The motion sensor lights were clicking on and off as I passed each landing, leaving sections of the stairwell in darkness. I didn't dare look back. I burst out into the lobby and ran straight into Mr. Grayson from 3A. He caught my arm, steadying me. "Whoa there, everything okay?" he asked. I looked back at the stairwell door. Nothing was there, just the normal shadows cast by the lobby's dim lights. "Fine," I managed to say. "Just getting some exercise." He gave me an odd look but didn't press it. I waited until he left, then sat in one of the shabby lobby chairs until my hands stopped shaking. Eventually, I took the elevator up to my apartment despite the grinding noise. That night, I started researching the building's history. I found old newspaper articles about its construction in 1926. Nothing unusual. No tragic deaths or mysterious disappearances. Just ordinary urban history. Changing owners, rent disputes, renovation projects. I dug deeper, looking for any mention of strange occurrences in the stairwell. Nothing. I talked to Mrs. Chen when I saw her in the lobby. She'd lived in the building for 20 years. Had she ever noticed anything strange in the stairwell? She just complained about the lights again. I knew I couldn't be the only one who'd seen it. In a building this old, with this many residents over the years, someone else must have encountered the shadow. But if they hadn't left any record I could find. I started carrying a flashlight with me. I figured more light meant fewer shadows. It didn't help. If anything, the extra light made the shadow stronger, more defined. Now when it appeared, I could see more details I didn't want to see. The way its surface seemed to absorb light, the subtle movements that reminded me of breathing, the impossible angles of its joints. It began appearing more frequently, not just at night anymore, but during the day too, always in the stairwell, always starting as my own shadow before transforming into something else. Sometimes it stayed flat against the wall, sometimes it peeled itself off and tried to reach for me. I never let it catch me. I always ran. Last week something new happened. I was heading down to get my mail, taking the stairs because the elevator was making that grinding noise again. The shadow appeared ahead of me, as it often did now. But this time, when it peeled itself off the wall, it spoke. The sound was like water running over stones, like wind through dead leaves, like static on an old radio. All of these at once, forming words I could almost understand. I caught fragments. Finally, and so long, and stay. I ran, of course. But the words followed me, echoing in the stairwell. Can't run forever. It was right. I couldn't keep running. I couldn't keep living like this, trapped in my apartment, terrified of the stairs. I had to do something. That's why I'm writing this now. Tomorrow, I'm going to confront it. I've got my flashlight, my phone to record everything, and a crazy plan that probably won't work. I'm going to go into the stairwell at midnight. I'm going to let it catch me. Or try to catch me. I need to know what it wants. If you're reading this, it means one of two things. Either I figured out what's going on and I'm fine, in which case I'll follow up with what happened, or I didn't make it back to my apartment, in which case someone needs to know about the shadow in the stairwell at the Westbrook Apartments. Someone needs to know what's been following me, hunting me, waiting for me every time I take those stairs. And if you live in an old building with a dark stairwell, do yourself a favor. Don't look back when you hear footsteps behind you. Don't look too closely at your shadow. And if you see something move in the corner of your eye, something that shouldn't be there, take the elevator, even if it makes that grinding noise. The first time I saw him was on a Tuesday at 3:17 a.m. I remember the exact time because I'd just finished restocking the energy drinks. He walked in wearing a gray hoodie and kept his head down. At first I thought he was just another late-night customer, maybe a truck driver or someone working the graveyard shift like me. But he didn't buy anything. He just walked around for exactly 7 minutes, then left. The second time was Wednesday. Same time, 3:17 a.m. Same gray hoodie. Same routine. 7 minutes of wandering through the aisles, no purchase. My hand stayed near the panic button under the counter the whole time. I've worked at Jerry's 24/7 Mart for 3 years now. The night shift pays better, and I need the money for my kids' braces. Most nights it's just drunk college kids buying snacks or locals getting cigarettes. But this guy was different. By the third night, my neck muscles were so tight, they hurt. 3:17 a.m. The electronic door chime rang. I pretended to count the lottery tickets while watching him in the security mirror mounted above the drink coolers. Same gray hoodie, same slow walk through the aisles. 7 minutes. On the fourth night, I called the police. Officer Martinez came by around 2 a.m. Unless he actually does something threatening, we can't do much, she said, flipping through her notepad. It's not illegal to browse a store. But it's every night, same time, same guy, same routine, I said. She shrugged. Keep a log. Call us if anything changes. We'll drive by more often. I saw their patrol car pass twice that night before he showed up. 3:17 a.m. 7 minutes. No purchase. By the second week, I knew his pattern. He always entered through the front door, turned right and walked each aisle in sequence. He never touched anything. Never looked directly at me. Just walked. Head down, hands in the pocket of that gray hoodie. I started taking photos with my phone when he wasn't looking. The images came out blurry. His face was always turned away or hidden by the hood. Jerry, the store owner, watched the security footage but wasn't worried. As long as he's not stealing or causing trouble, let him be. Probably some lonely guy who can't sleep. But lonely guys who can't sleep usually buy something. Coffee, magazines, snacks. This guy never did. On night 17, I brought a gun. Legal, registered with a concealed carry permit. I'd never owned one before, but the weight of it under the counter made me feel better. Not much, but better. I started checking the store more carefully before his visits, looking behind the shelves, in the storage room, under the counter. I didn't know what I was looking for. Cameras, maybe. Bugs. Something to explain why he was watching me. The security company added another camera pointing at the front door. The image was sharp enough to see his license plate if he drove up, but he always walked in from the direction of the highway. No car. Night 23. 3:17 a.m. But this time, something changed. He stopped in the middle of aisle 3, chips and snacks, stood there for a full minute, then walked to the counter. My hand gripped the gun. He pulled something from his hoodie pocket, a piece of paper, white, folded once. He placed it on the counter and walked out. 4 minutes instead of 7. The note was written in black ink, neat handwriting. You're being watched. I called the police. They came faster this time. Took the note, dusted for prints, found nothing, asked more questions, took more notes, made more promises to patrol. I didn't sleep that day, installed new locks on my apartment door, bought cameras for the windows, called in sick the next night. But I went back. Had to. Bills don't pay themselves, and night shift pays time and a half. He didn't show up. 3:17 a.m. came and went. Nothing. Same the next night, and the next. A week passed. No gray hoodie, no 7-minute walks, no notes. The police lost interest. Jerry suggested moving me to day shift, but that meant a pay cut I couldn't afford. Then on a Monday, exactly 1 month after the note, he came back. 3:17 a.m. But something was different. His walk was faster, more purposeful. He went straight to aisle 3, grabbed a bag of chips, came to the counter. I could see his face now. Young, maybe 30, pale, dark circles under his eyes. $1. 89, I said, voice steady despite my racing heart. He placed $2 bills on the counter, looked straight at me. They're watching you because of what happened here 10 years ago, he said. My mouth went dry. What? October 15th, 2014. The night shift worker. The robbery. I knew about it. Everyone did. The clerk was shot. Died. Killer never caught. What about it? He leaned closer, whispered. Check the security footage from that night, the original tapes. Look at the customer who came in at 2:45 a.m. The police checked everything. Not everything. He grabbed his chips, turned to leave, stopped at the door. Your camera system, it uploads to a cloud server now, right? I nodded. Check who else has access. Check who watches the live feed at 3:17 a.m. every night. The door chime rang. He was gone. I called Jerry first thing in the morning, asked about the old security system, the footage. Those tapes are long gone, he said. Police took them all. Ancient history now. But I kept digging, called the security company, asked about our current system, the cloud storage, the access logs. They found something. Every night at 3:17 a.m., someone logged in, watched the live feed. Someone using an admin account created 10 years ago. The police got involved again, traced the login, found an IP address leading to a retired detective, the one who led the original investigation. They brought him in for questioning, searched his house, found files, evidence, things that should have been in police storage. The truth came out slowly. The detective had been there that night 10 years ago, not in uniform, not on duty. He'd walked in at 2:45 a.m., argued with the clerk about something, left. Came back with a gun at 3:17 a.m. The investigation was botched on purpose. Evidence disappeared. Witnesses were discouraged from coming forward. The detective retired a year later with a full pension. The guy in the gray hoodie, the detective's son, he'd found his father's files. the real security footage, had been watching his father log in every night to make sure no one ever discovered the truth, until he couldn't live with it anymore. They arrested the retired detective yesterday. He confessed to everything. The shooting, the cover-up, the nightly monitoring of the store's cameras to make sure no one else worked the pattern out. I'm still on night shift. The pay's too good to leave. But things are different now. At 3:17 a.m. I look up at the security cameras and know no one's watching anymore. Sometimes I see the guy in the gray hoodie walking past the store. He nods. I nod back. We both know what it's like to be watched, to watch, to wait for the truth to come out. The electronic door chime rings. A customer walks in, buys a coffee and leaves. Just another night at Jerry's 24/7 Mart. Just another shift that pays the bills. But I keep the gun under the counter, just in case. Some habits are hard to break. Some truths are harder to face than others. The clock reads 3:17 a.m. I stock the energy drinks and wait for morning. I don't drink coffee after 6 p.m. Never have, never will. That's why I know for certain I turned off the machine last night. But at 3:47 a.m., I heard it gurgling in my kitchen. Again. The first time it happened 2 weeks ago, I thought I'd screwed up. Everyone makes mistakes, right? I got out of bed, walked to the kitchen, and turned it off. No big deal. The second time, 3 days later, I was sure I hadn't forgotten. I distinctly remembered unplugging it before going to bed. But there it was at 2:30 a.m. brewing away. I unplugged it again and went back to sleep. Last night was different. Last night changed everything. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor of an old brick building in Boston. The kind of place where the radiators clank all winter and the windows stick in summer. I've been here 5 years, ever since Sarah left. The coffee machine was hers, a fancy Breville thing with too many buttons. She forgot it when she moved out, and I kept it because, well, free coffee machine. I work in IT security, which means I'm paranoid by nature. I double-check locks, use different passwords for everything, and never click suspicious links. So when my coffee machine started acting up, I noticed. I did what any rational person would do. I checked everything. The outlet wasn't faulty. The machine's timer wasn't set. The wiring was fine. I even called an electrician who found nothing wrong. Yesterday, I got home from work at 6:15 p.m., made dinner, microwave lasagna, nothing fancy. Watched 2 episodes of that new crime show everyone's talking about. At 9:30, I went through my usual routine, checked the doors, turned off all the lights, unplugged the coffee machine. I'd started unplugging it completely after the second incident. I even took a picture of the unplugged cord with my phone, just to prove to myself I wasn't going crazy. I fell asleep around 10:30. The sound woke me at 3:47 a.m. I remember the time because I checked my phone immediately, that familiar gurgling noise. But this time something was different. The smell. Fresh coffee was already brewing. My heart started pounding. I lay in bed listening. The machine shouldn't have been plugged in. Even if it somehow was, it takes at least 3 minutes to heat up and start brewing. This smell was too strong, too immediate. I got up slowly. The wooden floor was cold under my feet. The hallway to the kitchen was dark. It's only 15 feet, but it felt longer. The gurgling got louder as I approached. My hand shook as I reached for the light switch. The kitchen was empty. The coffee machine sat on the counter where it always did. Plugged in. Running. Steam rising from the carafe. But that wasn't what made my stomach drop. Next to the machine was my favorite mug. The blue one with a chip on the handle. It was full of coffee. Black, no sugar. Exactly how I like it. I stood in the doorway, staring. My throat felt dry. The coffee machine kept gurgling, making more coffee even though the mug was full. The digital clock on the machine read 3:49 a.m. I walked to the counter. The mug was warm to the touch. The coffee inside was fresh, still steaming. I looked at the machine's reservoir. It was full of water. I hadn't filled it. My phone was still in my hand. I opened the Photos app. Found the picture from last night. There it was. 9:30 p.m. The machine unplugged, cord dangling clearly in the frame. The gurgling stopped. The machine made its usual 3 beeps to signal it was done brewing. The kitchen felt too quiet after that. I unplugged the machine again. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the cord. The mug of coffee sat there untouched. I wouldn't drink it. Couldn't drink it. But I didn't pour it out either. I left it there and went back to my bedroom. I didn't sleep. I sat on my bed, door closed, listening for any sound from the kitchen. Nothing happened. At 6 a.m. when my alarm went off, I got up and went back to the kitchen. The mug was empty, bone dry, like it had been washed and dried. The coffee machine's carafe was empty too. No coffee stains, no residue, nothing to suggest it had been used. I called in sick to work. Spent the morning researching ghost stories about appliances. Found nothing useful. Called the building manager to ask if anyone else had reported strange things happening. He said no, looked at me like I was crazy when I tried to explain. Around noon, I went to Best Buy and bought a security camera. One of those wireless ones that connects to your phone. Set it up in the kitchen, pointing right at the coffee machine. I wanted proof. The rest of the day crawled by. I ordered takeout for dinner. Didn't want to spend much time in the kitchen. Kept checking the security camera feed on my phone every few minutes. The coffee machine just sat there unplugged, doing nothing. At 9:30 p.m., I went through my routine again. Checked the locks. Turned off the lights. Unplugged the coffee machine. Took another picture. The security camera was working, its small red light blinking steadily. I didn't go to bed. Instead, I sat in my living room in the dark, watching the security camera feed on my phone. Hours passed. Nothing happened. My eyes started getting heavy around 2 a.m. At 3:47 a.m., the feed went black. I sat up straight, suddenly wide awake. The app said the camera was still connected, but the screen showed nothing but darkness. I could hear the gurgling starting in the kitchen. My legs felt like lead as I stood up. The gurgling was louder this time, or maybe it just seemed that way in the absolute silence of the apartment. I walked to the kitchen doorway. The machine was running, steam rising. My blue mug sitting next to it, empty, waiting. The security camera was still there, red light still blinking, but when I checked my phone, the feed was still black. I watched as coffee began pouring into the carafe. Black liquid streaming down, filling the glass container. The smell of fresh coffee filled the kitchen. Strong, rich, exactly how Sarah used to make it. Sarah. A thought hit me so hard I had to grab the door frame for support. Sarah had always set the machine to start at 3:45 a.m. She left for work at 4:30, needed her coffee first thing. I'd forgotten about that, had been trying to forget everything about her. The machine beeped 3 times. The carafe was full. I watched as coffee began pouring from the carafe into my mug, but no one was holding the carafe. It lifted by itself, tilted at precisely the right angle, filled the mug to exactly 1 inch from the top. Just like Sarah used to do. My legs gave out. I slid down the door frame until I was sitting on the floor. The carafe settled back onto the heating plate with a soft clink. Sarah? My voice cracked. No response. Just the soft hum of the machine's heating plate. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands, opened my contacts. Her number was still there. I'd never been able to delete it. I hit call before I could talk myself out of it. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Hello? Her voice, groggy. Do you know what time it is? Sarah, I swallowed hard. The coffee machine. Your old coffee machine. Silence on the other end. Then, John, is that you? Yeah. I stared at the mug of coffee on the counter, still steaming. Your coffee machine, it's making coffee at 3:47 a.m. every few days like it used to, for you. More silence. Then she sighed. John, are you drinking again? No, I'm sober. Have been since you left. I swear, this is really happening. The machine, it's like it's waiting for you. John. Her voice was gentler now. I'm in Seattle. I moved here 3 years ago. I'm married. You know this. I know. My voice sounded small. I know that. But the machine. Get rid of it, she said. Throw it out. Buy a new one, or don't. You never liked coffee much anyway. Yeah. I kept staring at the mug. Yeah, maybe you're right. Take care of yourself, John. She hung up. I sat there on the kitchen floor until sunrise. The coffee got cold. The machine stayed silent. When morning came, I finally stood up, unplugged the machine, and put it in a box. I drove to the Goodwill donation center as soon as they opened. Handed over the box. Didn't explain anything to the teenager who took it. What would I say? Watch out. It makes ghost coffee at 3:47 a.m. On the drive home, I stopped at Starbucks, ordered a black coffee, sat in my car and drank it slowly, watching people walk by, living their normal lives where coffee machines don't turn themselves on and make perfect cups of coffee in the middle of the night. That was 3 days ago. This morning I woke up at 3:47 a.m., out of habit, I guess. The apartment was silent. No gurgling, no coffee smell. Just the normal sounds of an old building at night. I got up anyway, walked to the kitchen, turned on the light. The counter looked empty without the machine. My blue mug was in the dish rack, clean and dry. I picked it up, ran my finger over the familiar chip in the handle. Then I walked to the trash can and dropped it in. The sound it made when it shattered was louder than I expected. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what happened. The machine is gone now, probably sitting on someone else's counter. I wonder if it's still making coffee at 3:47 a.m., waiting for someone who isn't there. I think about calling Sarah again, telling her about getting rid of the machine, but I won't. Some things, once they're gone, should stay gone. Tomorrow I'm going to buy a new coffee machine, a simple one with just an on-off switch. And I'm going to set it for 8 a.m. like a normal person. But part of me knows I'll still wake up at 3:47 a.m., listening for that gurgling sound. Old habits die hard, even when you put them in a box and give them away. The first time I heard my name through the static, I dropped my wrench. It clattered on the garage floor, the sound echoing off the concrete walls. I stood there, staring at the old Philco radio on my workbench, my hands shaking. The voice had been clear despite coming through white noise. David. Just that. Just my name. I've worked on old radios for 20 years. They don't tune themselves. They don't whisper names through static. But this one did. And that was only the beginning. It started 3 weeks ago when I bought the radio at an estate sale in Millbrook. The house belonged to a deceased physics professor, Dr. Harrison Wells. His daughter Sarah was selling everything before moving to California. The Philco caught my eye immediately. A 1946 model 46350, beautiful wooden cabinet. Needed work but all original parts. A steal at $40. I restore vintage radios in my garage. It's what I do after my shift at the auto plant. Some people drink, some people watch TV. I fix radios. My wife Janet says it keeps me sane, gives me something to focus on besides assembly line work. She's probably right. The first week with the Philco was normal. I cleaned decades of dust from the chassis, tested tubes, replaced capacitors. Basic restoration work. The radio sat silent on my workbench, just another project among the dozen others I had in various states of repair. Then came that Sunday afternoon. I was soldering a connection when the static started. Just a soft hiss at first. I hadn't even plugged in the radio yet. I set down the soldering iron and checked the power cord. Not connected. The static grew louder. The dial moved on its own, sliding across the frequencies. Stop, static, move again, stop, static. My neck felt cold despite the garage's warmth. Must be picking up interference, I said out loud. Old radios can sometimes act as passive receivers, picking up strong local signals even without power. I'd seen it before, but the dial shouldn't move on its own. I grabbed my multimeter to check for any unusual current. The static died immediately. The dial stopped moving. Everything normal again. I stood there for a few minutes watching the radio, but nothing happened. Just another weird moment in the life of a radio restorer. I went back to work. That night, I dreamed about the professor who'd owned the radio. I'd never met him, but in the dream he sat at a desk covered in papers filled with complex equations. He kept looking over his shoulder at something I couldn't see. When he turned back to his work, his hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold his pen. I woke up sweating. Janet stirred beside me. "You okay?" She mumbled. "Yeah. Weird dream." The next day, I called Sarah Wells. Got her number from the estate sale contact info. "Hi, this is David Morton. I bought an old Philco radio at your father's estate sale." "Oh yes, I remember. The one from his study." "Right. I was wondering, did your father ever mention anything unusual about it?" A pause on the line. "What do you mean by unusual? Any strange behavior? Problems with interference, maybe?" Another pause, longer this time. "Dad was very protective of that radio near the end. Wouldn't let anyone touch it. Kept saying he was close to proving something." She cleared her throat. "But he was sick then. The cancer had spread to his brain. He wasn't making much sense. Did he say what he was trying to prove? Something about quantum entanglement and radio waves. I don't really understand physics. Look, I need to go. Good luck with the restoration." She hung up. I stood there holding the phone, staring at the radio on my workbench. It sat there innocently, just a beautiful piece of old engineering. That evening I worked late in the garage. Janet had book club, so I didn't need to worry about dinner. I replaced the last few capacitors and prepared to test the radio properly for the first time. Thunder rumbled outside. A storm was moving in. I plugged in the power cord. The tubes warmed up with their familiar orange glow. Static hissed from the speaker. I reached for the tuning dial, but it moved before I could touch it. The static grew louder, then softer, then louder again as the dial slid across the frequencies on its own. My hands felt ice cold. The fluorescent shop lights flickered as thunder cracked overhead. Rain drummed on the garage roof. The static changed pitch, becoming almost musical. Then, clear as day, through the white noise, "David." I stumbled backward, knocking over my tool tray. Screwdrivers and wrenches clattered across the floor. "David." Again, clearer this time. A man's voice, tired and urgent. "We don't have much time." "Who is this?" My voice came out as a croak. "Harrison Wells, the radio's previous owner. Please listen carefully." Lightning flashed outside. The lights flickered again. "This isn't possible," I said. "You're dead." "Yes, but this isn't a supernatural haunting, Mr. Morton. It's quantum physics. The radio, my modified radio, it's receiving signals across dimensional boundaries. The storm is providing the power surge I need to make contact." The static swelled and faded like waves. I found myself stepping closer to the workbench, drawn by the voice's desperate tone. In my dimension, I succeeded. I proved that consciousness can survive death by transferring quantum information through modified radio waves. But there were consequences. Dangerous consequences. "I need to warn..." The voice cut out in a burst of static. The dial spun wildly. "Dr. Wells?" Nothing but white noise. Then, "They're coming. They know I'm transmitting. You need to..." Static again. "Need to what? Who's coming?" "Destroy the radio, now, before they trace the signal. They'll follow it through, they'll..." A high-pitched whine cut through the static. It drove into my skull like an ice pick. The radio's wooden cabinet began to vibrate. The tubes glowed brighter, brighter, impossibly bright. I lunged for the power cord, yanked it from the wall. The whine continued. The glow intensified. I smelled ozone and burning wood. The static formed words again, but not Wells's voice. Other voices, dozens of them, overlapping in a horrible chorus. "Found it, found it, found it, traced the signal coming through now, now, now." The radio's speaker cone bulged outward, distorting like something was pressing against it from inside. The wooden cabinet split along its seams with a sound like breaking bones. I grabbed my heaviest wrench and swung it at the radio. The cabinet cracked. I swung again, and again. The voices rose to a screaming pitch. The whine became unbearable. The radio exploded. I was thrown backward, slammed into my tool chest. Sharp pain in my back. Wood splinters and vacuum tubes rained down around me. The garage plunged into darkness as the lights blew out. I lay there gasping, ears ringing. The storm's thunder seemed distant and unimportant now. Emergency lights kicked in, filling the garage with dim red light. Where the radio had been, black scorch marks spiraled across my workbench. The remains of the cabinet smoldered. The air smelled like burning copper and something else. Something chemical and wrong. I picked myself up slowly, checking for injuries. Just bruises and small cuts from the flying debris. I approached the workbench cautiously. The radio was destroyed, fragments scattered across the garage, but the speaker cone, somehow intact, lay face up on the scorched wood. As I watched, black liquid began seeping from its edges. The liquid moved wrong, flowing uphill, gathering itself into small pools that quivered and shifted like mercury. I backed away. The puddles of black liquid merged, grew, began taking shape, rising up from my workbench like oil being pulled by an invisible hand. The shape became a silhouette. Humanoid, but wrong. Too tall, too thin, limbs at impossible angles. It had no features I could make out, just a void in the shape of a person, darker than the darkness around it. More shapes rose up behind it. 3, 5, a dozen. The air temperature plummeted. My breath came out in white clouds. The first shape spoke, not with sound, but directly into my mind. The words felt like ice crystals forming in my brain. We have crossed. The way is open. Thank you for receiving our signal, David Morton. I ran, slammed the garage door behind me, sprinted through the rain to my house, called the police with shaking hands. They found nothing, of course, just the destroyed radio, the scorch marks, no black liquid, no impossible shapes. The officer wrote it up as an electrical fire, faulty wiring in an old radio. But I know what I saw. I know what came through. I drive past my garage now, too afraid to go inside. At night I see lights moving in there sometimes. Strange colors, impossible colors. I hear static on every radio in the house, growing stronger each day. And sometimes, in the deep hours of the morning, I hear voices calling my name through the white noise. Not Dr. Wells anymore, the others. The ones he tried to warn me about. They're getting closer. I'm writing this down because people need to know, need to understand. They're here now, in our world. They came through the radio, through the gateway Dr. Wells accidentally created, and they're spreading. Last night I heard my neighbor's old TV turn on by itself. Static, then voices, then screaming. I'm leaving town tonight, going somewhere without electricity, without signals, somewhere they can't follow. If you have an old radio, an old TV, anything that receives signals, destroy it. Don't listen if it talks to you. Don't answer if it calls your name. They're waiting in the static, waiting to come through, and they know your name too. My first day working maintenance at St. Mary's was September 15th. The hospital had been closed for 8 months. City budget cuts. The property management company hired me to keep the place from falling apart while they tried to sell it. Simple stuff. Check for water damage, make sure nobody broke in, keep the minimal power running, that kind of thing. I didn't mind working alone. After 15 years fixing HVAC systems in office buildings full of people, the quiet was nice. The pay was decent, and I only had to check the place 3 times a week. The hospital sat on the edge of town, a plain 5-story brick building from the 1960s. Nothing special about it. Just another failing rural hospital that couldn't keep up with the bigger medical centers in the city. That first morning I walked through the main entrance at 8 a.m. sharp. My footsteps echoed off the walls. The lobby still had that hospital smell, disinfectant, and old linoleum. A layer of dust covered everything. The information desk, the fake plants, the rows of empty chairs. I pulled out my checklist and flashlight. The emergency lights cast a dim glow, but I needed the extra light to check for leaks and damage. First floor first, then work my way up. The maintenance office was just past the lobby. I dropped off my lunch in the mini fridge they'd left plugged in for me. The office would be my base of operations, a cramped room with metal shelving full of supplies, a desk, and a coffee maker. The previous maintenance guy had left detailed notes about the building's quirks, which pipes leaked, which circuit breakers were touchy, where the roof usually leaked when it rained. I headed down the main hallway on the first floor. My shoes squeaked against the floor. The sound bounced off the walls, making it seem like someone was walking behind me. I kept checking over my shoulder, but there was never anyone there, just shadows and silence. The patient rooms were empty except for the built-in cabinets and a few old privacy curtains. I checked each one methodically. No broken windows, no water damage, no signs of break-ins, just dust and quiet. The first 3 hours went fine. I worked my way through the first 2 floors, marking things off my checklist. A few minor issues to fix. A loose ceiling tile here, a dripping faucet there. Nothing major. Then I hit the 3rd floor. The elevator didn't work anymore, so I took the stairs. As soon as I pushed through the stairwell door, I heard it. The distinct squeak of rubber wheels rolling across linoleum, like someone pushing a cart or a wheelchair down the hall. I froze. The sound was coming from around the corner, maybe 50 feet away. Clear as day, that rhythmic squeak, squeak, squeak of wheels turning. Hello? My voice cracked a little. Someone there? The squeaking stopped. I pulled out my phone and called the property manager. Hey, Mike, anyone else supposed to be in the building today? No, you're the only one with keys besides me, and I'm in Florida. Why? Thought I heard something. Probably just the building settling. Better not be kids breaking in again. Check it out and call the cops if you need to. I hung up and pulled out my flashlight. The beam cut through the dim emergency lighting. My heart was pounding, but I told myself it was probably just the wind somehow, or my imagination. The hallway stretched ahead of me, lined with closed doors. The nurse's station sat empty in the middle, papers still scattered across the counter. I walked slowly, sweeping my flashlight back and forth. When I reached the corner where I'd heard the sound, I stopped. There on the dusty floor were fresh tracks. 2 parallel lines about wheelchair width apart cutting through the dust. They went for about 20 feet, then just stopped. In the middle of the hallway. I followed the tracks with my flashlight. They started suddenly like someone had dropped a wheelchair there, then rolled straight down the hall and vanished. No wheelchair, no person, just those tracks in the dust. The hair on my arms stood up. I swept my flashlight around, but the hallway was empty. All the room doors were still closed. I walked to where the tracks ended and crouched down. The lines were crisp and clear in the dust. I touched one, definitely fresh. The dust was pushed aside in perfect wheel tracks. A crash echoed from somewhere down the hall. I jumped, banging my knee on the floor. It sounded like metal hitting tile. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice bounced off the walls. No answer. I stood up, my knee throbbing. Fight or flight was kicking in hard. Every instinct said run. But I had a job to do. If someone was in here, I needed to find them. I walked slowly down the hall, checking each room. My hands were shaking as I pushed open each door. Empty. 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 The crash had sounded like it came from the far end of the hall. As I got closer, I noticed the temperature dropping. The air felt thick, heavy, hard to breathe. The last door was closed. Room 312. I put my hand on the handle. Ice cold. I counted to 3 and yanked it open, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The room was empty except for an IV pole lying on its side. It must have fallen over somehow, but there was no dust on it. The metal gleamed like it had just been polished. I backed out of the room. My breath came in short gasps. This wasn't right. None of this was right. The squeak started again, right behind me. I spun around. Nothing. But the sound continued, moving away down the hall. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Slow and steady. New tracks appeared in the dust as I watched, like invisible wheels rolling down the corridor. I ran, sprinted for the stairs, took them 3 at a time until I burst out into the lobby. I didn't stop until I was in my truck with the doors locked. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone. I called Mike again. "I quit," I said when he answered. "What? What happened?" I tried to explain what I'd seen. It sounded crazy even as I said it. Mike was quiet for a long moment. "Look," he finally said, "I'll pay you double to stay on. We need someone watching the building. Whatever you saw, I'm sure there's an explanation." I almost said no. Should have said no. But double pay was double pay. And in the daylight sitting in my truck, it all seemed less scary. Maybe there was a rational explanation. Maybe the tracks were from before. Maybe the IV pole just fell over on its own. "Fine," I said, "but I'm bringing someone else with me next time." "Deal." I sat in my truck for another hour, watching the hospital. Nothing moved inside, no sounds, no wheelchair tracks appearing out of nowhere. The next day I brought Tommy from my old job. Figured having another maintenance guy along couldn't hurt. We went straight to the 3rd floor. The tracks were still there. Tommy saw them too. Said it had to be vandals somehow. We spent the whole day on 3, checking every room, every closet, every possible hiding spot. Found nothing. No wheelchair. No explanation for the tracks. But we kept hearing things. Squeaking wheels. Footsteps. Metal scraping on tile. Always just around the corner. Always gone when we looked. Tommy quit after that first day. Said he didn't care how much it paid. I stayed on. Don't ask me why. The money, sure. But also, I needed to know. Needed to understand what was happening in that hospital. Over the next 2 weeks, I documented everything. Took pictures of the tracks, set up motion sensors, brought in an EMF meter I bought online. The activity got worse. More tracks appearing, things moving on their own, the temperature dropping randomly. One day I found all the chairs in the waiting area stacked in a perfect pyramid. I started researching the hospital's history. Found an article about a patient who died on the 3rd floor back in '89. Guy in a wheelchair. Rolled himself out a window somehow. The article didn't say which room. Then last Thursday, everything changed. I was checking the 3rd floor again. The tracks appeared like usual, squeaking wheels and all. But this time they didn't stop. They kept going, turning down different corridors, leading me somewhere. I followed. What else could I do? The tracks led to room 312. The door was closed, ice-cold handle just like before. I opened it slowly. The window was open. Shouldn't have been possible, they were all sealed shut. But there it was, letting in the cold October air. And there, perfectly centered in front of the window, was a wheelchair. Old style. Rusted metal. Torn vinyl seat. Empty. I backed away, turned to run. But the door slammed shut. The wheelchair squeaked, just once. I yanked on the door handle. Locked. Somehow locked from the outside. Another squeak. Closer. I spun around. The wheelchair had moved. Now it was between me and the door. The temperature plunged. My breath came out in clouds. The overhead lights flickered. One more squeak. The wheelchair rolled forward an inch. I pressed myself against the door. My heart was trying to punch through my ribs. The seat of the wheelchair depressed slightly, like someone sitting down. I screamed. Grabbed the IV pole that was still lying there and swung it at the wheelchair. It connected with a clang, knocking the chair over. The door clicked behind me. I yanked it open and ran. Didn't stop until I was outside. I called Mike from the parking lot. Told him I was done. Really done this time. No amount of money was worth this. He tried to convince me to stay. Said he'd hire a paranormal team, install cameras, whatever I wanted. I hung up on him. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been back. Don't plan to either. But last night I heard something outside my apartment, a familiar sound. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When I looked out the window, there were two parallel lines in the fresh snow. They led right up to my door. I'm packing my bags now, moving in with my sister a few states over. But I know it doesn't matter how far I go. Those tracks will find me eventually. And next time, I don't think a locked door will stop whatever's pushing that wheelchair.